everybody. I think we're on now. We should be on now. Hi. We're here for our restream of the HMT qualifiers. This is my friend Bones. We're getting started today with BZ versus RG. This, of course, is the last match of the finals. Very excited for that. Bones, how are you feeling into getting into things? Actually, I can just start playing this. As you can tell, I've never streamed before.
But it will be great. I'm very excited. This is my semi-debut.
It is!
And, yeah. Wait for that stream to start.
There it is. Okay. Please don't do that. I received a link to the actual video so it wouldn't do things like this, but unfortunately Google Drive is extremely evil, so I wasn't able to get it. But luckily we are in a fun chill restream, which I've been describing as to myself only, not even to Bones, as just like a simulator of watching the qualifiers with your friends on Discord. So that's what we're doing.
It kind of is.
It is. It's technical difficulties included, of course, when your screen share just kicks the bucket out of nowhere. We have an embalmer, maybe. They could be lying. I like the transitions here. Did we have these on NAU and C? I don't even remember. Oh.
It goes back and forth like that.
Maybe next time. Maybe next time we'll get those. I hope so.
I like that this forward has 100% decoding.
Me too. Just one whole cipher.
I'm proud of him.
Me too.
Yeah.
It's extremely nice.
I hope he plays forward.
Mm-hmm.
They aren't messing with us again.
I sincerely hope that forward is played. The last time I saw a forward, I went a little bit insane. Okay, this is great, Bones. I'm receiving updates from my technology team, and you can be heard. Again,
Yay,
as you can tell, I've never streamed
so
on my
glad.
own before. I'm like a passenger princess, but for content creation, where I just appear, and I'm like, hi, I'm here to talk, and everyone is like, oh, okay, cool, great. Prospector. I do enjoy a good prospector play, I think.
And the mercenary. With a 44-second containment, if I'm reading this properly.
Mm-hmm.
That is not extremely promising, but we will see what Foxy is able to do
Looking
with those oval pads.
Kind of interesting for a mercenary. Sorry if you see me looking down periodically. It is because, and this is hilarious, the stream chat will not show up on my computer when I try to read it. Oh my god, clerk! This is the final day, so I think we're in for 6 million clerks, which is exciting, but also 6 million clerks is a lot of those, I think.
It is. I'm very much appreciating that maximum deduction points up at the top there. Some strong performances and a 3.5 average elimination.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, that's a guaranteed win-ish.
Yeah.
Joey in chat telling you to behave, which is great. Hi, Joey. Hello, everyone.
I am
people
behaving.
That I know.
I am very well behaved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can vouch. I wonder if RD is as well behaved with their lineup here. I'm seeing an Axe Boy, which is extremely exciting. Oh my god, Priestess. I am
praying that lucky guy is a UI glitch.
It's possible.
We're just gonna hope and pray.
We are. We're just gonna hope that it's a UI glitch. And pray for the best, if you will. But even so, could be interesting to see. They used to let him have guns on the tournament server, I think, but they don't anymore.
They don't?
Yeah, Eli mentioned it once where he was like, yeah, the thing with Lucky Guy is you can get a gun from a chest on the tournament server, which you can't do usually. But then he was like, yeah, I don't even think you can do that anymore. Which is kind of sad.
Yeah, I don't play Lucky, so I would not know
I don't
what
either.
he can and can't.
I'm glad that we don't know anything about Lucky Guy, but the rest of the characters we do. Enjoying Seer here. I quite like these stats. I love the 50% decoding speed. I believe
50% decoding and 24 seconds of containment.
But 1.5, I believe, is rescues, which is kind of insane.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that is, I guess that makes up for the other statistics and kind of makes sense in that context.
It does.
Yeah.
We're conserving our energy before we have to get into the big guy. And by the big guy, I mean the actual matches for the finals, which are, you yell a lot. It's a lot of yelling.
I'm excited. I'm very excited.
There she is again.
More
Keegan
clerk.
Nicholas Keogh. I love that I can
nearly
say
max deduction points.
her full name here. Oh, that's good. No, I really admire that. We might be looking at an MVP here. I hope. I think. I'm praying. I keep saying that.
I think that no matter what, we are going to see that clip. Because, I mean, look at her.
Mm-hmm.
She's beautiful.
She's so beautiful. She's so special to me, and me specifically, and everyone else, I guess.
And me!
And you. We are getting
And
back to
everyone.
another loading screen. Oh, I love the casters that they have for the other regions because they're so dressed up and they're like in these like cute little
And they get to have
homes.
these cute little statues.
I know, it's so nice.
We
I
don't
like
get
it.
cute little statues. We do get, I forgot to bring Fatheads over.
That's okay. I put Dancer and Mercenary on the screen, so that's kind of like our
I do have
stand-in,
balls.
I think, for those. That's, yeah. You
They're
should
my
have
emotional
those.
support.
Mm-hmm. I do like those a lot.
Emotional
I put,
support Vera ball and Lucino ball.
You can't see him, but oh, okay, first match. I went out of my way to put Witchard on my desk there, and then I realized that I'd like completely cover him up, so there was no point in that. Okay, we are going to see RD do the band map. They are starting on the Hunter side, I believe, and Survivor side, starting here with ZB. Oh, very exciting, very exciting.
Looks like
Okay.
they picked Ever Sleeping Town. Pretty solid first round pick.
Very
Definitely would have
solid.
picked that myself over Red Church, which I believe was the other option.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good for survivors, good for hunters, and that priestess is going to be the first band.
Oh, Mercenary. Let's go. Forward!
Mercenary and forward. We are starting off very strong.
Big win for Bones. Big win for Bones today.
Big win for Bones and big win for Bird also in the chat, who I see.
Big win for everybody all around today. I love when things go correctly. Okay. Oh, patient. We are locking in patient now. I'm personally very excited about that. I like the little hook spots that he has on this map. They're so fun. They select so fast. I'm like very impressed by it. Because I'm just coming off of doing like NAU and C, and they take longer sometimes because they're like thinking harder about it, which I admire and respect. But I love watching other regions because they know exactly what they're doing. Ah, Aesop Carl. Not a lie on the stats screen. We do have a proper Embalmer main here.
We do, and it looks like that Antiquarian, Seer, and Prospector were banned. Very solid bans.
Mm-hmm.
But first round Embalmer is kind of interesting.
It is. Especially
Good on Eversleeping for sure.
Yeah. He can be pretty strong, so I'm very intrigued. Like, maybe he's such a menace that they have to take him out first, like certain hunters, because he'll get banned otherwise.
Yeah.
But if it's a smaller map, there's no point in wasting a ban on Embalmer. Most of the time. Sometimes you don't want to deal with that. I know! Yeah! Forward really wasn't on C a lot, which is very interesting. The Chinese men, I believe, if I remember, during rehearsal, Eli talked about it a bit. They play kind of like aggressively to counter sort of any hunter and not specific ones like other regions tend to do. And this isn't the CN region per se, but they're kind of close in play style enough. Okay. Oh my goodness. Hello, Miss Michiko. We are starting off with a geisha for today on RD's side. I want to see how Rion uses her. Because Eversleeping is a really good map for geisha, especially to like watch her on. It's no wonder there's a second version of her in its premises.
Yeah, and like using those open areas, open straight vertical areas, it's basically has her name written on it. And especially, you know, against that forward, against that mercenary, against that patient, all characters who rely on just breaking that distance, and she can catch up with those butterflies very, very quickly.
Yeah. Happy spawn picks time. Bones, what are your thoughts on the spawn picks? Who do you think is optimal chase here?
I would definitely go for the Embalmer first, because even if Geisha can close that distance, it's still annoying.
Yeah.
It's still not the most fun, especially like not having presence, not being able to get in the air and get that extra distance on the butterfly, especially against a forward. But yeah, really strong spawns on the survivor side, I think, especially because that Embalmer is still like close enough to the hunter to probably catch that first chase, but in an area where like, you know, you can utilize the pallets on that covered area, you can utilize the corner house if he makes it that far. Just a lot of strong areas for that Embalmer to work with.
Yeah. No, exactly. We have Foxy on the mercenary here, Ola on the forward, Anne on the Embalmer, and Lo-Fi on the patient. So, yeah, I do think that forward is probably not entirely optimal. I can see him being picked over the mercenary solely because of the difference in the delayed damage being a problem, but the fast vaults and the fast pallet throwing is what gets me and trips me up, personally.
Especially those fast pallets against the Geisha. And, oh, we are going to see Lady 13.
So pretty.
Beautiful skin choice.
Still
holding out on these survivors to not disappoint me.
Transitioning over to the Mercenary, I believe, we're kind of expecting a rotation, possibly, going over to this cipher here. Nobody's here at the moment, but, you know, traversing around the area, Bones, looking to see what the first chase will be. Lo-Fi is actually hiding in this little, oh my god, what's it called? I don't know callouts, obviously. But the little tubed hallway spot there in order to
area.
prevent... Yeah, exactly.
The other part of the map that's really, really bad for a lizard. That's how I refer to it.
We are here with a Geisha, so less of a problem. I'm very excited about that. Ryun's going to dash forward with a butterfly, but not too great of a start. Of course, it's anyone's game still. We've just begun, but the servers did a pretty good rotation by having that be sort of minimal and subtle in the way that they moved. We're going to see chase begin on this fox here. So the Embalmer, of course, once you get rid of that first coffin, then really has nothing to kite with and isn't really working with anything in the realm of the game at all, item-wise, considering you can't even pick any up. Ooh, first hit.
Yeah, beautiful first hit, utilizing that heavy hitbox. Probably just a little bit less confident with the reliability of that regular Geisha hitbox. But is she going to? Yeah, she's going to do that butterfly through for that closed-off area.
Oh!
That's one of my... Wow! And a quick down after closing that distance.
Yeah.
Really smart of her to just sort of bypass those pallets in the covered area.
Took a while to get the first down, or get the first chase, but really quick to the first down from that chase. Coffin is going to be used right away to buy time for decoding and not disrupt the rest of the survivors. They should be able to pop 3 ciphers soon, and the Embalmer will just be in this area here. Graveyard is an extremely strong rebound kite, so I'm very excited to see what Anne uses this area for. Currently kind of transitioning over to the back pallet here, throwing it down in advance. And we do see, Bones, that the Geisha is actually carrying excitement, so no blink or abnormal or anything of the sort. Having to use these butterflies in order to gain the distance necessary to down this Embalmer, but going down in this corner here to, you know, get away from the ciphers and waste a little bit more time, but now going to be on second chair.
Yep, and those last 2 ciphers have already been started. Not a lot of progress on them yet, but there is some decoding done on them. So we're looking pretty good for BZ heading into the end game here with the 2 ciphers remaining, Embalmer on second chair. But I do have some high hopes for that excitement coming in clutch towards the end in case the forward comes in to harass for that last chair.
Nice level pad from the Mercenary to get to the chair, taking a hit in advance, going to go over to the chair for the rescue, and chasing through with Anne still, now dead on chair after the coffin and the second chair there, Bones, going to actually get hit with the last effort. Forward transitioning over into the area to sort of take over and tag out with Mercenary to try and perform a balloon rescue here and harass until they're able to push those ciphers. But we've got, you know, only the patient with a proper decoding speed, so they're going to have to try and push with the Mercenary on the ciphers, which will mean the forward needs to buy a lot of time if he's even able to get there at all. Oh, beautiful dash from the forward, but the excitement comes into play just as you mentioned, and Anna's going to go down now with the ball on a little bit of a cooldown, but will he go for a second rescue? Who knows?
Yep, and it looks like the Geisha, going to get that hit in there. Just kind of lessen the chances of that forward continuing to harass, and coming in for another ball.
Yeah, not getting it in time,
it does not look like he's going to be able to rescue.
However,
but that was a lot of valuable time bought there.
Yeah, luckily they are actually almost at their cipher prime, 83% on their final cipher there, but unfortunately it is here in the middle, and Ryun is chasing the survivors off of that cipher. We're going to see Foxy sort of transition over to the corner house area in order to buy more time and have a better place to kite, but Ryun is guarding the cipher, you know, well aware of what the survivors are trying to do. Unfortunately, they are a little bit of a step ahead as they've started a new cipher, Bones, in the graveyard.
Yep, and that cipher is well near 50%, even with the, I believe it's the Mercenary possibly decoding that. But even with that decoding debuff, still able to reach 50%, in a pretty timely fashion.
Not bad at all. We're seeing Foxy in this area here trying to, buy more time, offer a little bit more of a distraction. I don't know if they spotted the dungeon yet. I think that they probably have, just in case they do want to push for something a little bit further. We're going to see Lo-Fi continue to transition around. Ola is the one working on that cipher in the graveyard. It seems that Ryun is starting to sort of get the hint that the survivors are trying to push for something else, able to transition over, and now kite after Lo-Fi here. No flywheel to use, so I have to take that hit, but with the cipher almost primed, it's not too much of a detriment anyway, especially with a mercenary who will be able to rescue. We are going to see it at really getting up to that prime there, so I do wonder if they'll pop it early or wait for the down. Hi, Tram.
Yeah, no, and my mistake not realizing it was the forward on the cipher, but still, even more impressive in that case, considering the forward has a worse decoding debuff, and we are going to see that pop right there for Lo-Fi on the patient.
That is a beautiful, very fast pop. I enjoyed watching that so much. Lo-Fi is going to take up the kite here. Unfortunately, going to down here in this pallet. Yeah, as mentioned, actually they do have a 2 tied build here on this team, instead of the usual, 3 flywheel, 3... I love when the stream does a little bit of glitching. That wasn't even my fault that time, but it's very fun. We're going to see Lo-Fi get picked up here and placed onto the chair bones, but it is a first chair, fortunately, so not dealing with too much of a problem, not even getting hit by that tram, which I would have loved to see, not because I'm rooting for any particular team, just because it's funny, but they have gotten that gate open. I do believe they're just going to accept the draw here.
Yep, and it does look like the mercenary and the forward are going to escape with a beautiful clutch tie. Yeah, leaving the patient behind. And yeah, beautiful start from BZ.
I love when things are like the winter game in the lore.
We're trying not to.
We're here on my personal channel and doing a casual stream, which means that I'm allowed to mention the lore as much as I want when it's appropriate.
Yeah, the only thing that would have made that better is if the hunter were Bane. But to be fair, the hunter being Bane would make a lot of things better.
I do believe that you would stand by that. Yeah. Very, very strong kiting from that team. I do love seeing the way that the other regions appear. I'm so scared for the later matches because I know that they're going to be like insane because the later matches are always like absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
I'm taking our caster time to chit chat a little bit. Hello, how is everyone doing? I'd said hi already, but hi again. I'm going to drink some tea now. Everyone say hello, Bones. So again, we're doing these little restreams throughout the month of March to give everyone more accessibility to all of the other little tournaments, which is very fun. I know Eli has a date literally soon. Oh, we're getting to the match stats. Okay, let's get into the match stats, and then I'll continue to talk about that. Very, very, very good pressure from them. The forward with a 225 decoding progress is extremely interesting, and the Embalmer's Kite was actually long enough to push for a lot of stuff. They kind of seem to trade off and each kind of spend their time with the Geisha, but BZ is extremely good at rotation. That seems to be the thing that kind of got them where they needed to be with that match there, which was very impressive. It's these high-tier teams and they're very capable of knowing what strategies they should push for. And it is especially different from the other tourneys that we've been seeing on NAU and C recently, which were extremely enjoyable, but it's very nice when things are different, I think. Very fun.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, no, that sort of trading off the kite, making sure that rotation is on point. That sort of just highlights the not like the fault, but sort of that thing with Geisha where, single hit hunter, that's the only thing she can do is just focus on one target at a time. Her ability to pressure the ciphers, pressure the whole map overall, just isn't as strong as a lot of other hunters. And obviously, like, she's a very strong hunter, very strong chase. But BZ was able to sort of exploit that weakness in her nature.
Yeah, absolutely.
Use it to their advantage.
Geisha is
and
very
also,
strong.
What kind of tea is it?
It is a normal orange pico tea. Geisha I find really, really exciting and fun to watch, but the thing with Geisha is when you play a Geisha, you have to play like extremely aggressive. It's why you see a lot of Geishas that carry like abnormal off the bat, or they just go absolutely insane. Because then they're able to score those wins that they need. This is a VOD. I probably mentioned this. I'm allowed to skip through the breaks a little bit, but I enjoy spending the casting time. Bones is casting the checkmate turn. Oh, okay. I'll get back to stuff about us soon. We have another match, Bones. I'm so excited. RD on the survivor side this time with BZ on the hunter side. We've got Yoshi there. We are going to see our band picks come in soon. What are you predicting? Maybe some kind of a mirror match, similar survivors. I'm assuming a priestess ban right out of the gate. They never let her out to play here within reason.
And I can't see who that is. Oh, that is Antiquarian. The stream is very small on my screen. I apologize. But we are going to see a dancer as our first pick and a Barbie.
Yay! This is a win for our friends.
I am very enthusiastic about this, even if I am sort of questioning the lack of priestess. But I have found, at least in watching like other qualifiers, sometimes priestess is not a first pick. Sometimes they just sort of don't include her in the lineup. Sometimes she's not banned and she's still not picked. And it baffles me, but I guess it's one of those things that's just sort of a regional difference.
Yeah. She hasn't been banned again. Oh my god, we're on the screen. And I say this because I put us up on the screen as Dancer and Mercenary, as I'm sure everyone can see. I hope that doesn't disrupt the little stream too much. They were like, oh, you can do it like in your own styles personally, and I was like, oh, this is fun. And then I made it pink because this is all you need to know about me. But this is great. This is good for us. They're even standing next to each other. I am really excited to see this lineup though. My sillies aside, I do wonder if they'll take her out, but I think they're anticipating a Dream Witch, maybe a clerk, but probably a Dream Witch. So I can see why they would go in that area.
Yeah, we are going to see that Patient is the final ban, so
Melly-Plinius!
leaving that open for the priestess. And yeah, Melly-Plinius, entomologist, heading out for that final pick on the side of RD. So yeah, I would definitely say that they're probably anticipating that Dream Witch, ready to, especially with that barmaid, beautiful counter.
Yeah.
I would love a chocolate-covered Pretzel.
Before the 100 gets locked
checking
in,
the chat.
I need to like stress that. Okay, so this stream is like very, very live, but when you do COA streams, the reason that some of us sometimes don't engage with chat as much is not because we don't want to, but it's because it's behind by like a minute or two. So sometimes I'll bring stuff up that chat said or is currently saying when it like ties into what's going on the stream. Like I remember people got really excited about a Jose pick, and then we were like in the spawn selection, and I was like, yay, first officer, everybody's a big fan of first officer. But you kind of do that sparingly, or at least I do, because I'm like, oh my god, what if they think I'm stupid and silly and they're all like, we were talking about that like 3 minutes ago, Veronica, and I'm like, it's not my fault. But that is the reason. Here, however, we're very live, so this will be very funny as a VOD, because it is a Keegan. I'm very excited to see the clerk here. No priestess on their side, but definitely a lot of very strong survivors to use on Ever Sleeping Bones. Top of your head, what is the ideal chase for a clerk here?
I would say either the entomologist or that barmaid. Just because with the clerk, a lot of the things that the barmaid can use, especially on this map, to sort of prolong her kite, like pallets, those aren't a problem. Windows, those are less of a problem. The clerk is able to just if she's able to get those recordings in, then, remove the pallets, remove the windows, and corner the barmaid fairly quickly. That's assuming that the barmaid does not just take off running, which she will probably do, considering most people, at least at this point, know how to counter a clerk.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say that's, or the entomologist, just because, dancer with those boxes, mercenary is just an annoying first kite in general.
That is true.
Yeah.
I do wonder if the boxes will be broken this time. Okay, I'm liking the spawn selections here.
I hope they are.
You're getting like when I cast IVA, there was like an almost 24/7 face cam, and that's what we're doing right now. I'm so used to when you're on COA stream, you're like off when you're doing the matches, as you can see probably from right now. But here we are, 24/7 stream, which means if I get excited or I'm flabbergasted, you have to bear witness. Okay.
Please clip it and show it to us later.
Please.
If something weird happens and I make a face, because I'm very capable of making really weird faces, I would like to see it personally.
It's the beauty of the thing. Okay, we've got Kai on the entomologist here, Sai on the dancer, Xiao on the mercenary, and Peyton on the barmaid, with of course Yoshi on the clerk here.
And we can actually see the chat from this, and it looked like people got very excited for Yoshi.
They did. I'm very excited to see Yoshi play. This is a qualifiers day after all, so everyone have been excitedly watching, of course, everything prior. I got to skim over some stuff. Unfortunately, I was not able to watch all things, but I do hope to after this. And we are bringing it to you now with very classical, casual NAU content and commentary for vibes. Again, we're watching this in a Discord with your friends. Yoshi is going to start off here and transition over to the corner house area. I'm already spectating over that cipher, so I can totally see where the excitement comes from. Oh my goodness. Avoiding the tram, of course. Always avoid the tram. Please look out for traffic when you're hunting or surviving on Ever Sleeping Town. We're going to transition, of course, over, and we are dealing now with the entomologist, who's wearing the cute little coney skin. The bees are left here, and then they are taken away. Going to continue to transition around. Actually, moving away from the corner house instead of going up the stairs. Most people tend to loop in that area, but instead, Bones, moving over, and I see why now. The dancer boxes are here to support.
Oh, wow. That chip hit recording was absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
And already getting that 3/4 damage up on the entomologist, and
oh my god!
Wow. Okay, I understand the excitement now.
I really get it. Yoshi, it's so smooth with that clerk. We're seeing a beautiful first down with 2 chip hits, and not even having to deal with the horrors of the dancer pallet break in the initial time, now that the survivors on the chair are able to do that and breaking the box. But initially going through and breaking that pallet with the recording, which meant that the slow speed was not a factor at all, which is usually the biggest problem with dancer, especially on these maps. Going to camp this chair, the survivors are pushing the ciphers a little bit, and we have Komida coming in for the rescue. Hello, mercenary. Going to get that rescue off with a hit, and the entomologist is going to transition back over to the corner house area, Bones.
Yep, and just the way that Yoshi is using... Oh, please look out for traffic. Thank you. The way that Yoshi is utilizing this clerk is just, I would say, smoother than anything that we've seen in C or NAU. Just beautiful on those chip hits. They're so hard to aim.
They are.
Just unbelievably smooth work.
Tram time. Now we are taking a nice ride with Yoshi and Kai here. I love her little animation when she does that. I do wonder how this will continue when things go on, but we do see everyone pushing the ciphers, dancer wearing the cute little Chrono skin in the corner there, and going to, walk in front of the tram while you wait for it to go again, and a down! Fortunately out of the area where the tram would hit after that hit if it was going in time. But we're going to see another chair for this entomologist after a good waste of time, but not really the best way to rebound kite. It is very difficult to get yourself in a good position after a tram ride with the hunter right behind you. Wow.
Looks like we're going to see more hits recorded, ready to sort of defend this chair against the female dancer, who is going to put a box down and then drop foul over it, making sure... Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, it was assist. It was a little distraction for that the mercenary to come in for a second rescue. Is going to get the chip hit on that mercenary. So
oh my god!
It's going to be wow.
Beautiful.
And that's just knowledge of the hitbox there.
It is.
Getting that entomologist right there on that little edge of Clerk's hitbox at the top of her cane. Just beautiful. Beautiful work. I'm having trouble keeping up with this because it's just so unbelievably smooth.
Gorgeous use of the blink as well, just to get that down securely, right for the third chair too. We're finally seeing our final cipher be started. One of them has already been begun. It has about a little bit over half progress on it. Transitioning over to the corner house here, where Sai is currently hanging out in the area, alerting their teammates, of course, that the hunter is around. Was beginning that cipher, unable to continue pushing it. Yoshi is in the area and out for blood, and blood will be spilled. We are going to see the first hit on the female dancer here, and with nothing to utilize in this kite, already used all of the boxes and did not get to pick up another item, so going to be forced to sort of raw kite with Yoshi here, Bones.
That's not a position anyone would want to be in.
No.
Having to rock kite against a clerk of this caliber. But yeah, we do see those ciphers are being pushed, even if it's a little bit slowly because of the clerk's pressure. Able to just negate that pallet. Wow.
Wow.
Just
And we're going to see our second survivor down from the clerk here, and able to go chair over where another survivor is currently decoding. The barmaid is trying to push this cipher here, will be forced off of it by the clerk here. I am, briefly before we go into this rescue, loving all of the fancy skins that they're wearing. Usually I expect NAU to wear all of them, but now I know where it's really at, which is the HMT qualifiers.
Yeah, and we have been seeing a lot of True Proof and a lot of Crota this year, instead of usually, you know, like we'll see the Junko come out, we'll see the Kim, but yeah, sort of a return to just IDV's normal
Classic.
modeling skills, which is very appreciated.
Oh!
I'm like, wow.
Okay.
A little bit of mind gaming there that did not go through on the part
Yeah.
of Sai.
Very, very beautiful Terror Shock there. The barmaid we're going to see still hanging out in the area, just being careful, trying to not land another hit, but getting that drink off in time. So now that's been gotten, currently none on her person, so she's going to be forced to come in for another rescue. The mercenary is currently trying to finish the cipher over there, transitioning around, maybe pushing that cipher a little bit, but especially in the area, definitely attempting to hit through the window, which would have been extremely impressive if it worked. It almost did, but not quite. We are going to see the female dancer get rescued right before expiration, and then Pin is going to mind game around a little bit here, changing target to Pin, who uses a different drink to gain a little bit of a speed boost, but unfortunately is one hit down. However, has not been chaired yet, so Yoshi may just leave her here for a moment, may pick her up immediately to put on chair, but the dancer being able to get away from the chair is a very big thing.
Yeah, and this cipher pressure, just able to keep an eye on this one, which I believe is nearly primed, and the one over in the corner there, is just stuck at 73%.
Yeah.
And that's the beautiful thing about Clerk, is that she has eyes everywhere. She has cameras set up everywhere that you can't see them.
Literally everywhere. Mostly at the
Able to
cipher
just keep an eye on Shao, looks like.
We are going to see the dancer come in for a rescue here, able to get it off. Is not able to, kind of hanging around in the area, not fully committing, but here just in case. A beautiful blink from Yoshi and another beautiful Terror Shock, you know, missing that initial hit, but able to get it on the rebound. Going to try and push the cipher desperately to get it finished, and it works, it's done. Now we are on one cipher remaining. Unfortunately, however, the mercenary has to prime it, and the clerk is working on making sure that it is not finished. So we're in a bit of a sticky situation here. However, Yoshi, beautiful, smooth clerk plays, extremely familiar with the character, changing chairs in order to get a better view on the cipher that is now even closer to being done, Bones.
And that's just game sense. Simple, beautiful game sense, able to, you know, think fast. That cipher's being decoded, there's a chair near that cipher. Guess where we're going to go?
We're going to go for a walk now, Demi Bourbon.
Really difficult position for RD as well, with the mercenary can't take a hit, dancer can't take a hit. Mercenary does still have those elbow pads to utilize, but I really do not see a world in which they are, because, yeah. Actually, using one to reach the chair in time, able to sort of distract with the dancer enough to, and while the cipher is going to pop while the dancer is being chaired.
Very hard to come back.
That is her last chair
from this situation, but definitely they did it in the best way they could. As soon as the dancer went down, unfortunately, they weren't able to pop the cipher in time, because it's kind of a, you have to pick one or the other, but going to pop that cipher afterwards, while the dancer is down on chair, chasing after the barmaid here, fortunately, on Pin, who will go down immediately, like right now, with a hit, going to go down immediately, just as predicted. Pin will now be placed on the chair, and Yoji can turn sights over to this mercenary here, who is transitioning, it seems, to the dungeon.
Yep, and I believe those elbow pads might come in handy here, unless it appears that he's already utilized them in a situation that I did not catch. So Itemless, the mercenary, who also cannot take a detention hit. He has that chip damage from earlier, and that might be the one thing that keeps him from this dungeon here. Is he going to be able to crawl to it? That's the real question.
He does not. He
does not got it. And he is going to see his chair with a absolutely gorgeous 4-man elimination on the side of BZ.
Yeah, Yoji absolutely wonderful on that clerk. I cannot describe it in any other way than I'm extremely impressed. There's nothing more satisfying than watching a very good, high-paced, fast-paced, like, match during qualifiers. I cannot imagine how this was in real time. Oh my goodness. There were a lot of things that the survivors did that were also extremely impressive. I cannot even count all of them off the top of my head, but you know, when you're up against someone who is so very familiar with what they're doing, it is extremely difficult in order to make all of that work and push in the proper ways. But extremely impressive on their side as well. I mean, the kites and the rescues and the mind games, really beautiful play from both sides, I think, for sure.
And I mean, the fact that they were able to push that final cipher against the clerk in the first place is testament to RD's skill, even if they weren't able to, you know, get any escapes in the end. Like, they did push that final cipher pop, despite everything.
Going from a draw
just really
to
great
a
work on both
5-0.
sides.
So we're definitely really in BZ's favor to begin. I haven't seen this so far. I cannot spoil the results for you anyway of this fun little bot here, but oh my goodness, probably definitely a shoe-in for continuing on, because that is just amazing gameplay. Oh my god.
Looks like they may be getting those match stats in a second. Yep.
There they are.
Yeah, really long kites on all of the survivor side as well. Got that 133 seconds on that dancer.
102 on Pin's Barmaid. Xiao has an 89.5 on that Mercenary, and a 78.1 on Izikai's Entomologist. Beautiful use of those bees. Me, myself, when I play Entomologist, I'm very used to a lot of, like, transitional kiting with the bees. I do my best to support, but I won't lie, I'm not great at it. But always very fun to watch an Entomologist kite as well. Not a lot of utilization of her buff with being able to push for faster vaulting and slowing the hunter down, considering when you're up against a clerk, you're transitional kiting, you're not really dealing with any of the loops or the back and forth between things and this and that and this and that. So, you know, doing the best with what you have and buying a decent amount of time. I mean, they did get all the way to the pop. Had Pin been able to kite a little bit longer, they might have been able to push for that one escape. But unfortunately, again, when you're up against someone so smooth as Yoshi was in that match, it can be very hard to move forward from that. However, Keegan Ben next time, no way they're letting her out of her cage.
Yeah, no, if they didn't ban Keegan, I would be beyond shocked.
We will be if it does happen. I hope that
Yes.
everyone else is just as shocked as we are. All 7 of you, my beloveds.
A captive audience.
Yeah, they're so
Literally.
attentive. They love it here.
But yeah, no, I do wonder if that priestess would have been able to sort of stand up against that, especially with her potential for transitional kiting. I do like seeing priestess, especially when she isn't banned and there is the capability to play her, as there so often isn't.
Yeah, of course. You know, you want to deal with the situation where when you have the priestess available, you usually do want to use her. She's a very strong kiter, especially when they would be anticipating something like a Kirk. We are on the final state of the qualifiers, so on day 3 you are looking at a situation where you want to be able to make all of that work. So you're kind of aware of what your opponents are working with at that point.
Yep, and I do wonder if, what bans we'll be seeing going from Yoshi into the second round, because those were a lot of very strong bans in the start. I would say probably the dancer, definitely the dancer.
Yeah.
Possibly a Merc ban, maybe.
Possibly. Take a note.
We will see. I do think that from RD's perspective, I feel like they didn't expect those chip hits to start landing in the way that they did. Because I definitely wouldn't have seen that coming either. It's just surprise. There are more clerks who deal less damage but are still incredibly scary, and they're purple.
Oh, absolutely. It can be very, very daunting to deal with a clerk. It is especially frightening, I think, to have to go up
Especially
against
since a lot of
something
them,
like that.
there's so many different ways to play her.
Yeah.
Like we see with Yoshi, that more hands-on, like recording chip hits, focusing on the chase and focusing less on the ciphers. And then we see other clerks will focus more on the ciphers, delaying those, switching targets more often. She's really a versatile hunter in that sense. She doesn't really have one way that she's played, and there's a lot of adjustment to be done just between different clerk mains, to sort of,
Yahoo!
make sure that you're adjusting the way that you play against her to the way that she's being played.
Yeah, of course. We are now on Moonlit River Park. I have taken us to another band picks because Mr. Nettie said I am allowed to skip just a little bit. We could have kept talking, but, might as well give us something else
because they don't want us
about.
to talk about the lore.
Yeah, it's because they don't. I have on Sunday, we're going to see the Antiquarian and the Surrogate Band, just as a quick side note. Hunter Band is coming in soon. On Sunday, I have Japan qualifiers. It will be at a time that most of you probably cannot watch, but I did get Eli O for that, which is great, because he will know exactly what is going on. I will also, but he will know significantly better than I will. Oh, and okay, now we can see a Priestess and a Mercenary. This is a great day for Bones, a good match for Bones.
If they didn't pick the Priestess again on Moonlit, I would have had some things to say in a very interesting manner. They did this in JP qualifiers. There were 2 matches in a row where they just didn't pick the Priestess was not banned on Moonlit River Park, and they didn't pick the Priestess. And I was struggling to think of a reason why they may have done that, because it completely caught me off guard. But we are going to see that Priestess. We are going to see that Mercenary. Just really very strong picks, and I do respect getting that Mercenary in before there's the opportunity to ban him.
Yeah, absolutely. Barmaid and Acrobat not allowed to come in onto the field today. Antiquarian especially, who we have not seen yet. Excited to potentially see her later in the stream. Hopefully. Maybe they'll let Shishi out. Unsure. We're going to see our psychologist. This is a great day for me especially. I missed the Ada badge I'm not exaggerating. I was playing rank like an obscene amount. I do love rank, I love playing rank, but I was playing like an excessive amount of rank for the last little while, and then they were like, hey, Koa's coming, we need you to cast, and I was like, oh, that's great, I'm so excited. And then I had to stop playing rank because I needed to do like my Koa stuff, and I was so surrounded by IDV all the time that I was like, no more. So I had an A badge for literally like a week and a half.
Yep, and you were actually right, that Embalmer is going to be the final ban. Well, actually, that's a different team, banning the Embalmer. I wonder if Yoshi knows something that we don't know about RD.
Yeah, I
but
do
we are
too.
going to see the Prospector taking his place.
Yeah, what we know is that there's a Prospector now. That's what we know. Which Yoshi also knows. So I guess we're kind of even, but point stands. Very excited to see the potential Hunter coming out in the pool here. Base prediction, potentially a Dream Witch. When you play Clerk that well, usually those skills do translate from extreme map control from Dream Witch. But we could be seeing practically anyone. Everyone being mean to Norton Campbell in chat. What did he do?
Everything.
Good answer. Very good answer. I can't dispute that.
Yeah, but that Clerk ban we saw it coming 3 miles away. And I wish that we knew more about the Hong Kong region, because I do not know who Yoshi will be playing. I hope we see a Lizard.
I know you do. Yeah.
Start the counter.
Start the counter.
He's not too bad on the top, and we're going to see a Sculptor instead, which I'm equally excited about because we have not been seeing her enough.
We have been seeing, hilariously actually, I was just going to say in opposite terms, we've been seeing a lot of my predictions generally for finals in any region because of what we've been seeing in NAU and Japan and all of them. So far we've been seeing a lot of Sculptor, Wax Artist, Clerk. There's been Dream Witch as well, but she doesn't tend to come out in the later rounds because then, immediately banned. You only really see her in a round 1 or in a round 2 when there's a Hunter that's kind of scarier to deal with. So we'll be seeing, I think, those today mostly. Again, of course, some Geishas, some Bloody Queens thrown in. A niche pick would be really fun. However, we have left the region of the Lizards. Yeah.
Sorry, I remembered I was supposed to be doing that. I have to overcompensate now for my lizardry.
Yeah, we're seeing our spawn locations here.
Interesting that they aren't putting the Priestess in that 2-story.
Instead, they've got her kind of on the bridge area, so I think she might be trying to do middle of the the ground support, able to access a bunch of different areas at once. I do believe that Yoshi might be going for the Prospector as the first chase here, considering, you know, you pick your own spawn locations, you might be predicting, but that also could also just be looking at anyone possible. But once the Prospector's out of those magnets, he's no longer as trigger happy, and you don't have to deal with him anymore, and he's kind of forced to rock height you. Also, I think this was mentioned on actual streams, but as a fun reminder in case anyone forgot. So, a recent change made in the way that the COA tournaments work in official IDV tournaments in general is that survivors have to select and solidify their persona trees before they see who the hunter is. In previous tournaments, you picked your persona tree after you saw who the hunter was, so you could counter them a little bit better. Now you cannot. You have to pick beforehand and guesstimate at what they're doing, which is why NAEU and Southeast Asia played so much like 1 tide 3 flywheel, 1 tide 2 flywheel, 1 broken windows, because it worked out a lot in their favor. But we are seeing everyone get started off here. We are actually going to see that sort of classical build, the 3 flywheel and the 1 tide turner. We are going to see Priestess actually be the first chase here, as far as I can tell, Bones. But rotating out of the area, causing Yoshis you have to chase around even further, going to move on to try and, you know, catch up to this Priestess, figure out where she's gone. Where's she going to? She left?
Well, it looks like she's heading towards that first stop, sort of crossing over with the mercenary in her trajectory. But that's not going to be a problem because Yoshi is very smart and is going to ignore the mercenary as potential first chase. Oh, and getting that chip hit off and actually managing to get onto the coaster in time.
Oh no!
So the Priestess is not able to.
Oh, and second stop is off.
Like no, the second stop was turned off.
All right.
So, going on the little trip.
This is wonderful.
Day out.
Yeah, they are really letting Yoshi take a lot of trips today. We saw the tram, now we're seeing this. We are going to continue on with chase here. Yeah, a little bit of hunter enrichment. You know, it's an amusement park, and the hunter should also be amused. Going to place a beautiful bridge portal here in order to transition over into the second story house. Going to try and transition into there, but actually choosing instead to go on the bridge. Might be a little bit of a smarter decision with the statues, but we are seeing catch up here and going to be able to get that down. Flywheel was online, but not used in time for that main body hit, Bones.
And we're going to see some pretty good progress on the ciphers. Pretty standard. I'm going to assume that 55% cipher is the mercenaries, both due to him being mercenary and also because his the priest has kind of gotten his way for a second. But 2 ciphers are about to pop, so great containment initially for that priestess. And it is a bear in play, actually, so a little bit of improvement. Maybe that will mean RD will win this time because they are not playing Komida.
That is true. Yeah, that's a beautiful philosophy to have. Oh, but we actually are going to see a last effort on the priestess there. Our bear is not able to come in and perform a successful body block. Fortunately, now full health, able to come in for a second rescue if that is necessary. 2 ciphers have already been completed by the psychologist and the prospector respectively, with the prospector now in the area, able to harass and potentially, you know, get that struggle free for the priestess here.
Let's see. Yep, he's coming up from the bottom, going to drop a magnet right at the bottom of the stairs, and multiple magnets.
Okay. Oh my God.
Much to think about here.
Much to think about.
From that prospector, able to sort of interrupt the balloon carry and just body block for that priestess. Hopefully. No, we're not going to see that happen.
Beautiful magnet stuns.
Bypass the prospector and get that down. And unfortunately, the prospector has already used all 3 magnets at this time, so unable to come in for a little bit of a rebound harassment.
That is what they do. I don't know if anyone else has this experience while we are watching a little bit of Chisel Graveyard harassment on pin here. Luckily, Psychologist able to get rid of those chip damages, but prospectors I find... Oh, mercenary in the area for a rescue. Stream is feeling a little bit silly, but that's okay. Prospectors, if you don't see them all match and they have 3 magnets, I feel like they will use them. They have a mission to use every single one of them immediately, and it's so oh my goodness. Okay, not able to get the rescue off, but unfortunately forced into a down. The mercenary takes enough damage to be a full like Terror Shock level of damage there without an actual Terror Shock. Going to go down in just a few seconds here, Bones. So not looking too great, but they are actually able to have a final cipher there. We are seeing the Psychologist work on that final cipher for Prime, and actually whistling to the prospector with that remote heal in order to allow him to come in for the rescue while she works on that.
We're going to see that Chisel Graveyard come up again, trying to sort of sniff out that psychologist and her final cipher. But we are going to see Sai making a beeline to that chair, and does, I believe, have almost two magnets back in play. So I would assume that we are going to see those very, very shortly, as this chair is pressured. And that cipher is primed for the moment that the mercenary inevitably takes damage. One of them will take damage, the cipher will pop, and we will be entering our endgame very, very soon.
Very excited to see the endgame. So it seems that Sai is actually chosen for the final kite here, trying to get a statue down in order to sort of force a pop. That would be very unfortunate for the survivor side. Beautiful. I believe that was a... Okay. Yeah. Okay. Continuing on with the magnet here in order to vault down, get out of this area. Change to teleport. Teleporting over to the mercenary here, who is luckily on full health, so can take a detention hit. But Yoshi, have to continue on chase with this mercenary. We're seeing a beautiful comeback from RD in the second round. Now very, very aware of what they're dealing with Yoshi. They're going to, try and get those gates open, try and push so that this mercenary is able to get dungeon, which seems to be the game plan. Ooh, and that is not going to happen.
He is not going to be getting dungeons. He is going to be getting dirt on the ground. Yeah, but that was a very, very well communicated pop on the side of RD, just popping it almost out of nowhere, catching Yoshi off guard. And Yoshi also no longer has that teleport to work with, and we're going to see a two-man escape. Crazy endgame there.
Extremely insane. Very insane endgame. I loved every second of that match. I do not think I can handle more excitement because I will explode. We saw a lot of classical IDV plays there. I think that you could witness in any region, mercenaries accidentally taking a little bit too much damage sometimes. Prospectors getting very, very excited to use their magnets. Perhaps too excited between you and me. A little bit too excited. But those magnet stuns were extremely impressive. Just one after the other, after the other, after the other. How do you do that?
Yeah. Just
over and over again. Able to get the stun off for the rescue, and then the most vital part, of course, and I'm sure we all understand this, because I'm sure we've all had the experiences of the unfortunate time where a prospector comes in and says, I got you, I'm gonna help, I got it. And then they then they stun, and you get out, and then it's a short stun, and the hunter hits you again.
Yeah, but still able to use those magnets to buy the priestess just a little bit of time.
Just the rebound magnet that you kind of are not obligated to do, but is extremely helpful to the person that you are sort of support kiting with. I love support kiting with prospectors, and by that I mean I support kite with Lucian all the time, and we are really normal about it. Ooh, stats here. Bones, would you like to tell us about the stats?
Yeah, we are going to see the stats come up here. 250% decoding on the side of the psychologist, and 0 containment. She had the most wonderful match, and I love that for her. She was just relaxing, decoding, and getting that gate open. But yeah, 98-second kite on the mercenary, which was mostly comprised of rescuing and taking a lot of statue hits. And yeah, just overall, really good match for those survivors, able to just pressure those ciphers, and the amount of time that it took for the priestess to get sent back to the manor really worked in their favor. And that's just the beauty of priestess on Moonlit, is that she just will she will not go down. She will go down, but it will take a very long and very frustrating amount of time.
It will take an amount of it. I miss having a priestess badge, and they don't let me play her anymore.
I'm trying. I've started, I know Jupi pointed this out earlier in the chat, but I have started sort of playing priestess.
You have?
With
positive Jupi.
Questionable results. Yeah, but I find her fun, and it is very... It's very rewarding to have a good priestess match.
It is.
And it's very rewarding to annoy the hunter long enough to get that
the 3 escape,
that
the 4
containment
escape.
time up.
Yeah.
Yep, 3 escape, 4 escape. And it was a 2 escape this time.
Sorry, Lychee is here. I got extremely excited.
Oh, hello! I was not looking at the chat.
Hi, Lychee! Our stream is at a normal NEU time. Everyone say hello to Lychee. Lychee, my beloved. Sorry, I get so excited when Lychee is around. Actually, one of Lychee's dates, I will be there co-casting, which I'm very excited about. Lychee, of course, my beloved, the best analyst in the world. Don't tell the other analysts I said that. It's between all of us here in this stream. We are, we're having a silly time. We're having a good time. They were like, yeah, you can do a casual stream. So we've been, very casual.
Maybe a little bit too casual on my part, but
that's okay. I think that it's fun.
It's fine.
Okay, we're going to see Ryun on the hunter side again, loading in with our little band pigs here. Probably going to take Priestess out this time. You don't want to deal with her. It's very great. Very, very great. We are seeing our first bands loaded in. I believe that is actually the Mercenary and the Seer. So no more men with hoods on. No more.
Yeah, pretty strong bands, pretty standard. Still allowing that Priestess out of her corner. Possible that we will see her. Oh, and we're going to see the Antiquarian finally able to come out and play after matches upon matches of her being banned.
Yeah.
We're going to see that forward as well. I'm sorry, William, that I was not as excited to see you. I've seen you already in this stream. But we will see him again.
Their debut is so exciting. I love when they come out for the first time. We are actually going to see the Embalmer get banned alongside the Priestess. They're loading in her Harasser heavy comp so far. They might be looking to play a little bit aggressive. We see the Patient as well, which is extremely fun. We've been seeing a lot of him too. Prospector, no more. No more of that.
Mm-hmm.
He's been sent back
And this
to
is
the
such a
mines.
great map for that Patient as well. And
our
we're going
friend
to see a
Jose
first
Baden.
officer. Is he our friend though?
He's my friend.
He's my parasocial enemy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But we are going to see him regardless. And yeah, this is very. It almost feels like a traditional, sort of.
Mm-hmm.
With like these rescuers, these sort of double rescuer harassers, and the Patient in order to kind of stand in for that mercenary. But yeah, I'm very interested to see what BZ will do with this comp. I'm so excited to see the Antiquarian. And we've seen some beautiful plays, especially from these Patients on maps like Moonlit River Park, where there's so much to just hook off of.
So many hooks. There's so much joy in the hooks. Okay. Where are we going now? Where are we seeing now? Who are we going to see on the hunter side?
Oh, we will not see Clerk.
No! Sorry. Sorry.
This is for Cal, who I've seen has entered the chat. We're going to see a Hermit.
Organic reaction to seeing a Hermit. This is not the first time that I've yelled at a Hermit. Lychee has appeared, so that means that I can, while we were casting IVA together, there was a match where there was a Hermit, and he sort of appeared, and all I did was just, yell. All I could do was let out a scream. And I don't do that on the official tournaments, obviously, but every time, I know he's such a commentary nightmare because it's so long, but sometimes he's so fun to watch. There are instances, the Survivor teamwork against a Hermit is so impressive sometimes that it's, it flabbergasts me. But we're seeing the spawn load-ins here. Slow decoding, of course, is going to, on the forward side, is going to give the Hermit a little bit of an advantage. But if they're smart, if they're able to share their damage properly, that is going to be a problem. And if they do that, it's going to be even more of an issue in order to get those downs, especially with the harassers here, in order to, get those balloon rescues, and then force the Hermit to have even more time on the field doing a chase. It's a little bit sad.
Yeah, I would also be concerned about those exit gates as well, if the Antiquarian is the one left to decode them, because those gates already so slow with
really are.
the Antiquarian's decoding progress, and combine that with the Hermit. We're going to see Warden, actually. I believe this is the first time we've seen anything other than default.
Yay! Warden, our friend Warden. Or
B
no,
tier.
actually that's not real. He's not my friend. But we're going to see a transition over to Ola here. Looking out, finding that forward first. Following along, in this open area, trying to transition and rotate and hide away from that hermit, but unable to do so. They are not sharing damage quite yet, but if that were me, I probably would have tapped the Cypher a little bit just in order to share that damage with my teammates, but probably trying to not have everyone be extremely injured. Ola is going to transition over into this little tent area with the football, and then be forced to take some little connection there with the blue one.
And we've already got those ciphers started. And yeah, it looks like we will see if there is any. Yep, it looks like they are going to start switching their polarities, ready to tank some of that damage for the forward. I would not be surprised if we see a possible change in targets, especially since the forward is just such a difficult first chase.
Yeah.
But
Ooh,
and we're going to see
nice
here comes the
shot.
polarity.
But
And that is that is the one downside of playing Hermit, is that when you have all of those survivors taking that damage, it almost
Okay.
oh!
Nice! Counteracting the little sneeze of damage that the forward managed to acquire due to that really good shared polarity there. So with a beautiful blink, able to get that, and we still don't know what the ball is called, and we just keep calling it the ball. But able to get a beautiful down through the window there. Hermit's hitbox can be a nightmare, but especially through window hits, I find, that is when I want to cry the most when I'm playing against a Hermit.
He almost feels... That was a very... And I'm sorry for saying this, that was a very Lizard play. Just sort of using that ball teleport skill to just go a couple inches. It's sort of almost a substitute blink in that sense, and that's something that, I use the jump for on Lizard pretty often, just able to sort of break that distance. It's a blink when you're not expecting it. And sort of the added bonus with the polarity, able to stun the forward there. Just beautiful play on the side of Ryun.
Yeah, Bones, your analysis is so strong, and I love that all of it relates back to I as a Lizard main.
It's true!
Oh, watch for the first officer!
An off-meta pick.
Yeah, we are going to see the first officer transition over here. He's been a really strong pick so far, but able to, get that stun and cause the first officer to stop in his tracks. I've noticed a lot of hunters in tournaments, of course, and I do it myself sometimes, get really tripped up by what's going on with the first officer's watch. So the hypnosis, as it works, I'm sure we all know how it works, but it does mean that Jose moves forward, and his image is actually projected slower. Our little AI win rate prediction, which they also introduced for this COA and feels very appropriate for the space one, is telling us that we're likely looking at a 4 escape here, which is extremely good. I don't need a Lizard counter. It's only because I'm here with Bones. Slide play.
It's
going right
influence.
down. Wow. Look at him go.
And yeah, we are going to see that forward sort of using these very strong kiting areas, and
caught in the same one as well.
Using that little short ball teleport, reconnecting the ciphers again just to maximize that that shared transmission.
Basically, all of them have been started at this point. That one will be popped because of the shared polarity there. It can be a little bit difficult in order to work that out in your favor, but we are seeing a really strong start from Ryun here. 2 ciphers remaining, one of them is almost finished, one of them is on the way to prime, but if able to continue chase on the survivor and get it down before... Oh! Swapping the teleport actually, Bones, and heading all the way over to the cipher here in order to put pressure on it.
And we're going to see the Antiquarian highlighted for her very first time here in this video. And a little bit of freezing action here. Wow.
Oh, double down. Oh, that's the
wow,
nasty part of shared damage. It's happened to me quite a few times. I try not to let it happen, but it certainly does occur. With the shared damage there, you're able to prolong a kite, but also eventually you're going to go down too. So you really have to rely on the kiter's ability to push really far. Going to try and reconnect here, you don't want them to be able to long distance prime and pop that cipher, but they're going to be forced to heal and come in for this rescue, otherwise things are not going to work out in their favor at all. They can try and share the polarity and continue on that way, and it will work, but it's definitely a lot safer to maybe go for a heal here, Bones. What are your thoughts?
Watching Hermit is always just so fascinating because, everybody was up and then everybody was down. And just being able to pressure these final ciphers in these final moments of the match. Switching targets, beautiful. And yeah, just utilizing the Hermit's ability to sort of control the map. Picking him on Moonlit can be, kind of a double-edged sword, because he does have that great potential for map control, but if you're unable to utilize him to his full potential, that can very easily backfire. But oh wow!
Oh no!
We're going to see a
beautiful pop, though.
And they were actually
Beautiful
able
pop.
to get that cipher primed for a beautiful pop, pushing us into the end game.
Very wonderful pop there on their side, but unfortunately we are looking at another situation where these hunters are extremely good at pushing the survivors to their limits. They get them in a chair, they think they're going to be able to get maybe 3 men up at the end game, and then forced to pop the cipher after everything goes wrong at the chair. Definitely not the first time, and in fact, specifically the second time. A teleport over here to the first officer trying to do this gate, and another beautiful ability to figure out exactly where he is. So getting that stun off, and now the first officer is going to go down and be forced to be chaired. So Patient is going to have to try and push for that dungeon if they want to get anything other than a 4-man loss.
It does look like Patient is at that gate, but it is moving extremely slowly. We're going to start seeing that ball sort of be thrown all the way across. Is there a cooldown on that skill?
Yeah, I think you can charge it a few times, but he's used all he can of the big electric transport of his own. But unfortunately, I already used that teleport. The Patient will be able to get that gate open and escape. So we are looking at a 1-man escape. Very well earned, I think, too. The kites were very impressive all around. But as soon as Ryun got into a rhythm, we did see just the ability to make things happen.
And that's just the beauty of the Hermit as well. Like, that early game can start off slow, and sometimes not go anywhere at all. But once you hit that groove, once you hit that presence, you can see just beautiful work like that, able to just destroy everything in his path.
Very good at that, he is, in both life and in gameplay.
Yeah, and the chat is informing us who do not play Hermit that it's about a 15-second cooldown, but it can charge up a couple times. But yeah, just able to use those pretty well. All these new hunters have such complicated cooldown rules.
I know. I want to go back to the good old days of nothingness.
The good old days of, maybe they should give some of these to the lizard.
Should they? How much? How much should they give to the lizard? Just everything that's been
infinite jump.
Okay, let's get this straight.
No cooldown.
No cooldown. Infinite jump. And also, should the crash radius be greatly increased, so that when the lizard just even jumps within your vicinity, you immediately take damage?
Yeah. That's what it's like to play tarot.
That is true.
If you're playing lizard in tarot, I have done this about twice, and I was mad with power.
I bet you were.
I do not play tarot. I don't like tarot. It was Crystal Ball Tarot.
Crystal Ball Tarot is so
my
fun.
apologies for sort of messing up those game modes. I don't play tarot. I don't play Crystal Ball Tarot. I played it once. Completely mad with power. I haven't touched it since. But I think that version of the lizard is what we should see in game. But we are going to get back on topic and look at these match stats.
Great containment time. Ola's forward really spent a lot of time with the Hermit there and made it worthwhile. Unfortunately, Ryun, of course, was in that rhythm, able to, as soon as those presence skills were unlocked, to use them perfectly. So that was very, very, very great. I did love seeing all of that. I'm loving the idea for buffs in chat. I think that we should just buff every hunter so that they automatically win. But only when it's me playing hunter. Otherwise, I don't think that should happen.
Yeah, of course. Like, if I'm playing Survivor and I go against a lizard, I don't want to see that.
You don't want a map crash.
Play regular lizard. No.
Play normal. Play normal.
But if it's me, they should say, like, hey, for your great work doing this extremely informal stream, you get a personal lizard buff.
That is true. Yeah.
And I'll be like, thank you, Mr. Netease.
I live in fear every day that I'm going to accidentally get, like, half of Twitter to start saying Mr. Netease. because that's all I call
I
him.
think that would be that. It would be appropriate. It is
It
is
would.
Mr. Netease.
But that's how I feel. Like, I'm, like, talking about the company, or, like, I'm even talking about, like, I mean, we're friends, you're aware of the way I talk about my casting stuff, but I'll be like, oh, yeah, and today Mr. Nettie said that I need to... So, we're waiting on our band picks now. Have you played against a Night Watch yet? Just curious.
I have not, because I only play Hunter. Um,
That makes a lot of sense. I played against
I was thinking
5.
about this earlier because I was playing Hunter. And I was like, oh, I haven't seen a Night Watch yet.
I wonder why.
And I was like, oh yeah, it's because I'm the one trying to learn Naiad. So that's what I'm seeing
Naiad is
right
so
now.
fun. I love Naiad. I have a few Naiad.
It's going questionably. I see one survivor that I'm worried about. I gotta be bad for it. And I was like, no, we're going back to Lizard now.
That is so scary. You do
Not
have to go back
happening.
to Lizard.
It was fine though. I
From my experience so far with him, I've played against some who are clearly just playing him for the first or second time and getting the hang of it. But to be honest, and I'm only in, like, mid tier. I'm not very high. I'm trying to get back to Alicorn as it stands, but I did take a brief break. So some of the ones that I played against in a quick match were extremely scary. They knew exactly what they were doing already. Really good at controlling the wind. What you really need to be scared about is the way that it slows you down when he can pull you back fast. The general slow that he does is not as bad. You're usually able to kite that off if you get into the right area. At least, like, my experience with that. But anytime they dash forward, instant kill. Like, if you don't know what you're doing, you're screwed. There are definitely a lot of characters that are going to be really, really helpful for countering him. I played Psyche, so I'm very grateful for that, alongside Priestess and whatnot. But some other characters, I was playing in Balmer against one of the Night Watches I saw, who was very scary, and, like, had Patroller and, like, stuffed every rescue and was horrifying. And within Balmer, there's not anything I could do to make myself look any better.
Yeah.
Yay!
There's
Match time!
nothing you can do.
We are in our round 3
We are going to
finally.
return. Yep, and it looked like... Is that Sacred Heart?
I believe it might be.
I believe that is Sacred Heart.
I think that is Sacred Heart. If we're wrong...
I cannot see what the declined map was, so we are just going to disregard it.
I think they actually didn't block any map. That is what it seemed to be. Yeah. No,
Fascinating. Yeah, no map ban. But we are going to be seeing Sacred Heart, presumably. It does look like Sacred Heart.
But fingers crossed that we don't
and
do that.
that Seer, Antiquarian, and Barmaid as those first bans. Will we be seeing a Dream Witch, do you think?
I think it's possible. On Sacred Heart, it might be a little bit of a nightmare, but you can take Dream Witch anywhere if you're very confident. But I'm very curious. Yoshi is really good with the map control. I can definitely see a very, very strong Dream Witch on Yoshi's side, but I'm unsure exactly who will be pulled out. We are going to see the prior to Hunter's band. You know, of course, you want to do that. You want to get out of the way with everything that you've seen before. We are going to see our first 2 survivor picks soon. Based on what we've seen so far, what are your thoughts? What might be coming on the field?
I would say likely a mercenary. Well, we are in fact going to be seeing the mercenary.
Yay!
And the psychologist. Definitely very strong picks, very tanky picks. Pretty in line with what we've seen so far. Yeah.
Looking good. Feeling good.
And pretty good in terms of what's been banned already. Those, the Seer and the Barmaid, both not great against, single hit hunters like the Geisha, like the Dream Witch, maybe even a Bloody Queen. But yeah, sort of working with those bans and picking things that are still not very good if you're looking to ban survivors that take too long to get down. Picking that mercenary, picking that psychologist.
Ooh,
they
no more
also
Hullabaloo.
take too long.
No more Hullabaloo. They've
No more
banned
Hullabaloo.
the Acrobat and the Dancer in one sweep.
See a wildly or a weepy clown?
Maybe not on Sacred, but would be fun. Oh, Mechanic!
Oh.
Potentially seeing a Mechanic login, which is very exciting. John here to kindly remind us that you don't block in Best of 3, which does make a lot of sense, and that totally slipped my mind. I was like, yeah, there's no block. I don't think that they block, but I wasn't sure. We didn't see a lot of Best of 3s when we did the other tournaments. We're going to see the Mechanic get locked in here. Very, very exciting. They could potentially be going for just a draw situation. Our final ban, of course, Prospector. No more of that guy. We're not letting Norton come out of the mines. He has to stay down there.
good. Um, yeah, but we will be seeing who this final pick is for RD in just a moment,
No!
and we're going to see a prisoner.
Oh my god! Luca Balsa
Luca
the
Balsa
prisoner.
let out of the
They've
back
let him
and
out.
into the front.
They're really pushing decoding with this comp, so I'm
Yeah.
unsure what the goal is, what they're going for. Possibly attempting, just specifically a draw at this point. But a double decoder comp is extremely interesting. Yeah, usually you pick one or the other, so I'm very intrigued as to why they've let the prisoner out of his cage, but I'm not disappointed or upset, just very, very, very intrigued as to how he'll be utilized here. I do expect sort of a kite-heavy build, usual mercenary only tied, everyone else ready and raring to go, but I do think that, yeah, definitely probably going for a draw with this comp.
Definitely with that mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we will see. I was saying that we weren't seeing anything that we hadn't already seen, and then they're going to hit us with that prisoner.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, yeah, but I mean, he does have his perks. Being able to sort of send decoding to other ciphers, helping out that mercenary, especially with the slower decoding. And even able to pick up ciphers that have been started and finished. And we are going to be seeing that Dream Witch coming out. Interesting choice for Sacred Heart of all maps, but this is Yoshi. We've seen how crazy Yoshi can get, and I have faith.
I too have faith. I have a lot of faith. I'm very excited to see Dreamwitch. So is everyone else watching. All 10 of you are going absolutely insane about Dreamwitch. I understand. I would as well. I
11.
am as well.
There's 11.
Oh my god, there's 11 now. I'm one
all
of
11
them,
of us.
So it's 10.
Oh, I'm also one of them. So
okay, the 9 of you that are watching, actually, Bones and I are capable of simple math. What else we're capable of is talking about the spawn picks. Optimal chase, Bones, what are your thoughts, and why is it the prisoner?
Yeah, no, it's the prisoner because after that first shock, he has nothing.
Nope.
Except for,
Nada.
no other debuffs. But yeah. Starting off in the hospital, we could possibly be seeing a switch to the mechanic or a switch to the psychologist, but those are just too far away.
Yeah, I think definitely a mechanic or a prisoner, absolutely optimal chase. You want to get that bot out of the way. You want to be able to deal with that prisoner as well. So with a double decoder comp, it pushes your decoding double, but it also increases the hunter's sort of like optimal target pool. So you're kind of in a rock and a hard place. Do you want to get rid of the prisoner's ability to connect the ciphers and push for other decoders to, make up for when they can't do what they need to do? Or do you want to be able to sort of push in an area where you can then monitor what's going on in a way where you don't want to deal with the mechanic bot either?
And I would almost say the prisoner almost kind of has an edge, a little bit of an edge, on over that mechanic, just because mechanic, after that a bot is gone, there's really nothing that she can do with her decoding if everybody else on the team is injured.
Okay,
we are going to see
already.
Tomie.
Yeah.
And, yep, dropping the bot already
Going
and on the run.
The mechanic. So, saying this is a bigger problem, let us just leave the prisoner to be. Let's get that first leech going and let's wait for the spawn follower to catch up, which it is. We see our little Tomie coming into play here to follow along, out on the playground, hanging out of the Sacred Heart Hospital, going for a walk. We are going to see a continued chase on the mechanic and the creation of a very quick sandwich situation as it is coming in. Not perfected yet, but we're getting there, and a spawn follower hit, which is not something you ever want to give to a Dream Witch.
Yep, leaving that leech behind and just taking that hit from the spawn follower, and there are absolutely no problems with Yochi's ability to catch up to that mechanic and continue this first chase. But we are going to see the psychologist come in, and wow!
Oh my goodness!
With that clutch heal just immediately during the time that it takes for Yochi to catch up, and prolonging the mechanic's kite even longer.
Yeah, patroller being utilized as well in order to continue on with this. We are actually going to see the prisoners in this area in the birdcage of the Sacred Heart Hospital, which is one of 5 callouts I probably have memorized. I'm going to put a second patroller here with a leech follower right behind, so able to get a quick down. Beautiful flywheel, but still going to be stopped by that dog soon and knocked down further by the leech follower there. Going to approach with the main body, put another leech on the mechanic, and she will be cheered within a few seconds, I think. Probably going to put some pressure on this prisoner here in the birdcage who has already transitioned out and now has to abandon Cypher Cypher that is almost completely done. Can do a connection in order to sort of fix that all up and, get that done, but with a follower right there, it might not happen. Yep, it is going to land exactly like that, Bones.
Yep, just breaking that connection. And I almost question the choice on RD's side. It probably doesn't matter. But just using that accessory that is just a big pale blue circle that is like, is that Spring Hand?
that is Spring Hand! Coming in for a rescue. That's a little bit botched.
Brought an 8-year-old onto the field.
They did. They've let him out. They have let Springhand out into the field and are continuing to chase Springhand as well. I am loving the costume changes. If RD is anything, they are well coordinated and both in their skill set and in their fashions. Yeah. We're going to see the dungeon to spawn in this area. Mechanic kind of trying to die in a corner here. A beautiful shot from the prisoner going to disrupt that connection there and get rid of it. And now we are going to see Pin go back on chair with no harassers to take her down.
Yeah, beautiful work by Yoshi, able to just take this mechanic out of play. But we are going to see that we're at 2 ciphers remaining, and it's very nearly no ciphers remaining, with one of them at 90, 95, 96, and the other one approaching 80% very rapidly. That is, the beauty of a double decoder situation. Even though that
beauty has gone down.
The prisoner is going to be taken out of the equation.
That's the beauty of the double decoder situation. We pan back to the prisoner being just absolutely nerfed. Actually want to bring over to this chair area here. We have just seen a rescue go off. So a follower already waiting, in the area, and then we are going to continue on. We've got that cipher ready and raring to go. It is prime, just waiting on that pop in order to make it happen. We're going to see broken windows on the prisoner there, which is pretty good to carry on him, in my opinion, although, you can carry whatever you're comfortable with. But the speed boosts, I think, do him really well, especially with the shock in his kit. But we're transitioning over now. We are following along to that cipher, and it is now going to be popped bones. Springhand, he is trying to get rid of the follower, but the dog is saying, you can't do that. We want to keep you around. So, now we've got to push those gates. We've got to prevent Springhand from being killed, but we can't do it. He is going to take a hit, a detention hit, and we're going to teleport as well.
A switch to teleport after that. After that patroller to sort of secure the down on the child. Yeah, we are going to, even though all four, that gate is going to be opened very, very shortly if Tomie is not able to catch up.
Yeah, we're seeing the psychologist in this area here, kiting around this little house here. I believe that we're seeing the inference accessory on that cipher actually in the middle. But we are going to, watch them continue and push these gates. Prisoner has opened one. Now we just need to get the other one open. We are seeing, of course, a heal, I believe. I think that's the mechanic's bot helping to heal up here. It is a chair shock on the bot. We're seeing Zekai, waiting to get that heal up, but unfortunately not able to do it and put in balloons.
Wow.
That is a win in this match, a 3-man escape. You are, that is truly, power of Cypher Rush and the ability to, even kite with those characters that are maybe not optimal. As a Dream Witch especially, Cypher Rush is your enemy. You have to be able to counteract it with those followers, and it just did not happen at that point. But beautiful strategy from both sides, I believe, in that match. Very impressive.
Yep.
He did for real have the inference accessory.
Yeah, he did. I apologize. My stream cut out for part of that end games.
Do you want to hear a fun secret?
Yeah.
So when you cast actual Koa and stuff like that, no fault of anyone, but you're gonna run into technical difficulties because you're on Discord. So sometimes when I was casting, the screen would just, cause on my end, I was using a plug-in for a green screen. So my Wi-Fi is fine, obviously, as you can tell from the stream being pretty smooth right now, but I don't run an actual green screen. I will be buying one before main stage Koa if they let me back in, but I don't have one, so I have to use a plugin to put the background up, which means that my Discord will lag quite a bit because the OBS uses like a crazy amount of my CPU. We're getting into stats. I'm going to finish this out really quick, but it meant that sometimes when we were watching matches, they would just get so pixelated to me that I was like guessing at what was going on. But I am very good at that, fortunately, which is probably the main skill that you need for casting. It's like when you play Survivor and Hunter, it's like recovering from your mistakes and whatnot is the best thing to do. I feel similar about casting. Oh, thank you so much. This is so sweet. But our stats here. Bones, I will let you talk now. What are your thoughts on our stats? Tell us about the stats.
All right. Yeah, almost 100% decoding from every survivor other than the mercenary. for
Not carrying his weight.
semi-obvious reasons. He did fine for what it was. He did get those, I believe, 3 rescues.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Under
Okay,
his
carrying
belt.
his weight.
So yeah, very impressive. Yeah, we are going to see only a 62-second kite from the mechanic, which I suppose that is the nature of a Dream Witch.
Yeah, impressive
with those kite calculation times.
The Dream Witch considered, but and able to finish the cipher, and that I think is the beauty of the mechanic as well. You can do so much with her, with that bot especially.
Having that pseudo 5th survivor on the field, able to, almost heal up the mercenary in time. I wonder, it very well could have been a 4 escape match if that heal had gone off on the mercenary, and possibly a body block from that bot as well in the end game. Clearly that did not happen. But it just goes to show, the greatness of the mechanic, and really just her potential as a character, especially on a map like Sacred Heart, which is just so good for the survivors.
Oh, absolutely. We are looking at a very interesting situation here. We're looking at very good points. Goodness, final stages are so exciting. Everybody really knows what they're doing, and they're a little bit wild about it, like in a good way, but very, very exciting. We also don't have to take a break, but we'll take a brief little break when they cut to break after this match, mostly because I want to go get a snack. This is my fair warning. You might still have Bones with you. You might not. I might just mute everything and leave it be for like 5 minutes, but
I can entertain. I'm very entertaining.
That's good. Bones will continue to entertain you guys while I go get a snack after we watch this match. I'm very excited, especially after that double decoder comp with the Cypher Rush. That totally worked out in favor. Bones, it seems that they're excited for base snack time, and your friends are doubting your ability to entertain for that long.
Wow. And here I thought I had supporters.
But I'm your supporter, so it's okay.
Yeah, that's it. That's the only person on my side is Veronica. Tell us about the lore, Bones. Yeah, I can do that.
You can do that. I'm so excited to do that. I have like 3 scripts on my Google Drive that are like in progress, and I'm working on them. I can talk about this because we're on stream, and I'm not limited by Twitter characters.
Talk about
this. So basically, I've adopted a format where I can talk about like everything possible for a lore video, because I feel like when you're doing one of those, it's not as fun to just go over the base deductions and the story and what they mean. So I decided, and the reason that I haven't finished it yet, because it's taking so long to include all of that and make it like cohesive, I want to go over like every single event that a character has been in to tell you how that adds to their lore and their personality, which means that of course in my demi script I get to mention that on twitter.com when she does replies she uses like Valley Girl slang words, and it is so cute, but it's also so funny, and I cannot wait to like remind people that Demi says like OMG and totes all the time. What year is she from? I don't know, but she should be with us right now.
She should, and she could be. Maybe the real Demi Bourbon has been with us this entire time.
Really? Wow. Thank you, Mr. Netease, for making Demi Bourbon real. I'm sure it was very expensive.
Well, hopefully she will not get banned right away in this matchup. But we are going to head into the pick screen with Ryun as our hunter again, and our very familiar lineup on the side of BZ. We're going to see those bans come in pretty quickly. Veronica, what do you think we're going to see for our first ban?
I think that we are going to probably get maybe Mercenary out of the way, Antiquarian for sure, maybe Forward, Seer, of course, being taken out, I believe. Priestess, Seer, and I believe that's a Mercenary. Oh, no, that's a Forward. Whoops.
That is a Forward,
same,
yep.
I guess. We're getting rid of those 3 off the bat. Very strong, very S-tier meta survivors. You don't want to deal with them for too long. So I don't blame at all. I do not blame them. I believe Hunter-wise, we will probably see a ban on Hermit. And we will likely see, a ban, respect ban on, of course, the Geisha and the Hermit there.
Yep, just getting rid of what's maybe not, but already been proven to work and already been proven to be played, just to sort of throw a wrench in Ryun's presumable lineup of hunters.
Very impressive.
But yeah, those picks should be coming in momentarily. I would expect a Mercenary again, just because he hasn't been taken off the field yet. Possibly another psychologist. And
Yay!
we are going to see Norton make his return to the field
I love when they
as
bring
one
out
of our first
green
picks.
men in. They're green. We are seeing Norton and Nibout. Prospector Mercenary, we're going to, see how they play on the field. Of course, both very vital. On Sacred Heart, lots of areas for the Prospector to do very good bans. More bans coming in. The Antiquarian and the Patient will not be allowed to come out to play today. Instead, we will be seeing someone else come out who is not any of the survivors that have banned so far, considering they are not.
I think we should see a
allowed on the
perfumer.
field. I think instead we will see an acrobat, and he's my friend.
We are going to
so-
see an acrobat instead. That is your friend. He
This is my friend.
arrived.
Maybe your friend will come out as well. Acrobat! We have not seen Acrobat yet today, as far as I'm aware. I actually was going to line up my plushies in the background of this, and then I was too lazy to get them out. Furthermore,
When we go on a break, I think we should bring them out.
maybe I actually put my wick purse. I have a wick purse, against the rabbit that's in the back there, and you cannot even see it. So it's not great. I did my best though. I did also move my hamster cage to the floor for his personal privacy. And before we got started, he was running around and eating extremely loud. And every 5 seconds, I'd be like, "Beast, what are you doing?" And Bones just had to sit there and deal with that. Yes, Acrobat is Embalmer. But real quick, yes, Acrobat is an extremely meta character. He was brought up into the meta, I believe, last year. We haven't seen him as much, but he's been banned extremely often this time around. They don't want to deal with him. His bombs are extremely useful for both support and kite, and he has no debuffs that are too much of a problem. He does have the gate decoding debuff, but that's not too much of an issue. You can just put someone else on the gate, or you can buy enough time for him to get it open, especially because he can kite away from the gate pretty easily with the bombs. Very useful. Mike is wonderful to have around. I am biased towards him. I should clarify that at the end of all of this.
Yes, and we are going to see that first officer as our last ban.
Goodbye.
Pretty,
You could say,
solid ban. And leaving.
we are in a no way Jose situation.
Perhaps we could.
I think I will.
Perhaps we
I will
could say that.
I will say it. I did, actually.
Yep. You did say that.
You're not
I
rocking
fully
with it.
expect there to be a clip of that upcoming.
Yeah. No, I don't.
but
I think the
yeah.
only clip that will exist of this stream actually is, "Oh my God, Mary!" The only clip
we
that's
are
going
going to see that
exist
Bloody Queen.
is you yelling as that spring hand at the top of your lungs.
I wasn't expecting him. I wasn't expecting him to
From now
be let out of
on.
daycare.
Bones will try to be aware of whether or not the mercenary is going to be wearing spring hand. But we have beautiful, beautiful Bloody Queen out. I don't know why I started talking and then was like, "Oh, I'll take a drink." We're on a live stream. But I'm very excited. We are, the Bloody Queen, of course, team in the lead for this match, but I'm very, very excited to see what happens here. Okay, we're seeing our spawn locations. Optimal chase, Bones. What are your thoughts on optimal chase?
I would say probably the Embalmer, just because we are looking at a Bloody Queen, and in just, I believe, like 7 seconds,
Yeah.
she'll be able to mirror right over there into that area. Possibly the Prospector, but especially in such a tight space like the hospital, it's very hard to avoid those magnets. Even if, as Prospectors do, they will use all of them at once.
Of course.
But
And sometimes they're really good at it.
sometimes they're really good at it. Sometimes they're not. But most of the time we assume going into, Call of the Abyss that we are looking at good Prospectors.
Good
unless we
Prospector.
are in Southeast Asia.
Prospectors that are our friends.
Prospectors can sometimes be our friends. But yeah, we are going to see, probably, I would assume that Embalmer is
Yeah.
going to be our first chase.
Yeah,
just
definitely
because,
Embalmer for first chase with a mirror. Otherwise, Prospector also pretty viable in terms of chase. Able to put up that mirror and not have to deal with the magnets as much as any other hunter would. Very excited to see if that happens. Oh, I love this little beat here. We are going
Accused
to watch her
Duchess.
begin on... That is not Accused Duchess.
I'm pretty sure. No, that's the other one.
Yes, it's the other one.
The other
We
one
are going to
that I
actually go on to the Embalmer here.
We're gonna ignore that I said that.
We'll pretend it didn't happen. Just as you predicted, Mirror in a beautiful hit right away. I believe that is Hamlet. Hello, Hamlet. Let us continue on our chase here. Lo-Fi is going to transition over into another palette area. Mirror, we're waiting for it to be off of, it's on a 15-second cooldown now, so going to have to, not have to deal with that Mirror at this moment, but other things you gotta be a little bit wary of. So we are now watching Lo-Fi kite around at this point in time. We are going to see what happens. The Mirror, of course, I think Ryun is just waiting for that Mirror to be up in order to continue chase, but actually not even having to use it. Ooh, beautiful first down, really quick. Coffin maybe will be utilized, Bones. Maybe, not a lot of time was bought with that kite. Might need to buy that time with that self-rescue.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to wait to see the Embalmer, see that chair before that Coffin is utilized. But yeah, a beautiful mind game on the side of Ryun, able to sort of just psych out that Embalmer long enough. We're not actually going to see the Coffin used. Definitely relying on those teammates to be able to pull off a save before half.
I believe the mercenary
just to make sure that the Coffin doesn't go to waste.
Is preparing for that rescue. The other survivors are decoding. Mercenary in the area getting ready to go. Going to use that mirror in order to sort of target it to the nearest survivor. But mercenary able to come in for the rescue. Can use that Coffin on second chair now, which hopefully won't come too soon, but it's really possible that it might. Prospector in the area as well. Last driver has been popped on the Embalmer, going to try and get far away from that Coffin, but the Prospector, I think, is going to try and achieve one of those balloon rescues if Anne does choose to come back in the area and harass for that Embalmer's sake, and that will be what we see happening. But the Mirror coming into play in order to scare that Prospector away from the Bloody Queen. Ooh! Oh no.
Oh wow.
Oh no!
Oh, that's...
Oh no! Oh! Okay!
Wow, a bit of redemption magnets going on
Whoa,
here for that
stun.
Prospector, and a beautiful stun into the stairs, pulling her away from that Embalmer, and just buying a little bit more time for Lo-Fi to kite.
We're going to see Lo-Fi continue to loop around this hospital. Always really strong to use hospital to your advantage. As a hunter, it's a little bit of a nightmare, but when it comes to playing Survivor, it is your best friend. Going to put the Coffin down in this area and actually avoid a hit there. A blink, beautiful blink in order to get that on that Embalmer, who will be forced to Coffin after being put on chair. And, it's right in front of the Bloody Queen here. So you're going to have to be really, really careful with that rebound, Bones.
Possibly not the best situation for Lo-Fi at this moment, but, 3 ciphers remaining. One of them is nearly done. The other 2 have been started. Not a lot of progress on them, but they've still been started. That's more than nothing. And yeah, able to just swap targets and keep an eye on that Embalmer. And kind of just waiting out that shield.
Oh no.
Oh.
But beautiful play for Ryun. Not great for the Survivor side, but absolutely wonderful Ryun play there. Really, really strong with this Bloody Queen. Prospector coming in to try and get another save. This one is all or nothing, Bones. If this save is not achieved, we are now looking at a situation where, we're going to be losing the Embalmer. And that is the situation we're looking at. We're looking at it right in the eyes. So
now.
Aesop Carl will be sent back to the manor. Goodbye, Aesop Carl. I'm sure that makes him extremely happy, though. We are seeing now 2 survivors pushing on that cipher there. I lied, that's just the Acrobat. The Acrobat, however, decoding, working on that cipher. Ola now transitioning out of that area, considering the Bloody Queen has put up the mirror and ready to start chase on this Acrobat. So we might be seeing exactly why Acrobat has been rising up in the meta with some really good bomb plays here, possibly. Hopefully. I would like to see that.
Definitely in a good area to utilize them as well, with this little loop with the walls and the pallets. And yeah, able to just buy a little bit more time. It looks like that cipher will be popping very momentarily. And work will begin on that last cipher.
Ooh, okay, not able to get the bomb off in time, choosing not to jump yet. So we are going to continue chasing this Acrobat here. Actually, having to follow along a little bit, did buy some distance, which was great. But seemingly might actually be transitioning over to the cipher that Anne has begun on that Prospector. So choosing to chase the Prospector instead after seemingly losing the Acrobat. Mercenary, however, working on a primed cipher right where the Acrobat was earlier. Dungeon in this area, so Anne is going to have to be really careful and wait for that cipher prime to happen.
And that mirror is coming up, but that cipher is primed, so we will likely be seeing that pop.
Yay!
Yep, there we are, and we are going to be entering the end game. 3 survivors on the field for BZ. And, well, I mean, they do call her the Tie Queen for a reason.
That is true. She's very good at those. And continuing on, throwing another magnet, but missing both of them on Ryun here, who is waiting for excitement to come online, using it in order to try and land a hit, but using it a little bit too early, Bones. Managing to get the down anyway with the mirror, a beautiful play on Ryun's part. Now able to put that prospector on the chair and achieve that draw, just as you predicted would happen.
Yep, and in the time that it took for that, heading to the basement, probably
Not
trying
letting that
to.
mercenary come in to potentially
Yep,
get
noticing
more than
that those, despite the gate being open, those survivors are not leaving. Probably, definitely hoping to clutch a rescue here.
Yeah, difficult situation though. We've got Ola in the area trying to serve as a distraction. We've got 920 coming in for that rescue on the mercenary, but in the basement sometimes it's a really tricky situation, very very difficult. Dungeon in this area, of course, maybe trying to get that prospector out and achieve that. And we've unfortunately got the acrobat decoding a new gate, which, as I mentioned earlier, acrobat can do a lot of things. He cannot open the exit gate though.
Yeah, and definitely not having that tide to utilize is going to make this basement rescue extremely difficult if it does happen, but it almost appears like 920 may not go for it. May go for it, may not. Oh, and actually canceling that elbow pad that 920 was trying to use to get into the basement, leaving him with one remaining.
A little pause in
there
the match.
has been a pause.
That's okay. It happens. It's fun. We've cut to a little pause screen, but it is definitely looking like a winning position for Ryun here. Really, really impressive play. Very, very smooth left button queen. The mirror placements were extremely beautiful, Bones. Knew exactly where to put them and how to trap the survivors with them, and that was great. I think we have a few more seconds of match to catch. Afterwards, they might just jump right to the end of it, but pauses are hit and miss. Sometimes you miss a little bit, sometimes you get to see all of them, but very, very very interesting.
Well, the hit did go through on that mercenary, but it did not go through on that prospector, I believe. In the final second before the pause. It looked a little bit like a double hit, but I don't think it... Oh, it was!
It was, yeah. Beautiful double hit.
The double hit.
Really good with those
gorgeous
mirrors.
work by Ryun, yep. But we will see if that mercenary is able to use that final elbow pad either to hit, maybe reach the dungeon?
Yes, going to the dungeon here. And it's open. The acrobats got out of the gate and they were able to achieve a draw.
Wow.
RD is going to take this round, which means that, they're the winner for this. They get to go through with some representation, I believe, on the HMT area. Actually, wonderful, wonderful matches to watch, Bones. I will let you compliment and go over about them, and I will be right back in just a second. But Bones will entertain you all so very nicely.
All right.
Really fun.
So it's just me now.
It's just you in a second. I'm preparing a little surprise.
Okay.
Whatever that means. Don't ask me what that means.
A little bit concerning. Regardless, though, yeah, beautiful work from both teams. And it is a little bit surprising almost, but I suppose, just the fact that Yoshi, had that beautiful clerk. I see now.
Yeah, I'll be back, Bones.
I'm here with Victor Ball, actually. Veronica is no longer here. No longer, this is my co-caster, Victor Ball. Unfortunately, he is mute, so he will not be saying anything. Leaving it to me to sort of pick up the slack. But yeah, definitely, I will miss Yochi's clerk, because that was some of the most insane clerk gameplay that I've ever seen. And there have been a lot of crazy clerks throughout these qualifiers, throughout Call of the Abyss in general. But yeah, Ryun's Hermit, Ryun's just sort of, I feel like that versatility in Hunters was what clutched it for RD, just able to utilize, sort of not as affected by the bans, having just a deeper Hunter pool than Yoshi, able to, not as affected, just having that versatility within the Hunters, having more mains, having more ability to sort of adapt to the maps, to the survivors, standing in the way to victory, while Yoshi, after that first clerk match, clerk gets banned, what do you do after that when you're a specialty hunter like that? But, that's also You know, if BZ had a backup hunter that could have come out, I don't recall what the lineup was, and if there was a backup hunter at all. But that is, you know, something that can definitely help teams in that sort of situation where, you know, you have a hunter who's really, really good at one thing. We see that a lot in teams where their hunter will be known for one thing, especially, you know, if I was on a team, I would obviously be known for that lizard. And then after the lizard gets banned, it's like, well, I don't know what I'm going to do now. We're going to need to move on, maybe find somebody else who can do a little bit more. This is why I don't play in teams, because I have my one trick. Hello, welcome
Hi.
welcome back.
I'm back
almost.
now.
There we are.
How's everyone doing?
I brought up the lizard again.
Oh, Bones! I don't know what I expected. I was like, Bones, can you babysit? And you were like, oh, you know, I'm just gonna...
I'm like, oh, lizard time?
Crazy. Bones sweep, go crazy. Unfortunately, I have confiscated Victor. I'm here now, but if you guys prefer him, there he is. It is.
I do enjoy Victor
I
Ball.
know, it's so fun. Beautiful plays. Oh my god, RD certainly deserving to qualify. It was extremely impressive. I loved every second of all of those. We'll be hopping into another matchup in a few seconds because I'll skip over to the break to get there. But chit chat first, of course. Casting while not at COA is like objectively the funniest thing to do because it means I can just be like full-time silly. And anyone who knows me personally, like Bones does, knows that I'm unfortunately I have the full-time sillies. So I'm like, oh, L plus ratio plus having fun plus playing. And this is this is the NAU access to this qualifier, so. However, let us get into what is next for us. Here's our little break here, little highlights. Okay, let me skip back. Let's not scare Bones with Jose. Unfortunately, I think it's gonna happen.
It will.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
It's fine. I enjoy seeing him sometimes.
Mm-hmm. That's good. We're looking at MIP first, MIP, if you will. Is that a Hell Ember? It's definitely a lie.
It is a Hell Ember, but
that's really exciting for you to see.
I'm going to assume. Yeah, I'm going to assume that it is as the appearance of Lucky Guy was in the previous matchup. That is a lie. They are lying to us. We will not be seeing a Hell Ember. But we did see a Hell Ember in Japanese qualifiers, and that was very, very exciting.
We practiced with that. It was extremely fun. We're going to see a Chi-Chi here on their side. So one of the survivors they have lined up, 7. Really good stats here. You know, the stats are becoming even more and more impressive nowadays, I think, as we go further in our qualifiers. Senka here on the first officer, again with some very good stats. I like that they include their like best deductions. We don't have that on the other tourneys. So I'm like, ooh, your average points. What are you coming out of here with?
8,007.0.
I admire the evenness. Oh my god, my skin collection. Hi, Kevin the Cowboy. Vodka? Loving this. Loving every second
he's
of
having
this.
he's having fun. He's you know, maybe getting a little bit silly on the field. I feel like that is how most Kevin mains play.
That is, yeah.
With maybe a little bit of vodka, maybe a little bit of sillies. We are going to hopefully maybe see a cowboy. I would like to see a cowboy personally. He was my very first main.
Yeah.
And yeah, we've seen him just a little bit, a little bit more over as the years have gone by. But we've been kind of seeing him break in. Maybe we will see a seer.
Maybe, for once. We are seeing seer loaded in as a possible selected favorite here. We're going to see our first hunter on the field. The hunter points are always so high. 33.3, so we could be looking, you know, at least a draw. I believe that is their elimination. No. Yeah, it's like their 4-kill rate or something of the sort. Usually I can sort them out a little bit better, but unfortunately,
win rates are not bad.
I do not know the text. So
yeah,
we're guessing, but we're good at it. We're guessing with love, and we're very impressed at everything they do. So at least there's that.
Yeah, I mean, well, I feel like it's a little bit less likely if they only have a 30% win rate with a 60% 4-kill.
That's true. We've figured it out.
We're moving on to this other team.
I see him again. Oh, this is even better. I know what's coming. I'm so excited to see So excited.
Luca Balsa?
No.
Or Ganji Gupta?
Ganji Gupta, of course.
Ganji Gupta.
I was like, oh, there he is again.
I wasn't
prisoner.
sure if
And
there
I
was a
like,
little
oh my
bit
God,
of dread
batter.
in that statement, which would be reserved for the prisoner down there at the bottom of our screen. But we may be seeing a breaking wheel.
Yeah.
We've been seeing less and less of since
again.
flywheel has been implemented.
Would love to see a wheel again.
Yep.
There he is!
We're going to see Hachan coming up first on that batter. Hopefully we see a batter. I love watching the batter gameplay. That 85-second kite, possibly.
I hope.
If that is the stat I'm looking at.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope that everyone in my house is not picking up my mic. Unfortunately, I do not control the speed at which they come downstairs.
It's okay. My cat was screaming at my door a little while ago.
Oh my god, she was. I couldn't hear her. Bones' cat
was.
Lola has a parasocial relationship with them.
Yeah.
Another first officer we're going to see actually on S side. So we're seeing a lot of those. Lots of first officer. He is one of the most optimal rescues that we have in the meta at the moment. Psychologist as well. I love psychologist. She is my sweetie. I love to see her get played. So some very strong mains lined up here. Definitely very things that are very, very possible to actually see on the field today. Could make for a very strong lineup. You know, when you have a psychologist and you have a rescue like a first officer or an assist harasser like a batter or a prospector, you are able to, you know, use your remote heal and then gain a little bit more time for your team by letting them go in for the rescue again, and you can stay at your cipher, not have to come all the way over, which is always great. Yep. Hello, Barmaid. You are a personal friend of mine. I stole your name for all of my social media.
We did just see that psychologist remote healing basically just win a match by healing that mechanic mid-kite. So maybe we'll see that again. Who knows? But yeah, Demi Bourbon, always a welcome introduction to a team.
Clark,
and we are going to see
wild
Clark
stats
as well
here.
with
They seem to be
very
maxed
wild
out.
stats here. I'm not sure how accurate all things considered, but maybe they are. Maybe they picked a very, very small sample size for these stats, possibly one match.
Yeah,
one really good match.
They get a little silly. Sometimes they're very strong in what they do. So.
Or maybe Kurai is just that cracked at the game.
Maybe, yeah. No, that's absolutely
we don't
possible.
Know. That's always a possibility.
No idea, but it is absolutely a possibility. It is totally, absolutely a possibility. Maybe we'll see that Clerk come onto the field today. Again, I love seeing a lot of Clerk. It's my favorite.
We will definitely be seeing Clerk come out onto the field again. I feel like that's almost a guarantee. I promise.
Okay, if you promise, then we're good.
I do.
I'm going to give us a little more skippy, and we're going to get into our next match. So we're going to see Moonlight get banned. ESPS, I believe, is on the Hunter side. Yep. And we are seeing
to Arms Factory
on the Survivor side. So we're on Arms. Arms is a good starting map, Bones. What are your thoughts on Arms?
Well, it looks like if MIP does in fact have a Hell Ember on their team, perhaps we will see that happen on this map for no other reason other than it would be funny. However, you know, that Antiquarian first ban, pretty solid. We could be looking at a lot of things coming out of Kurai, possibly that very, very strong Clerk, but we are going to see the female Dancer and the Prospector as our first picks on the side of MIP.
Dancer, my friend, Dancer. Excited to see her come out. There are a lot of really good places for her to place those boxes. Seeing some excitement or not excitement, but hope for Naya in chat. There was definitely an arms match with Naya during the Southeast Asia qualifiers, and was absolutely just able to take that Dancer out. No ability to, use those boxes properly. So, it could be a strong pick. We might be going for arms. I believe you also tend to see Dream Wedge, especially because you can have two ciphers spawn in the center. The Barmaid ban does point towards a Dream Wedge. Barmaid has become a little bit of a hassle for hunters in general nowadays, but sort of classically, Barmaid would be banned a lot in terms of anticipating, the survivors picking her to counter Dream Wedge. Mercenary, hello! Welcome out, Mercenary. We're looking at a sort of pink and green lineup. They're quite complimentary, and it looks like the stream setup.
Yeah, and we are going to see the return of our little friends in the corner reappearing on the screen, which is always nice to see. But yeah, I do wonder. We could also possibly see another Bloody Queen. Always fun on Arms Factory to see that, and it looks like I Is that the batter ban?
Yeah, I believe the batter's been banned, so
Possibly?
they don't want it to have the batter out on this map. I believe that is. I don't
It's
want to
very
land too
unfortunate.
close, but yep, that looks like my friend Ganji. And this looks like my friend Emil, the patient. So we're going to see the patient come in as our last selection. One very strong harasser, two very strong kiters, and very strong support, very strong rescue. So they're kind of balanced out here. Someone is capable of anything. They're looking at a good situation, especially for a first lineup.
Mm-hmm. Especially in terms of Cypher Rush as well, Dancer able to utilize those boxes. Only person on the team with any decoding debuff is the Mercenary.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, just overall a very, very strong composition.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll probably be seeing that Clark first round, especially before she gets banned, inevitably.
Yeah.
Because she will.
Yeah, on arms she can really put up a fight, especially, she's generally better to take out on bigger maps because then you can control a little bit more, but on smaller maps as well, extremely strong in general, I believe. I think it would be funny if it was Wax Artist, for no other reason than I could say, I told you so.
We haven't seen him yet.
We haven't.
He
Maybe
has
we
not
will.
been picked in this stream yet,
He's
so
been
we
picked
could.
a lot in other regions, but maybe they're not.
Maybe not
they're
on
big
Arms
Waxy.
Factory. Maybe
They don't wanna
on
see
a different map.
Waxes. Yeah. Oh, Clerk, my beloved.
Yep, and we are going
so
to see
better.
that Clerk coming back, returning. I just hope that maybe we'll see a creator. Maybe we'll see a little bit of S tier action coming in, because there have been so many. I love her default, I really do. But I want to see some green.
Yeah.
I want to see some sparkles.
The funny thing with her, of course, is her accessory is like a beacon to sort of show you where she is and where she's coming from.
Really is.
So usually in competitive scenes, you don't see that as much because you are kind of putting yourself
very
at
much
a,
just like
at a disadvantage.
giant purple glowing.
I see.
We
Clerks...
could see the skin, just the skin, no accessory.
Yeah, maybe they'll just wear the skin, not the accessory. The accessory is the real nightmare in this situation, because I get tripped up by the dark, faint purple line all the time, but the bright one, I'm like, oh, she's here. She's recording me. She doesn't want me to finish my cipher. Okay, I won't then, and I pull off. But the bright one...
Time to move and maybe do a little dance for her to keep safe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. Very easy to spot, and very frightening as well. How's everybody doing? We've been sitting in chat for a while. Thank you all for coming to hang out. We're going to hop into our spawn selections here, but I hope everyone's having a great time. Bones is casting another tourney later on, the Checkmate tourney, that is linked in the description. Should be able to catch them on the weekends, and I have another date on March 5th with my good friend Eli O, everyone's favorite white boy, and again, I apologize for telling him about the Mercenary Punch lore. I will try not to do that again. Bones, what are your thoughts on the spawn picks?
I think it was very good to tell everybody about the Mercenary Punch lore. Definitely really, really good spawns for MIP. Having that Mercenary, obviously not an optimal first chase, and having the Dancer spawn right there in that central area is such a strong area for her boxes, even with the recent removal of one of the pallets there. Still such a strong area to tight kite in, and especially, like, if she puts down the slow box, drops pallet over it, no recordings for the Clerk to be had, and just overall not a fun situation. Both of the optimal first kites in the Patient or the Prospector, they're all the way across the map.
They are.
So good luck getting there if you really want to commit to that.
Don't want to deal with any of that, but we do want to deal with what we can deal with. So getting started here, we're going to see a load in. We are going to see if Bones' predictions are completely correct. We're going to maybe see our closest little line here is, of course, Lee, but maybe going over to a different area instead. Actually choosing to chase I believe that's the Patient. Vodka is playing Patient right now. Choosing to go for that chase instead. Of course, Hook's area here, plenty of places to jump over, trying to, crouch down and not allow the Clerk to see exactly where he is, but unable to do so, really well aware of surroundings and continuing on with the chase. Confined space as well, Bones. What are your thoughts on how the confined space come into play? Later on, we are seeing a lot of pressure put on the survivors here.
Yeah, it's almost an interesting choice, especially with the Clerk, considering that at later presences she does come with that in her kit. But it's a very strong choice, especially coming up with this. Oh, a beautiful! Already having recorded that But we are going to see the Dancer's box sort of overlap with this really, really great decisions making on both the Survivor and the Hunter side.
Yeah.
Ready to
Oh.
just sort of get right into here. Oh, and the box was on that side of the wall, and
Yeah.
just all of these boxes sort
Oh.
of placed around the map.
Okay.
But being broken very, very quickly, which is something that we haven't been seeing in these tournaments, is just
Yeah.
breaking the boxes. So very good work already on the side of Kurai, able to, you know, not fall into those traps that have been set and placed.
Shooting hard at the 7 here, who gets stuck a little bit. I have done that in my day, especially trying to backwards kite from a geisha, but going to get stuck a little bit and then be forced to take a hit. Lots of, one more box remaining on the field, just the one here in the factory. The other two have been broken. Dancer now, you know, not having those to work with, possibly going to pick up another item. If I was her, I would at least. Going to put more pressure on these survivors trying to decode these cipher machines. Things are looking pretty solid so far in terms of cipher decoding and progress. 7 is doing really well with these magnets, not trying to overutilize them, but use them a perfect amount to support this kite and prolong it. Continuing on here, another beautiful little short stun here on a small area. The box still remains in play, haven't broken that yet, trying to continue on with 7. And a beautiful blink coming out from Kirai to get that down bones.
Yeah, beautiful work by Kurai, able to just blink right through that wall. I almost expected it coming a little sooner, but I suppose, you know, just wanting to be so precise with that placement, especially considering how small the clerk's hitbox can be if you don't aim it properly.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, we are going to see 2 ciphers are already popped. One of them is being decoded, but it looks like it's actually being pressured right now. Yep, and having just little chips taken off the side with those recordings. But I would assume, yep, the mercenary should be coming in for that rescue right now.
There he is!
Wearing
Hello.
B-Duct for the first time in this tournament right now. And yeah, and we're just going to see, you know, right back on that prospector.
Oh.
Was able to get that hit in
Yeah.
on the mercenary, so that's good for future rescues. Will we see this box broken?
No.
I
Thought
think
about
Kurai
it.
actually can't find where the box is placed. I think it's on the outside again.
Me too. I think it might be. That's definitely seems like the optimal area, especially because it's not right where it seems to be. 7 is going to die in a corner here, not disrupt the decoding, get out of the way. We are going to see another chair happen, trying to place things a little bit closer to some of the ciphers, potentially to cause the survivors a little bit more of a tussle, or maybe just get away from areas where a rebound would be a little bit more viable. Continuing on here with our chase, we are going to continue to see a search for this box here, which is found.
That is
Finally
a really
finding the box.
interesting box placement.
Getting rid of it.
Hiding in that corner.
Wonderful. But unfortunately, using that time, and we are going to see an ability to come in for the rescue here by the mercenary, waiting to do it actually, but the prospector is about to fly back to the manor, so going to have to be really careful. Doesn't take the terror shock, takes a normal hit instead. A beautiful magnet stun in order to transition away, but you gotta be careful. You know, the clerk can continue on with this chase with these recordings. The mercenary is going to have to work really hard on the support. A beautiful recording play. Now they're kind of mind gaming around to see who's going to get hit, and it is a terror shock on the prospector bones.
Yeah, but it does look like that last cipher is about
Wow!
to and a pop, but not in the favor of those survivors. We're going to see that prospector pop up and just go right back down. And those gates will be open very, very shortly, and it looks like, yep, one of them has just been touched. And yep, prospector is going to be sent right back to that manor, but we are going to see a little bit of camera action on that gate, not allowing them to open it just yet.
Yeah. Blink is online. I don't believe there is trump card as far as I can tell. Confined space in place, so I'm really doubting it. We are going to... Yeah, detention and confined space, we do not have trump card on the field, so going to have to walk all the way over here. Prospector, luckily, has been eliminated. No chair that you need to guard, but the survivors are going to be really careful here. Bones Vodka will be taking the chase, currently with only one hook to work with, which has been utilized now. The dungeon is in this area. They're going to have to try and push to get this gate open, which the dancer is trying really hard to do, but you got to be really careful, and when you're not, the blink comes into play with a beautiful, smooth movement. Things are looking up. You know, they got the ciphers on their side. Their kites were really beautiful to begin, but now in the endgame with detention, you are working with a really risky situation.
And especially with that clerk able to pressure both gates at once, lock them off, and just, you know, you can't get out if you can't open the gates. So really just... you know, a very, very sticky situation for these MIP survivors in the end game. just sort of, Mercenary can't take a detention hit, so likely won't be coming in for that rescue.
Yeah.
Unless he gets very daring. But it does look like she is going to just stay here and camp Vodka through that entire chair.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, is kind of the thing to do at the moment. Does have Tinnitus in the area.
Ooh.
Probably, from that Mercenary still staying here, possibly waiting out detention to try and go for that rescue.
Yeah, just hanging out, waiting for the detention to close off, which is going to be, unfortunately, really soon. Dancer's still trying to get this gate open. It's a little bit rough. Mercenary's going to have to wait a pretty decent amount of time in order to get that rescue. Turning for a second, detention goes away, going to land that hit and get the down. We see a chip hit come into play, but the recording didn't play in time in order to get the down. And unfortunately, Vodka's just going to go down again anyway, with the gate still not open, Bones.
It does look like that gate is almost open, I believe, by the Mercenary on that delayed damage. Oh, no, it was actually by the Dancer. But we will see the Mercenary, I believe, crawling out the gate right now.
He's making speed.
He be
he is not making speed. He is not making speed, Bones. Bones, everything is going bad. The Dancer has to leave. It went from a solid draw all the way down to a 1 escape, unless the Mercenary is able to struggle, but I don't think that's going to happen. The dungeon is right there and it is open, but a chair is right in the way for the clerk to use first. So beautiful attempt at getting everything good to go. I do think this is not my job. Bones is my analyst today, but I'm gonna take a page from Eli's book because I like him. But I do think that if they wanted to push for that draw, they really needed to body block for the patient. The patient went down immediately, attempted to kite away, and there was no attempt from the Mercenary to get a body block. Mercenary would have had some chair time. Dancer could have come in for a rescue. We did not see that, unfortunately. Beautiful play from the Prospector in that first kite. The survivors were working really well, of course, but I do think that was a little bit of their game changer. And the Mercenary, already on that delayed damage, definitely should have tried to protect the patient a little bit more.
And that is the beauty of the Mercenary's delayed damage, is that you can take that extra hit, you can buy your teammates just a little bit more time taking that extra bit of distance. And very, very correct. That is something that could have gone towards MIP pushing for that draw. And would also have given the Mercenary more time to heal up by going down faster.
Yeah.
Being already on the ground, able to start that heal instead of getting all the way to the gate, then going down, then having to crawl out. And that's something, they just didn't. Obviously, hindsight is 2020.
That's
but
true. Yeah. That's very true. In a different world, in a kinder world. We're going to take a look at the stats here, and then I'm going to skip us up to the next match, because again, I'm allowed to do that just a little bit. I'm trying not to do it too much, because I'm like, I enjoy chit-chatting. I love hanging out with chat, and also chit-chatting with Bones, but I'm also like, maybe we want to get through, actually, through the matches. We're looking at our little stats here. 7, of course, on the Prospector, had a beautiful contain at the start of the match. Still able to get 62% off the Cypher done, so that was definitely very beneficial as well. Taking up the kite after Vodka was lost, able to kite for over a minute, did some beautiful, beautiful magnet stunts. Like, genuinely, I was very impressed with a lot of them. They were well-timed and spaced out enough to not go down, and the blink, of course, is what got the Prospector in the end. So sometimes you can't do much about that. You can try to blink predict, but doing that during a tournament, if you get terror shocked blink predicting, you're not gonna look all that good.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, tell that Prospector was experienced, tell that the Prospector was able to, just keep her contained. And, it was really just props to MIP for being able to, push for that Cypher pop, almost push for that draw. But just a few little slip-ups and just the beauty of that clerk, able to pressure those gates, able to just keep them on their toes until the very last moment.
Yeah.
We are going to head into the next match, and the barmaid for our first ban.
Right
away off the field. So very likely looking at a Dream Witch.
Money's on Dream Witch. My money is on Dream Witch. Your money is on Dream Witch. I am taking chat's money and putting it on Dream Witch. If I gamble your money away, I apologize. Oh my god! Hello,
wow!
Seer!
We're going to see the Seer let out for the very first time in a very long time.
Hello, Eli.
Probably likely anticipating that Dream Witch,
Yeah.
and getting in those other counters before it's too late.
Yeah.
But wow, I'm a little bit surprised, honestly, that the Seer has been, allowed, especially over that Barmaid.
I'm so excited. Yeah, Barmaid has been banned. Seer's allowed on the field. The Antiquarian as well has been allowed onto the field. Oh, there he is again. My friend Jose, but it's his enemy Jose. We are seeing Prospector banned and Mercenary banned. Our final pick cannot be the Acrobat because that's the final ban that we've locked in. And I do wonder what we see next.
Yeah, very, very smart banning that Prospector, getting that Mercenary finally off the field, letting him take a break. And we are going to see the Entomologist here for our last pick. Yeah, just very strong picks on the Survivor side. Definitely, I think, preparing for that Dream Witch, especially with the Seer in play. But we will see. If it's not a Dream Witch, then I will eat my words. Maybe it will be a Lizard.
Bones, I'm going to be honest with you. You're sitting down right now. I don't think it's going to be a lizard.
I know it won't. I can dream. I can dream.
Yeah, maybe I should have gotten you for Japan qualifiers instead. They've been playing Lizard in Japan. It's been really fun.
They have been playing Lizard in Japan. The team that was themed after him, unfortunately, did not qualify. But to be fair, they did not really deserve to with their final performance. They fell short. They lost to a better Lizard, which I think is extremely humiliating for them. When your team is, Lucinos and you lose 2-1. And yep, we are going to see that Dream Witch. So I do not look like a fool predicting her.
Yeah, very good pick on arms. I do think she can handle this comp. It's going to be a little bit troublesome, but this comp I think would be troublesome for a lot of hunters. I'm hoping we get to see some entomologist support. The only entomologist that we've seen so far today had to use this beast for personal kiting, but entomologist support can really change the game. I remember when watching Before You versus CH4, the bee support that came in after Schmitty had been hit the first time, just absolutely could not recover from that. So something similar, it's harder to do that with the Dream Witch, but it is something that is possible and can happen. So I'm wondering if we could be looking at a situation where, the bee support comes in and makes things really difficult. But, we might be looking at a situation where it doesn't. We might be seeing Entomologist be first chase. So could be seeing that on Kite again. Seer, of course, all the way in the corner, going to be kind of difficult to catch up to. Not ideal at all. But, doing their best. Really doing their best.
Yep, yeah, definitely probably going to see those bees utilized right away for the entomologist's own kite. But yeah, no, definitely a very, very strong team comp. But, Arms Factory, great map for the Dream Witch, small enough to be able to pressure effectively. And yeah, just I'm very excited to see the Dream Witch. Finally a first round pick for her.
Finally,
where we haven't really been seeing that.
We can have a little Dream Witch as a treat.
We can have just a little Dream Witch.
If she was not banned. So true. Mini Udra plushie. Very excited to see that. We're taking the children out to Arms Factory. Let's go. We're going to spawn in this nice little corner area here. If we're carrying Trump card, which Dream Witches usually are, it means that we've locked off the cipher that Seer's at, and he will be forced to transition. We are going to see Hachan possibly be the first chase here, who of course is the entomologist. I thought that might end up being the situation. Beautiful. I believe that's Datura. I love Datura. The anniversary story was so fun. White is also here. Truth and inference time, but I will only mention that once, otherwise Bones will go a little bit crazy. We're going to continue chase here,
we haven't seen any
along
inferences yet.
with the main body, in order to have the spawn follower catch up all the way over to the factory, and a patroller immediately with those followers coming right through the bee spawn, so we could see a really early first hit.
Yeah, but we are going to see that a very early owl as well, just to sort of counteract that patroller.
Wow! Ooh, didn't work out in their favor entirely, but very smart plays. That was the leech follower that actually landed that hit, which means the entomologist has bought a very decent amount of time here. seemingly, waiting for that leech to appear again in order to place another one up. So the Dream Witch has been put in a difficult situation. Tario really has to, come back from this, waiting possibly for another patroller to drop from a follower, waiting for that spawn follower to come along, but very, very beautiful kiting with these bees here, leaving them right at the entryways to slow things down, especially aware that the Dream Witch is not controlling them most of the time and just letting them follow through. Another patroller bones. What's going to happen with this? Do you think it's going to bite the entomologist? I'm thinking there's a 99% chance of yes.
Yep, able to bite actually through that vault. Really, really good timing on that bite by Tario, but there we go. Was a little bit concerned for a second that the follower's small hitbox wasn't going to be able to make it into that terror shock, but we are going to see Hachan see the floor. But a 3-cipher kite already. With no new ciphers started, but all of the survivors have finished their ciphers. First officers open for that first rescue. And yeah, just really, really strong work by Hachan and also by that seer able to prolong the kite long enough for some really significant decoding progress to be done.
Yeah, already, 3 popped, so we're looking at the last 2 need to be finished. My friend Jose is coming for the rescue here. We are going to see Dawn, as I will pronounce it just for funsies, coming in with the pocket watch here in order to prevent that first hit. But Dream Witch, thinking, oh, where's he at? I need to hit him. Unable to do it, having to swap followers in order to land a hit. A beautiful body block from the first officer after the rescue comes off. So the entomologist is able to continue to kite along Bones. We are seeing the ciphers be pushed appropriately. Things are going over really well. Actually changing target to this first officer, it seems, in order to buy more time, or maybe just tired of dealing with that entomologist. When the ciphers get to this point as a Dream Witch, you need to do as much map control as you can. Follow around, change targets, put the patrollers on, prevent those ciphers from being finished, but focusing on this first officer instead of trying to prevent those ciphers from being completed.
Yep, a little bit of an interesting decision by Tario, not really going towards those ciphers, focusing on the first officer instead, who hasn't seen a chair and also has an extended chair time just built in naturally, but we are going to see him be downed at this time, and maybe the lack of vowel there does in fact stand for down and not dawn, which he currently is. But yep, going to see a chair here, and we are at 1 cipher remaining with that last cipher at a pretty heavy 54%, and another one has been started just in case.
Yeah, continuing on here, pushing another cipher, but pretty good progress on them. They have a lot of things that they can do at this point, a lot to work with. We are seeing more pressure being put on these ciphers now, which is good. You're at this position as a Dream Witch, you really need to do that. But double rescue coming in here. Going to land a hit on the seer, who has no owl to utilize anymore, so nothing much to kite with. But the antiquarian, however, has a whole flute to use, so going to be able to support the kite of this first officer here to rebound. The bees of the entomologist will be, I believe they're completely gotten rid of. Nope, not yet. Still got a little bit of bee left. A little bit of bee left, but now they're on cooldown. They've been hit twice. We gotta wait for those bees to come back. So survivors, they're working with what they can work with. They are trying to push through these ciphers. A beautiful blink to get a hit, but the leech follower will go away afterwards.
Yep, and we are going to see another leech placed, and just heading into the seer. Yes, we are going to see the seer.
Hello, seer.
See the seer.
See the seer.
That other cipher is still going very strong, almost at 50%, but the seer will be seeing the ground.
And then the air.
Yeah, already moving back towards that cipher. Hachan is there. Pressuring it, accelerated decoding's been active, and already we are seeing it almost at a pretty good 70%. Yeah, just really, really a fight here to see who can pressure the ciphers more, whether it's the hunter or the survivors.
Doing their best, going as hard as they can on this. With a Dream Witch, especially in these conditions, you can take what seems like a 4-man loss right to a 4-man kill, which seems to be what the attempt is here. Working really hard to get at these survivors, getting it down on the antiquarian, which means that the first officer can get the rescue off, going to chase the first officer, going to down the first officer as well, but the seer has gotten away. So now we have to deal with the entomologist still trying to push this cipher. We are going to have to, send in for another rescue. Luckily, still, they all had their exopath self-heal, which is great, but we could be looking soon at a we're playing musical chairs, but we also could be playing musical slugs soon. But I think we're going to continue on with musical chairs. So we are Continuing forward, the Seer's going to come in the area to try and support. The Cypher Machine Bones has actually been primed. So the unfortunate thing is, going to have to sacrifice one of these survivors. Not able to go get the first officer in time. The Cypher Pop is going to happen. The Dream Witch is going to continue on, but I think a little bit too far to make this work. Forced to transition out of the area with, both survivors still on the chair.
Yeah, and just really, really strong work by Tario, able to push it to this point. We're going to be, seeing these survivors kind of almost struggle, but we are going to see Hachan opening that gate. Oh, and Leon is going to go down again, and not over dungeon, it seems.
Yeah.
Yep, the dungeon is all the way over in the middle of the map. We could be looking at a solo escape right now, and yep, that is exactly what we're going to have. Leon seeing the chair momentarily, and we're going to see that surrender come through. So beautiful, absolutely beautiful, beautiful work by Tario, able to turn that around from what almost seemed like a certain win on the survivor side, able to turn that, and like you were saying, that's the beauty of Dream Witch, able to push that final cipher all the way and secure that win for her.
It is so... I love being here. It's so fascinating. Wow. Always fun to have Dream Witch in the first round, especially always fun to have Dream Witch in rounds that, of course, are on small maps like this, like Arms Factory. Yeah, top 10 unexpected twists. As soon as the Dream Witch gets control of what she's capable of, what she wants to do, as soon as she can figure out where those ciphers are and put more leeches on the field, you gotta remove them, you gotta heal up, you have to be aware of where she is, and you gotta push those ciphers. But it's hard to do. They had an extremely strong start. It was very impressive the way that they were able to kite, and the Etymologist bees, of course, especially, were very, very well placed. An early Terror Shock, which was nice, but of course ciphers had already been pushed really well at that point. Beautiful round, all around. All around. Round? Round. How many times can I say that? Too many, I think. My answer is too many.
Yeah, and especially in the beginning with those bees blocking off the door of the Arms Factory, slowing down those leeches. But we are going to see the stats come into play. Yeah, really good decoding across the board. No one has under 100%, which is really impressive.
They're sharing
it just speaks
the workload.
To how hard, they're sharing the workload. ESP pressuring those ciphers, not letting Tario rest for even a moment, making it even more impressive that they were able to turn that around for her.
Oh my god. So many ciphers being worked on, so much decoding and kiting being done, especially even against a Dream Witch, which means the round has been tied up. We're at 3-1, 3-1. Really very impressive, which means we will be going into 3 rounds for this. This is a 3 rounds for this this lineup here. Let's get to the second one, because we're allowed to do that a little bit. Can you imagine, we finished this stream and everyone's like, that was great, Veronica. And I was like, thanks, I had a lot of fun. I've never done this before. And then Mr. Netease is like, Veronica,
why did you skip?
Why did you skip over the times? And then I'm mortified and I cry myself to sleep, and they never let me onto main stage.
It won't happen.
It will happen. They will fire me promptly.
No, they won't.
Mr. Netease, these are jokes. I love you. You're my friend. I should clarify, just in case. I know I'm kidding, but please, I promise I'm joking. Chinatown.
We're gonna see Chinatown.
Chinatown. Let's talk about Chinatown. I want to see a toy merchant. They won't let me see a toy merchant. I'm so serious right now. I need to see Annie Lester come out, and she hasn't, because none of the regions have been playing her. I want to see her, especially on Chinatown.
Yeah, especially on Chinatown. Able to utilize those levels, sort of jumping off, and we're going to see that Priestess and Antiquarian first bands, very, very strong. Priestess is an absolute menace to deal with on this map. Even, it does not matter what she's doing, she will kite you around that hotel area.
She will. She absolutely will.
Very, very, very strong survivor on this map. But, yeah, well, we're going to see the...
Our friend the Seer again.
Is that a Dream Witch band? I cannot see it very properly.
Yeah, that's a Dream Witch band. She has been taken out.
Yep. She has been taken out, but we are going to see Seer and Prospector for our first picks. Definitely relying, trying to see the harassment and those owls. Yeah, definitely really impressed by the way that ESP used that owl, not necessarily to block a hit, but just to prevent that hit going off while the patroller was active. It's kind of a unique use of that owl, and very, very unexpected. And it looks like we're actually going to see that. Is that a toy merchant band? Is that what I'm seeing there?
I believe it is. They're not even letting her try.
Not even trying.
We can see
Not
Barmaid,
even
though.
risking the chance. We are going to see Barmaid again, always a welcome face. And that Mercenary is going to be locked in for our final ban from Tario. Really just, covering all those bases.
Don't want to deal with any of these little menaces.
Nope.
There he is again.
We're going to see
Hello.
the first officer again. Hello.
I feel like you're starting to get
Please play
more
Captain
and more
Hook.
violent every time you see him. They're like, hey,
I'm glad that I'm glad that he's finally made his way into the meta with that buff, allowing him to sort of have like a little pocket tide turner, quite literally. But he's had that potential, but he never really, now that he has that ability to take delayed damage, definitely pushes him into that that meta category, meta-ish, off-meta tournament quality.
Yeah.
And especially with the fact that hunters never know where that watch is going. What?
Hi, Soul Weaver!
We're going to see a Soul Weaver for that pick from Tario. Definitely very, very excited to see this. And she is so strong on this map.
She's so strong in Chinatown.
So many open areas.
So many open areas. I'm so excited. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see her. I'm hoping it'll be great. I'm very excited. We did see some Violetta action in other qualifiers this year. But on Chinatown especially, she can really, really make things a big mess. Bones, what are your thoughts on optimal chase here? Once the seer gets rid of that owl, then you're no longer dealing with that. But Barmaid, of course, has the 2 drinks. She's got her Doblins to utilize, but in that hotel area, there are a lot of places you can put the webs. First officer, he is also there.
He certainly is. I would say possibly the seer. Even with that owl,
what's its con?
That just feeds presence at this point, and once she has that presence, they're really no longer a problem because she can just web hit them off. So definitely makes sense that the seer wasn't banned. As the chat was saying, seer's kind of fallen out of the meta because those owls are certainly not the things that they used to be. Definitely still a strong pick, but just not quite the hard meta. Every single match either banned or picked, no matter what, that we used to see for a seer.
Sometimes,
but definitely really, really excited to see
the
how
long
this
distance
utilized.
Support was always really great, and it remains really great when you use the seer properly, which of course all high tiers do. But as we saw even last match, if the hunter sees that owl in time, you can just choose not to hit it, and then you've wasted your one ability, and you just have to wait. And long-legged lady. We're going to start off here. I'm Veronica the Spones, as a reminder to everyone who's been here the whole time and clearly knows who we are at this point. And we're going to see Sea Salt Mocktail on the Barmaid, who seems to be the first chase here, but able to transition out of the area. Wuyan, of course, possibly being one of the possible chases. We're just transitioning around. The survivors have done a beautiful rotation in order to prevent the Soul Weaver from finding them right away. So we're actually going to see first chase potentially be Wuyan.
Yeah, definitely a good first chase, especially switching directions. Not wanting to go for that Barmaid today. We're going to see possibly in the direction of that. Nope, not in the Prospector.
Whoever's found.
Definitely finding a direction at this time. Sort of checking out all her options, but those ciphers have started to be on the move.
Yeah. Luckily, able to load some webs up, continuing to transition around and find the most optimal survivor, or even at this point with this much time wasted, a survivor to chase at all. So we're going to have to see, what goes on here, but we have found our first chase here, it seems, or maybe transitioning away again. So
maybe not.
Tario is just kind of looking around, trying to find the pirate radio. We're trying to see that optimal chase. I'm now hoping it's the first officer, but it does seem to be the seer. So following up on these stairs here, lots of webs loaded up. Hopefully they'll be used soon in order to catch up, maybe being safe, but waiting on the edge here for this pallet drop in order to, get out of sight, get out of mind, and continue along here. But Blink is already online, ciphers are being pushed, and not a single hit yet. Bones.
Yeah, definitely really strong work on the side of ESP to be rotating like this. Staying out of sight. And an owl, but as you said, just going to be waiting it out here. Almost going to waste. Definitely preventing that first hit for a time, but that's still going to go through. And we have seen, Tario is finally going to commit to a target. But with really, really good progress on these ciphers, 5 of them have been started. 2 of them are about to pop. And Oh
Oh,
dear.
Blink not working out there quite well. Hachan continuing on with this really impressive kite, just vaulting back and forth despite the Soul Weaver's pressure put on with these webs and these dashes back and forth. Playing a little mind game around this
Oh,
palette.
there we are.
The Seer is going to lose, but not fully because we've seen 3 ciphers popped already, Bones. So, despite the down at the end there was a lot of time bought before it happened. All the other survivors are on full health. They haven't been disrupted yet, and they can continue on with the other remaining 2 ciphers, one of which is already at 50% if they can manage to get to it and continue to push it.
Yep, definitely looking good for ESP survivors right now, but we did just see this happen with Tario's Dream Witch. So still, definitely the match is not over yet, but we are going to see Pirate Radio coming in for this rescue. And oh, beautiful prediction from Tario, able to get that chip in even while the watch is active, but not lasting very long as the chair is still able to be hit. And we are going to see Dawn with the Prospector coming in for a little bit of harassment.
Maybe changing chase here. Actually, no, just following along, trying to continue on with things. They are doing really well so far. The survivors have been really well coordinated. Their kites have been extremely strong. These ciphers are being pushed really well. The 54% has not been touched yet. Hopefully they are able to get in the area and finish that cipher. It would be the best for them, but considering how strong they've done so far, they are starting a new one, and that will work as well. Continuing to chase along, but a lot of distance has been bought, and now only 1 cipher remaining with a new one having just been started. There's a lot of time to finish that. Considering the Soul Weaver is still rotating around for a target, Bones.
Yep, coming back towards that first officer, placing the webs, trying to catch up. But yep, that watch is going to go off again. And actually missing the web, I believe, that time. Unable to get that chip hit in. Yeah, really good progress being made on these ciphers. Watch for a second round. And yeah, it does seem like Tario has just not been able to commit to a target here. Oh, falling for the watch's illusion here, and we're going to see it go off for a 3rd time. But it does look like, oh, yep, there goes.
Hit through the pallet,
a little bit,
but no pallet's done. But ciphers being worked on, they're still in a good position to continue on. Chasing around, continuing. 4 survivors still in the field, which is extremely strong on the survivor side. Blink is back online, Bones, if it is going to be used by Tario. But, you're unaware if the cipher is primed or not. You need to be safe. Able to get a web hit, so in case that cipher was primed, it couldn't be popped. Waiting for a potential pop, actually, in that moment. You're unaware of how far along the ciphers are. You kind of have to rely on your hunter instinct and wait along here. But I think they're going to send Barmaid over for the rescue, concerningly transitioning over. Dawn also may be coming in for a double rescue, trying to, get some distraction on the field and continue along with things. But really impressive gameplay from the servers so far, and, very good utilization of the Soul Weaver on Chinatown, just not enough commitment, I think, to make the 4K that could have been acquired happen. A beautiful stun from the Prospector. Hello, Pirate Radio.
Yep. Gorgeous stun from the Prospector. We are going to see that cipher is primed, so just
up!
Oh, and there it goes. It is popped.
Yeah.
Yep, and we're going to see Pirate Radio back up on his feet. A little bit of camera mind gaming here, attempted from Tario, with limited success. But yep, really just committing to that first officer, trying to get this 1K.
Oh!
Ooh!
A last-second Terror Shock on the first officer and teleport, trump card, going all the way over. The Prospector's already put down a magnet. We are now in a position for a web hit, and we are continuing on. The magnet is in play. Need to be careful with that. I think there might be no detention right now, which is not great. So the Terror Shock was definitely very optimal in that area.
Yep.
Yeah, continuing on with this chase.
Beautiful stuns from this Prospector.
Potential no detention, which is... this is going to make things a little bit more difficult. Exit path, of course, all survivors still have it, so the first officer being left alone, able to self-heal just like that right now. The web was placed a little bit too high by accident, unable to get that speed boost there. A beautiful stun from the Prospector once more, and the dungeon in the area. If the first officer can get to the gate and get out once they get it open, they are now able to, push for this.
Yep, and it does look like that Barmaid has gotten a gate open. Prospector probably communicating right now, like, please get out. I would like to get the dungeon sooner than later. And the hunter does not have detention. Yep. So, yeah, definitely still got no magnets to utilize, but unless Tario can get that chip hit as
Oh.
well as the basic hit off.
Okay, detention in play. It's very hard to see, but I was like,
Yeah.
is there? I don't think there is. Thank you, Long Lately, for making us look a little bit silly, but regardless, extremely exciting match to watch and go over. Beautiful play from the survivors, very well coordinated. Their rotations, their cipher rush, the kites that they provided to us were extremely exciting to watch, and they knew exactly what they were doing to get rid of this Soul Weaver, you know, even on Chinatown, with the Priestess being out of play and the Toy Merchant being out of play, a lot of survivors that would have been really useful in Chinatown, not able to come in, but still able to pull that 3-man win, almost a 4-man. You know, hard to get to that dungeon in that particular location. You gotta go back and forth with the hunter on it, and no magnets to use it. It makes it a little bit harder, but absolutely wonderful place.
Definitely really good stuns while those magnets were still in play.
Definitely was in the highlight reels for today. There's no way it wasn't. Whew. I love the little outfits that are worn by the other commentators. We just pull up and we're in our houses, and like you're wearing a nice cardigan and I'm just wearing a nice shirt. But
good enough.
I like their little outfits. I love watching them. When I watch the other tourneys, I'm like, wow, you have suits on. I like it. We kind of dress up in varying degrees on NAU, I think. Like, we wear, like, nice clothes, but not, like, always, like, formal clothes. But Posh, I think, usually throws a blazer on, which is very impressive.
Yeah,
I think
Eli's had a blazer a couple of times.
he did. He wore a blazer on
At
day
least
2 of
once.
C. I don't know why I have his wardrobe memorized. I don't remember what he wore during week 1, if that helps. And I cast with him on day 1, so that one doesn't count either. The stats here,
Yeah,
we're looking at some beautiful stats. High decoding, high kite times as well, 115 from the first officer and 108 from the prospector. Seer, of course, taking up a minute of time, and Barmate taking up half a minute of time. So they definitely worked everything out really well, very good communication. They knew exactly what they were doing. I don't even have much to say because I'm so impressed by their Survivor teamwork there.
Yeah, no, beautiful Survivor teamwork, great work with rotating in the early stages, and just making it so that, you know, Tario, even if they intended to commit to a target, just really couldn't catch up.
Yeah.
Really making great use of, because, you know, Chinatown is one of those maps that has very limited space to rotate in, especially in, like, that area with the fountain, between that and the hotel. Like, there is this just wide open space that usually has, like, 2 or 3 ciphers just located right in it.
Yeah.
And it can be really hard for the survivors to sort of work around that, making sure that the hunter doesn't, you know, just pressure all of them at once. But, you know, ESP was able to work around that and able to get those ciphers done while the Soul Weaver was kind of struggling to find a target there.
Yeah, they definitely did the best with what they had available to them, and their best was managing to pull that win, which was extremely impressive. We are going to get into the band picks for the next round. We now have MIP on the Survivor side, and we are putting ESP right on the Hunter side this time. They are in the lead, so, you know, they can relax a little bit, but usually, you know, you want to pull. We're looking at a draw, I believe, from the first round. We are in round 2's second half, so if they're able to pull this, then they're looking pretty good for round 3, so it's, you know, very crucial that they get good bands out, starting with the Priestess, of course, and the Antiquarian.
Definitely, I believe those are the same picks, the same bands that Tario had in the previous round. So definitely, you know, those are very good options to just take off the table.
Yeah,
I already mentioned how the Priestess is so good on this map.
Right.
An Antiquarian as well. There's, you know, despite there being a lot of open areas, there's also a lot of walls and a lot of areas for the hunter to just get smacked into by that flute.
Yeah.
But we're going to see that Clerk being banned on MIP's side. Definitely, you know, good choice, as ESP did play that in the first round. Getting that off the table and just, you know, continuing on.
Yeah, don't want to deal with
those
that.
first picks should come in momentarily.
We'll see them. They'll be here when they get here. Fashionably late, you know, they're taking their time. Forward!
Oh.
I always love waiting for you, William. So we might be seeing a Forward as one of our first picks. He's still being hovered over, not locked in yet. But he is on the stage. And we are going to see him get locked in. Hello, Forward! And hello as well to the female Dancer. Dancer, of course, on this map, extremely exciting. I love watching Dancer on all maps, but there are a few really good areas to place her boxes. And furthermore, Dancer, of course, as I'm sure we all know by now, has a drop-down speed boost with the acrobatics skill, which means that, you know, if she kites around and loops around the hotel area, it's not as strong as a toy merchant with the glider, but she's also able to loop a little bit more efficiently because she can gain more time. Seer and Patient as our next bans. Potentially, please, I would like to see a toy merchant. They did not ban her yet.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh,
Yeah,
barmaid.
and
Okay.
yep, we're going to see that barmaid come in. Again, you know, just really, really strong picks on the side of MIP, and yeah, this is almost. I wish that they would allow for more bans. Because no matter what, like it's sort of like a whack-a-mole situation.
Yeah.
And you knock down one, and then two more of them pop up.
It really is.
It's really just
You're like, oh, I removed
you
you in
can't
the
get
meta.
all of them at once.
And
It's like,
then
oh well, I've
everything's
gotten rid of
bad.
the priestess and the antiquarian, but here's the dancer who has like this huge buff on this map. And we are gonna see the mercenary take a backseat once again. Definitely,
Goodbye, Knight.
you know, a well-deserved rest after being used almost every single match in the last round.
He's been working extremely hard, and I'm happy for him.
He's all for the work.
Please?
Gardener?
Please? Yes!
Wow, we're going to see the Gardener come out on the side of MIP.
Wow.
We've seen her, I think, once. She came out in the SEA qualifiers with limited success.
Yeah, she did. Very cute match,
yeah.
though. They played Truth and Inference, and I enjoyed that a lot.
Hopefully
yeah,
we
it was
will
during my
see
day.
another Truth.
I saw a Gardener. Oh my god, it was me. It was me who commentated the Gardener. It was me.
It was you, and it was
me.
you. It was Elio with the abject confusion.
You know what? He was
the
having a
Gardener.
day.
Yeah.
I love
mean, like,
CJ
to be
one.
fair, like, you know,
Yeah.
possibly, you know, there's definitely other picks.
Mhm.
Possibly, like, a perfumer could serve a similar
Yeah.
purpose, but, you know,
Right.
able to use that bubble, able to break those chairs, just to give a little bit of harassment.
Cutest little
Easily
animation.
fixable, but, you know, especially paired with that forward can be a really, really deadly combination. With the forwards harassment and the Gardener sort of coming around to break those chairs, can be, you know, pretty strong. But we will see. On the side of Vodka, which feels oddly appropriate considering that they did have Kevin
Yeah.
as their
This
sort
does feel
of showroom.
appropriate.
So it does feel like Vodka might be the one on the team who, you know, has those
Those off metas.
kind of crazy picks
Yeah.
sometimes.
Feeling a little bit silly.
Feeling a little bit silly.
Oh! Oh! Breaking wheel!
Breaking wheel.
I wanted to see him, but not like this. We're gonna see the breaking wheel come into play. Very excited. We haven't seen a wheel in an extended period of time. You know, flywheel introduced in the meta. It means wheel had to take a little bit of a back seat. Used to go crazy on ever sleeping, and now kind of comes out every once in a while when things seem possible for wheel time. You know, let's get her rolling, if you will.
Yeah,
that one's
definitely
really
very,
bad.
very strong for this map.
But I won't apologize for it. You're right, very strong in Chinatown. Lots of open areas in a bigger map, which means that, you know, you have to be able to transition back and forth and get where you need to be. So the wheel, of course, totally able to do that. And we have the Clerk Band, of course. Reapa, I don't think, has a Dream Witch in play, but Dream Witch can be really useful in Chinatown as well. There are, you know, plenty of hunters that would have been good here, but the wheel, of course, especially after coming out of the meta, which means that survivors might struggle a little bit more against a wheel nowadays. Totally not expecting it. It's golden. Could be golden, baby. Bones, optimal first chase. Thoughts? Tell us.
I would say possibly going straight for that Gardener. That bubble, completely not a problem anymore because we are going with that breaking wheel. Yeah, definitely not going for that dancer. Positioning herself in, you know, an area where she can use that overhang.
Yeah.
Able to drop down and just be an absolute menace. Forward as well, you know, not a great first kite. You know, it can work with the wheel, able to close those distances in a pretty short amount of time with that wheel form. But yeah, I would say probably Vodka on the Gardener. Pretty good option for that first chase because, yeah, don't have to worry about the bubble. And then without the bubble, you know, also first chase not able to break any chairs, not giving her that time. Yeah. very,
Yeah.
very likely that we will see her be the first chased.
You want to be very careful with that. I'm thinking on it now. I do wonder if the gardener was picked exclusively to deal with that snap ability as the wheel comes out of wheel
That is
form.
possible.
Maybe. I'm not sure. We're going to see the wheel transition along. The wheel is so very fast. We're going to have to fight to keep up here. Actually transitioning out of the area, trying to add some pressure here. Dancer has already put down a box. Can counter the wheel a little bit considering her boxes do have an effect on the wheel form. Continuing to roll around here. They do see me rolling, and by me, I mean the wheel. The wheel's going to transition around, look for a target, and usually wasting this much time looking for the optimal first one can be a little bit of a waste, but seemingly trying to get that forward out of the way right away, Bones. Here in this open area, can't throw down any of those pallets to use, kind of a waste. So going to have to continue on with chase here. Getting one spike on the forward, and then seemingly transitioning away to another server, or doing a big loop to go back to and say hi to our friend William again, but that doesn't seem to be what's going on.
Definitely looking for a better target. And is going to find that gardener, and I cannot quite see what skin that is yet, but we will find out.
But you will, and you'll be really excited.
Yeah, it looks a little bit like Lady Truth, but I cannot. Anyway, I'm going to stop being focused on that. That is, in fact, Lady Truth.
Yay!
But yeah, we are going to see Vodka being that second first choice, able to get those 2 spikes in. And it looks like might be standing still to try and prime that bubble.
Nice.
And yep, we are going to see that bubble go off, but it is too... Was that a boat? Did she just slide down? Anyway, we are going to see a beautifully placed trap on the side of Ripa, and yep, that gardener is going to go down very, very quickly.
Forward is here.
But the forward is in the air. Oh!
They have been so crazy good at these recently.
Wow.
I'm so impressed with the amount of times that the hunters have been doing these blink pickups. You have to time it perfectly. So for those of you who aren't familiar with this, or you don't play hunter too often, you can't blink or use your second skill when you're carrying. So when they do this,
unless it's excitement.
Yeah, you can use excitement, but that's about it. When they're carrying the survivors, they click the pickup button and the blink at the exact same time. So then they are able to blink out of the way of a harasser, as seen with a cowboy in I believe it was a C match, and also seen with a right now, with the forward. So very impressive. It gets them out of the way, and you don't have to deal with those harassers anymore because they're just so thrown off by it that they, there's nothing they can do. The dancers created a little playground here, so the wheel's going to be slowed down, but going to break this box. We are going to see, of course, that last effort being popped. Now we are going to have to put Vodka back on the chair and be very careful this time because we've got no second skill to utilize to get rid of that forward, but seemingly coming outside, considering going after the forward for a second, but realizing not an optimal idea.
Yep, heading back into that wheel form to continue the chase on that forward. And just really impressive work by Ripa right now. But 2 ciphers have been popped already. One of them is well on its way. But it looks like there might be a little bit of increased share time on that persona because that that gardener is taking off very fast. And, a beautiful trap placed right at the chair, catching those spikes on the forward. And it looks like we are going to see Vodka taking off in just a moment. This box is very well placed as well.
Loving
with
the boxes.
that struggle speed could have possibly been a really, really strong factor, combining with the forward sort of natural struggle. But
we are back into wheel
nevertheless,
form.
we will be seeing the chair.
Continuing
Yep, back
on.
into wheel form, patrolling the area very, very quickly. And looks like we are going to see the dancer coming in. Oh, and a slow box placed on top of the fast box.
Nice.
To give a little bit of extra boost. And
only 1 spike though,
Yep.
luckily, so able to get the rescue off even with the hit. Going to continue to chase along. Of course, as you mentioned, now there are 2 boxes in this area, going right back into wheel form, able to control along, continuing on with the chase. Going to transition out of the area, actually possibly looking for this barmaid. 2 ciphers remaining, leaving the other survivors to potentially heal up or maybe, come back to jump scare them. But actually going for this barmaid now, Bones, trying to put as much pressure as possible, maybe prevent the survivors from, having a perfectly healthy person on the team, maybe preventing her from using those dovelins on her teammates. Enough presence, I believe, now that we can do that snap, going to blink and actually just main body hit. So extremely impressive play from the wheel here, doing a little bit of a mind game there, and a very, very well-timed blink, of course, just like the last time, to get that down on the mermaid who will not be chaired.
Yep, just swapping that target immediately, ready to go and pressure those
Mm-hmm.
ciphers. That one is still at 85% all the way on that side of the map, and MIP definitely knows where that one is. But no other cipher has been started other than the
Yeah.
one that is at 7%. So not really, a
Not too
major
strong.
factor at this time. It's definitely been started, but not much else has happened.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like the forward is going to sort of abort that football, and there it goes.
There he
Now we are
goes.
moving
Let's
all the way to the
go.
stairs. That is going to be the last of the football, actually. Just
Mm-hmm.
use transition, and it
Oh.
is no use. Those traps are nasty on the side of Reaper.
Mm-hmm.
Able
They're
to just aim them
very, very well
perfectly.
timed. Yeah, we've got 2 servers remaining, 85, and as you mentioned, the 7 that has just been begun. Continuing on with this chase here, going to chair the forward in the same chair as before, of course, like a memory from the past. And the barmaid takes a drink immediately, but, it's a wheel, able to get anywhere on this map in a few short seconds if the control is good, and oh boy, is the control good. Looking around for this barmaid now who is off chair, and also, potentially looking for the female dancer who just came in for that rescue. It seems that the barmaid is potentially trying to transition over to 7's chair to get a rescue, but I don't think it's going to happen in time, so likely giving up and just trying to, push the cipher a little bit better, or even hide out in this area so that the wheel cannot land more hits and get another down. Another cipher started bones. The dancer has started another cipher, but I think the wheel
Yep.
is I think he's suspecting. I think he's becoming aware.
Yep, definitely sort of rolling around the map trying to find
Mhm.
someone who is decoding most likely, but just committing to the barmaid now. Definitely, just trying to get that pressure down, and
Ooh!
wow,
Terror shock on
beautiful
the
terror shock.
barmaid!
Right on the edge of that hitbox too.
Yeah,
And
beautiful
yep,
play
just
from
heading
Reba.
straight back over. Definitely saw that cipher shaking. Heading towards Lee on the dancer.
Yeah, continuing onwards here. Dancer's box is left in this area. The wheel is thinking, dancer's box is here. Where's the dancer? Anywhere you'll find them, you'll find her somewhere in the vicinity half the time. Other times she's already set them up and she's out of there. But here she is. The hiding works for a little bit, but then the wheel catches wind, sees that outline of Kim's white dress and is able to continue on with the chase. Going to throw down a trap. Unfortunately, that one misses. Have to vault this time, used the blink earlier. But speaking of blink, it is back online. Able to, go right at the dancer as soon as possible. Again, those little tables are causing a little bit of a problem. A beautiful blink and a down on the outside of this window here. Okay, we're playing
and heading right back
chairs.
towards that barmaid, who has been able to pull off the heal in time. So full health barmaid, and that dancer still has exit path to utilize, able to pick herself up in just a few short moments. But yep, and she does have flywheel, so she does have sticker increasing or decreasing that healing time.
Yeah,
But,
ESP really pushing
just sort of
for
patrolling
this
the area
win here. Continuing onward, going towards the barmaid in the corner here, who has been hiding out in the same area, and she looked so small, like a little ant in that outline, which was quite funny. We are going to continue on with this chase. Got the spikes out, got the big spikes out in order to put more pressure on her. This is a really good strat against the wheel to vault back and forth, but unfortunately, as soon as the wheel's out of wheel form, you then have to continue on chase. We are going to see another hit over the window, a beautiful, beautiful understanding of the wheel's hitbox here, putting down a peeper in order to continue on and make sure that the barmaid doesn't get up, nor does the dancer come in to try and heal. So as soon as the dancer goes down, Bones, as far as I know, it is game over, and ESP will have pulled it. So it is just a matter of time now.
Yep, and such strong work on the side of Reaper, pressuring these ciphers. Haven't even gotten down to one, just stopping them dead in their tracks. Just, coming around the area. Does look like Seneca has already utilized that exit path, so will not be getting up anytime soon. And the dungeon is right here, so guarding that, Lee has no ability to heal at this time. Could go searching in a box, but there's really no time to do that right now.
Yeah.
Is going to get stuck on that door for a second there. Definitely one of the dangers of playing wheel in areas like this is you are going to get stuck on everything.
You are.
But
but
is
you
going to
can
see
find
just the
dancer.
edge of that dress again. Yep, and that
Yeah.
flywheel on that snap, and that is
The
exactly
first
why.
snap we've seen.
Ooh.
Trying to get to the dungeon here, waiting for the barmaid to bleed out, but I don't think it's going to happen. Once I don't think it's going to happen. Continuing to chase on the dancer here, following along, kiting around this dungeon, but that window is going to go away eventually from the vaults, and this pallet has been broken, which means that is not applicable as well. Throwing a trap here, it does miss, but the dancer is, in prime time for a down, and a down will occur. A surrender, and they have pulled this round. ESP has won for their side.
Wow, yeah, beautiful work from Reaper, able to just pull that four-man almost effortlessly.
Yeah.
Definitely some of the smoother breaking wheel gameplay that we've seen. Yeah, just gorgeous work, and beautiful work on the survivor side as well.
Yeah, 5-0.
Trying to
Crazy.
counter that the skill of the wheel,
Mm-hmm.
trying to come in with that harassment, but sometimes it just doesn't work out in their
Sometimes it
favor. But
just
we are
doesn't
going to see
work
the
out.
stats now.
It is okay. Buns, tell us about the
Yep.
stats. What are your thoughts? Showing the
Definitely some
stats?
interesting stats, seeing that both the
Stats.
gardener and the forward have exactly 18% decoding.
I love that for them.
Definitely probably contributing to MIP's sort of shortcomings in that match is the fact that 2 of the survivors did all of the decoding. But we are going to see, really solid containment time on almost everybody in this match. Just, testament to the efforts that they've put
absolutely.
in against Reapa's wheel.
Reap on the wheel. Love seeing wheel again. I missed you, wheel, my friend. Classical wheel gameplay, as I like to call it, even biblically accurate wheel gameplay, if you will.
Biblically accurate
biblically accurate wheel gameplay. A lot of slugging back and forth. Really good usage of the traps and of the spikes there. A little bit off base, not in a bad way because it was extremely impressive, but a little bit different than usual because with wheel a lot I find you see a lot of snaps come into play, and there were a lot of main body hits there. Reba was aware of how many spikes were on and wanted to conserve the snap until the ideal moments, and got some pretty good terror shocks out of it too. So round 2 I believe goes to ESP there with their beautiful 3-1 and their 5-0, which means we'll be going into a round 3. If they pull that, then I believe they win. If not, then we are going into potential overtime if they can tie that up. I don't know which one it is.
Yeah.
Again, we haven't seen it. We're here with you for the first time.
Yep, completely authentic blind
Never
reactions
sleeping.
to these matches. And yep, we are going to see Ever Sleeping be picked on the side of MIP. Definitely a really strong pick. Could go either way in favor. But we are going to see us head straight into the bans here, and definitely possibly looking, Antiquarian, Priestess ban. Dancer!
Dancer Priestess! And
yep, there we go, Antiquarian Priestess.
Just as we thought. No more
Definitely,
feminism.
kind of the obvious choices.
Yeah, no more feminism. We've taken up the strong girl survivors. Devastating. Hopefully we see him again. But Clerk, of course, and Breaking Wheel on the bans. You're on Ever Sleeping. You don't want to deal with the Breaking Wheel, nor do you want to deal with the Clerk, of course, especially because of how well Reapa played them so far in this match. Hoping we see a better in this last round, potentially in either of the halves. I would love to see my friend Ganji, but we're going to load in with our first 2 picks soon, predicting maybe high meta, like, okay, yeah, Prospector and Mercenary. I was sneaking it forward. I don't know why. But we'll get these instead.
Yep, bringing that Mercenary back out from the backseat and bringing up Prospector as well. Definitely really strong picks. Mercenary unable to continue on that little vacation that he had. But yeah, it could definitely be looking maybe at a Dream Witch, maybe at a different hunter.
Yeah, Dream Witch is out.
Maybe at a Wax Artist. We could be seeing the Wax
Goodness.
Artist.
We could be seeing
but we are going to see the Seer and
Wax
Barmaid, which does increase the chances of a Dream Witch. But maybe we will see our friend the Wax Artist.
Our friend the Wax Artist.
our questionably acquaintance.
Yeah.
Wax Artist.
Wax Artist, that guy that we know. A Patient we will be seeing come out into play here. I do think they are gearing up and expecting maybe a Dream Witch. She is able to come out onto the field right now, and against on Ever Sleeping with the other 2 bands, Dream Witch I do think is probably the ideal pick if it is within the hunter pool. Definitely would be the strongest decision here. So final pick, of course, Embalmer has been banned. They do not want Aesop Quarrel to come out to play. They really don't. They will not let him. He is staying in the funeral home. He is not coming out with us. We will not be seeing our friend, the Embalmer. He is our friend. Andrew Price, the Gravekeeper!
The Gravekeeper.
I have to be so normal about Gravekeeper, like, on Koa streams, and now that they've let me out, I can be a little bit insane. During IVA, I do think Lychee did that, I miss her, but when Lychee and I commentated the last day of IVA, there was a Gravekeeper from GH playing Epitaph, and I almost had, like, an aneurysm.
Okay,
it was literally, like, 7
I
in the morning.
This.
Yeah, it was, like, 7 in the morning. I am dead tired, because I've been casting all night. I had a lot of fun, though. I loved IVA. I should clarify. That was great. I'm so glad that now let me do IVA. I had so much fun. but I was very tired, as NAU casters tend to be because our time zones are so different. And then I saw Epitaph come out on the field, and I literally felt like I had just had like 3 energy drink straight caffeine shots. Like literally felt like that. I think I like had my I had my Andrew plushie at that point because I brought him out for that point of the stream because we went on a brief break and I was like, okay, final round, like I'll take him out. And I was over the moon. Way too much joy in my body. The Gravekeeper fan. There's a lot to say about his performance in the meta and how well he plays, but personally, I just like him. So our hunter pick could be a Dream Witch. I'll stop talking about Gravekeeper now. Could be a Dream Witch.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see him picked over the first officer, considering the first officer wasn't banned. We have been seeing a lot more first officers over the Gravekeepers as of late. But yeah, really interesting team comp. It does look like they're going sort of for more that classic approach of just keeping the hunter occupied long enough to
strong guys.
Get that decoding done, even with a little bit shorter decoding. And yep, we are going to see that Dream Witch. Definitely, this feels like something straight out of like COA 4, COA 3, COA 4.
I miss you, COA
just
4.
that old meta. I miss COA 4 too. I miss when Wildling was meta. But yeah, definitely really interesting because like Prospector, Patient, really great for that containment. Especially on a map like this with the Patient able to hook into those houses, over things, under things, just really strong with those hooks.
Yeah.
And fun to utilize through those windows. But yeah, really interesting matchup that we're going to see.
I do wonder. We'll see our spawn selections. We'll see Optimal Chase. I do believe Optimal Chase is probably the Patient, probably maybe the Gravekeeper. Those shovels can be a menace, but once they're out of the way, they're out of the way. Prospector also not too bad. You have your followers. One can get stunned, and then you can just chase with the other if you still have a leech on the field and you're doing some kind of sandwich situation. Lynn has a cookie, very good. I like shouting that out in particular. Sorry, she does so many of those. Hi, Lynn. I hope you're enjoying your cookie, and I assume it's chocolate chip, as Lucina's just said.
Is it chocolate chip?
Yeah, is your cookie chocolate chip while we wait for our spawn picks? It is! And our spawn picks are here!
Perfect timing, and yep, we are going to see very possible that that Patient or that Gravekeeper will both be that first chase. Norton is in the corner where he belongs. Away from everyone else. Prospector
isolation.
Which it does cause some problems in terms of harassment. Definitely, out of the way, not able to give support on a first kite, but definitely able to just charge up those magnets and come in ready and waiting for that second kite, third kite, ready to just pressure those leeches, those chairs, and get those stuns off. But we are going to see vodka on that Patient, which I am very excited about. I like the members of the teams who just kind of, they just play. They like to have a little fun. They like to be a little bit silly. Me and my rank matches. And Patient feels appropriate for this.
Patient is very silly. I think about Patient and Psychologist and how silly their emotes get a lot. Like, it's
so silly. It's the little jump around.
They jump around and they do little things. But we're getting less silly. We're in serious mode. Straight face. Serious time. We're starting off. Oh my god, it's my freak. Sorry, I'll be normal now. We're going to see Gravekeeper on the server in the corner. We are going to see Reba. Transition around. We're going to see 7 actually come on as our first chase here, and that does actually happen to be the Prospector. So putting a leech on immediately, you don't want to deal with that magnet when you only got one follower with you. Waiting, of course, for the second spawn follower to come along. The leech is here, and the spawn follower is as well, so now we just need to land that first hit. Unable to swap in time, it was just on cooldown. The trait isn't up yet on that follower, but we do see that Patroller is being carried. So might see that soon. Usually you want a Patroller pretty early as Dream Witch, just to, get your first licks in. Ooh, there they are, first hit.
And going to take that leech hit right away. Definitely pretty good for 7 right now. In that, not able to, for Reaper, not able to get that spawn follower hit in first, and we are going to see the inference accessory utilized on Komida, which feels somewhat dishonorable, but, we're just going to roll with it. Into the graveyard here, which is really good for 7, just such a great area to kite, especially a hunter with such a small hitbox like this. And we're going to see that Patroller make its first appearance, buying time for that spawn follower to catch up.
A nice little magnet has been thrown, but it does not do anything.
Ooh.
Luckily, doesn't cancel the hit recovery, which would have been a little bit of a nightmare. But the ciphers are being pushed extremely well. They're being decoded. You know, they haven't been disrupted too much. There was a little bit of disruption, but not so much that it's a problem. The leech goes back on. I'm going to patrol around and camp this chair. I do think it was a worthwhile kite, of course, and you do want to push as far as you can in these qualifiers and these later rounds. So I do believe that they will send either the Vodka might actually be coming in for the rescue here, considering, you know, he's the closest on that patient. We do see the Gravekeeper transitioning over. I do think he's going to take over a different cipher and continue to decode. Mercenary, I think, is also just continuing to dually decode. They don't want to waste too much time. Patient actually was carrying Tide. Okay, they all have Tide except for the Prospector.
Yeah.
I'm learning just now. Did not notice until it was relevant.
No, I also just noticed. The unconventional, again, like that return to that old meta of just, you know, the longer that you spend without being sent back to the manor is
The
more
better,
time
yeah.
for your team. So
Okay,
Ooh.
doesn't get hit. Luckily, that would have been a no-hit recovery, and it would have been a little bit nasty to recover from and deal with. We are seeing that Seven was able to heal in the corner for a little bit, but going to transition back over and pick up. Patient, I don't think they're going to send for another rescue. They could, but likely not. I do believe they're actually going to send Gravekeeper over. He is already transitioning back. And, yep, seemingly coming in here. We are seeing a patroller being used. Might get the bite on him before he can't even do anything. Actually going to transition all the way over to Vodka at this cipher here with the patroller to disrupt decoding a little bit, but while doing so, the Gravekeeper is making really good time at getting over to this chair. The Dream Witch is, you know, distracted. Reba's got no idea. Suddenly, you come back and there is a bunch of lava at your seat, which is probably not ideal. Oh, so cute. He's going to wait around here, pull a little bit on and off, and getting the rescue off, of course. Prospector, of course, dead on chair. You have to really get that body block off, and you can't do it. So the magnet cancels the recovery, and we are going to see the spawn follower, or the leech follower, disappear with no one to harass to prevent the Prospector from going back to the Manor Bones.
Yep, definitely a bit of a classical Prospector move. We are going to see that Gravekeeper in the area, likely trying to get that pallet hit rescue and almost not in the way and getting that free hit with the balloon no attack recovery. We are going to see that cipher, that final cipher is already at 80, almost 90%. So even though the Prospector is being sent back to the Manor, we are looking at a pretty likely draw right now on the side of MIP.
Yeah, we are letting Emil pick up his second item. I hope whatever he gets makes him really happy inside. Mercenary, of course, still has 3 elbow pads to utilize. Gravekeeper, I believe, has enough shovel to last him a lifetime. Wasn't hit out of the first one, and I think was able to conserve some of it, so, you know, a little bit to kite. Ooh, they actually popped the cipher, because the Dream Witch is near no one, but we are actually finding the Gravekeeper at the gate here, and yeah, going back over, back into that shovel, of course, and teleporting with the main body all the way over to this gate. So hopefully going to get a leech on soon. Yep, going to do that now. Going to try and down Vodka right here, but still waiting on that spawn follower to make... Okay, we're good. That was really close. That was really close.
Avoiding the jam on the side of Vodka.
That was really close.
But with no blink... Ooh, the pads.
Nice.
And those were picked up out of the chest, not gifted from the Mercenary. Mercenary still has, I believe, 3 to utilize in case the Hunter even sees him. But yep, Vodka continuing this chase into the covered area, right over dungeon, it seems, with that gate. Oh, the gate's already open from the Gravekeeper. We could be looking at a possible 3-man if Vodka plays his cards right.
Ooh. Stay safe, Vodka.
Oh, but that leech is coming in hot.
Oh no! Vodka, everything is wrong and bad! Unfortunately, we do actually see Vodka go down in the pallet here. Good attempt at a mind game, but it didn't work out, and the chair's right there. So Bones, we are actually going to see a draw, but that was a very exciting match. Everything about that was extremely exciting. I enjoyed every second of it. I think chat did as well, but I think they mostly enjoyed me losing my cool for a second there, which is very embarrassing. Tackle the match instead.
And yeah, the survivor's name is Vodka. We have not just been saying Vodka this entire time.
Yes.
I would like to clarify.
That's his name. That's my buddy. That's my buddy Vodka on the.
My buddy Vodka.
My good friend Vodka.
Our good friend Vodka.
Our good friend Vodka.
Exactly.
Actually, my friend. Goodbye, Mary. Have a good time. My friend
Goodbye.
Jason. We watched Journey. Of course, as we're doing right now, simulating a Discord call with your friends for a tournament. I'm really intrigued just to see. Sorry, I have ADHD. I feel like that's very obvious, but I jump from 6 topics back and forth and back and forth. So I'm very interested to see how the other commentators like do the there's a bunch of restreams. I did mean to mention this earlier and I got distracted by a match coming up, but well, we have the time before the stats come in. But that's fine. I am going to put a lizard in the box. So now we are looking at our other match coming in. Luckily this happened towards the end of the stream and not while we were right in the middle of it. We are looking now at our first bands coming in. So we are getting right into things.
Yep, and yep, that looks like a priestess, antiquarian, and the seer. Very, very standard. Yeah, just ready to get rid of those decent picks. Interesting to see the seer banned after the seer hadn't been banned. Possibly a little bit of psychological warfare.
Yeah,
and that is
certainly.
A Dream Witch and a Sculptor.
Yeah, yep. Dream Witch and Sculptor on the bands here. Oh, Cowboy! Hello, Cowboy. What are you up to? What you doing? Wow.
Oh, so there is a lizard now.
Yeah, I've given you a
I'm
lizard.
seeing that.
Yeah.
I'm seeing that happen.
I had to do it.
Yeah.
Again, I am a girl. There's only so
much I can do. A little
our,
miserable lizard in the corner.
Our technical difficulties here. But we are seeing the dancer get banned alongside the entomologist here. We are going to continue forward, and we're going to see a batter. This is a very harasser-heavy comp, Bones.
Yeah, really, really interesting. I am slightly behind, so my apologies.
That is okay. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Oh, extremely harasser heavy to the point of Thief coming in. What you missed, unfortunately, was an immense amount of technical difficulties, and now Bones is a sad
You guys
lizard.
should be really happy that there's no face cam anymore.
But does not pleased about the Thief pick, as I'm sure we can all gather. Instead, we are going to see this huge harasser heavy lineup, and I do wonder who will come in as the hunter. You know, you got a lot to deal with on this comp. They're kind of full of violence, and they're ready to unleash it, I do believe. Wow.
Yeah, sort of a fascinating...
Oh, okay. Hermit will come in for that. Wow.
I would have liked to see a wax artist. Truthfully. Able to sort of counter those stuns, but yeah, I'm definitely questioning ESP's strategy with the Thief, with all of these harassers. I'm very confused. Yeah, as the chat is saying, will decoding happen? Probably not. This looks like my duos matches.
It
apart
really
from
does.
the inclusion of the Hermit.
I might have lost Bones, unfortunately. Lots going on today, none of it good, all of it bad. So I'm going to see if we can get Bones back. Hi, Bones. Hello? Okay. We are now dealing, of course, with our lineup here. We've lost Bones. So many technical difficulties. It's just me now. Now I have to go on my phone and tell Bones. No more Bones. Sorry, guys. I've confiscated Bones. We'll see if Bones is able to come back to us. But in the meantime, I'm here, and we're going to continue to talk about what's going on, despite the fact that I'm kind of behind on my little guy here. I cannot connect to the Discord call that I was in with Bones, which of course is the downfall of being able to cast with people from quite far. Then you only get to deal with so much, but hopefully when I have the VOD, I will be able to re-upload it and simply cut all of the problems out. But we're starting off the map here. The Hermit is going to go on with the chase here, continuing forward, and chasing along. We're going to see Tario come into the area here, chase along, continue on, and look for the first chase. So I do wonder who will be selected for the first chase at this point in time. Going through, this area here, looking for that first survivor. You want to get that right out of the way. It seems to be we might be approaching dawn. The Hermit, of course, is going to have an interesting time trying to, get all of this going and get everything in line, but we've got a first hit, which of course is kind of like a sneeze of damage at this point. We are seeing the Thief come in to do some harassment here, able to stun the Hermit for a little bit, going to continue on with the chase, and Ooh, another hit. This time, I believe that was a failed flywheel from the thief side to get everything going. Wow. Okay, quick down on the thief here. Right in front of the tram, of course, no damage taken. 5 ciphers remaining. With Hermit, of course, it's hard to push these ciphers, but we're in a difficult position at this point. And now have to deal with whatever is going on at the moment. Going to reconfigure these connections here. Kind of got basically all of the ciphers lined up at this point. We see some of the rescuers in the corner here who seemingly have been working together on a cipher, and one of them is going to come around the corner, one of them is coming straight from the front. We are looking at a situation where, they want to get that harassment done. And they want to be in a good position. A beautiful stun from the forward, and a lasso rescue from the cowboy, an extremely long stun from the forward. I almost thought that glitched out for a second, but no, it was just that long. I could see the other survivors moving. Continuing forward with our chase, continuing with the thief trying to harass here, the cowboy, of course, getting out of the area in order to avoid any of those problems and not have to deal with any of this, nonsense from the thief. So continuing this area, using all of those, walls to prevent this, but these beautiful placements of the flashlights on the ground from the thief in order to try and get a stun while the hermit is breaking a pallet. That one unfortunately misses, much did the one before that, but it was very close. Did you just get on the tram or get hit by the tram? I can't tell. Got hit by the tram, unfortunately. So we are actually going to see a hit on the tram from the thief here, going to go down for a second, which means that we are now in a position for Tario to, continue with the kite and hopefully get that hit. But beautiful stuns from the thief in order to prevent that from happening. We're really looking at an interesting position. None of these are very strong decoders, so they're going to have to push on that harassment quite a bit in order to make this work. We're going to see a down, actually, because of that shared polarity from the thief after the cowboy was hit. Despite how strong the kite was, not working out in their favor, the batter's going to use a ball there in order to get a stun. We are looking at a very harassment-heavy sort of lineup at this moment. All is good, all is well. Continuing on with another stun. That's a lot of us from me, but I'm doing my best. We are boneless. I miss getting my little breaks, and I am so confused as to what occurred. I will have to investigate that later, but as of now, we have a match. I'll chit-chat about that in a moment. We are continuing on with the placements of the transmission here, looking really good on their side. Tario has excellent map control, especially over these ciphers. One of them is 99, and it has just been completed by the forward. Another hit landing on Hachan here in order to get that rescue, of course with several harassers in the area. Thief practically out of, I miss you talking as well, Bones. I'm so sorry about the problems. We miss Bones. I miss Bones so much. Bones would have had so much fun watching this thief get downed, so in Bones' stead and in Bones' honor, I will celebrate that. Yay, this is great. A beautiful lasso rescue from the cowboy. They are going really hard on this harassment. Unfortunately, that means that the forward is pushing their ciphers, and if I were to get anyone to push ciphers for me, I would probably not want to beat the forward. But, we got the forward here. We have the forward. We're trying our best. Getting on the tram, actually, the cowboy and I believe the thief is there as well. Forward, transitioning over in this area. Oh! Okay! I was worried William was going to get hit. And it seems that our poor hunter, Tario, has been harassed by the tram as well. Lots of stuns in the area coming not only from the survivors on it, but the map itself, which I believe Golden Cape used to do, but that's not relevant. A hit on the forward that leads to a down, so someone's going to have to come in for a rescue. Breaking a pallet here, and I believe that means the basement is in the area, so able to counteract this harassment in that way. The cowboy is here, and he is raring to go. All of Wu Yan's pickups have been extremely good with that lasso, so we could be seeing another rescue here. Going to actually drop the forward before that happens to trick the cowboy out of, wasting the lasso for a little bit and then having to deal with all of that nonsense at this point in time. Going to have to drop again, and by drop, I mean struggle-free. As we know, forward actually has a higher struggle time than other survivors, which means that when you're dealing with trying to rescue him back and forth, it's really useful to have a prospector around or even a gardener, because forward is usually able to deal with that. We see the hermit actually teleport all the way up into the second story of the house. Going to change all of these transmissions once more, but 3 ciphers still remaining. Wowee, the sap lizard is getting to me. A beautiful blink, and now 2 survivors are down. Ciphers need to be pushed. The tram is back in the area. Please don't get hit again. But we're going to see a chair up on the ground floor here, right near the basement. Don't want to do the trouble of going all the way down there. Please don't get hit by the tram. We are watching a little pallet break action. Lots going on. We are seeing some decoding happening in this area. Actually, some healing. Who is a bot? One of them is a bot. Weon picked up a bot after utilizing all of the item that was available. So now going to kite with that a little bit, trying to do some healing with it as well, but unable to get it off in time. Another one of those big little ball throws. We are dealing with, some looping around, but no one else. The rescue actually did go off in the background there. I was going to say, wow, they haven't rescued yet. They have rescued yet. Breaking a pallet here in order to continue chase and hopefully land that down. My thoughts and prayers are with everybody, and by everybody, I mean Alpha. Very difficult situation. At the moment, so we are going to see a down. 2 ciphers remaining. The harassment has been working. Despite, if you can't do cipher rush, what you need to do is play really aggressive, and that is what they've been doing. They've been playing extremely aggressively, and it has been working in their favor, and I'm very impressed by that. I see now that Lynn has been clipping some of the match things, which is absurdly funny. I miss bones. All of my good highlights had bones in them. We're going to continue on with our chase here, pretending that we aren't missing bones at the moment. Ooh, another down. Of course, with the polarity, so it's long distance, they're very good at sharing this damage. I believe that when the forward goes down, they should have a cipher primed at that time. Going to take a stun here, and then a hit and a down, and the cipher should pop just now. So the cipher's been popped, and there are 4 survivors remaining on the field because of how strong the harassment was on their side. Tario's got a lot to deal with. We are in the dungeon area, carrying detention, luckily, so able to get a quick down if necessary. Forward, of course, kind of anticipating a potential blink, playing some little mind games. Instead of a blink, we're going to see a throw here, and we are going to see all of the good style nonsense. So getting a stun, walking around, going to get the hit, but the shared polarity, the forward has not yet gone down. Exit gates are open, survivors are out, and the dungeon is open. That means what you think it means. ESP has actually pulled this round, and they won. We now have them as representation for this round. I believe, we are dealing with a little bit more after this. Those comps do in fact never work in rank, but they do work really well right now. A huge congratulations to ESP at this point in time. There is a huge black bar on my screen, which is still getting on my nerves, and now I can briefly talk about my technical difficulties. We may miss live chat. I may simply have to take the video and clip out all of the problems and then re-upload it later. I did not expect to have this many problems. It's only done it once before, but I chose to do it today at the worst time. For context, for the people, mostly for my poor friend Bones, who I miss so much. My laptop chose to black screen, and then sometimes it does that. Not usually, but it will on occasion. And now there's just like a huge black bar on the side of the screen, which is not really ideal. I can't even see all of the lizard, and I know that the lizard is showing you the chat behind the screen, which is very funny. I would love to control him. I can't. I cannot control the speed at which the lizard does his lizard things. So round 3, they've pulled it, they won. My hamster is awake. Hello, train conductor. And we are continuing into our match stats. So I'm going to let you read over the match stats on your own really quick, and I'm going to take a drink of water. Being on camera while drinking is weirdly humiliating. It is very awkward. Yeah, I love the little figurines that they have. I think Chad is a little bit behind me now, but I love them. I think they're the cutest. They are really the sweetest of all time. Here are our match results. Of course, we are seeing our qualifiers. ESP has won, a 2-0 with those matches. The draw, of course, and now, yes, the beast is awake. Seeing a draw with these matches here. So really impressive gameplay on both sides. Oh, no, I was wrong. They draw in the first round. They did a best out of 3. And I have no idea what's going on, ever. I would love to show off the beast. He is my sweetheart. Best DDoC is going to go to Repa's Poland here. Extremely impressive. I am full of joy for that. Really fun to watch. That match was absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Yeah. My hamster will substitute for Bones. I will simply go pick him up and get him to talk to you guys about Identity 5, which I would love to make him do, but I can't because he is a hamster, and on top of that, he is extremely squirmy. I have never met a man with more squirm. he is the fastest little hamster in the world. I'm going to skip through this little break here. We are seeing some interviews. I'm not sure if we're done or not, to be honest. I'm honestly not sure. No. Okay. Yeah, we need our final. So I'm going to handle the final matches all on my own, which is going to be great. Considering the technical difficulties and the desire to, go through with the stream properly, I'm going to probably just skip through match to match to match, if that sounds good with everybody else, with some little bit of chit-chat in between. So RT versus TSP, we've seen them today, we've seen them already. They're really good, very good at what they do. They've been impressive in their plays so far. They are coming soon. We're going to see who wins out of these two. I've just seen ESP, so they're more familiar in my brain, and I don't want to lie or do anything evil. We've seen the match, the player stats already, so I'm just going to skip over those, and we're getting right into the middle of the band picks. We're on Chinatown. This is our first round, RD ESP on the Hunter side. So now we're going to see some very interesting fun plays. All of our bands have been picked out. Everything that we have is good. Technical difficulties are in fact the worst strong. I will explode and die. But I'm glad that everyone is okay with the little skippies and going through with things a little bit quicker. But we did have a wonderful day. I hope everyone enjoyed Bones. Bones will be commentating the checkmate tourney coming up. There's a link to it. That'll be this weekend. I have another day on March 5th, and hopefully this time I will not have a black screen problem. I will have to warn Eli O now about my technical difficulties and say, hey, you may unfortunately be removed from the stream against my will, against everyone's will. But our lineup is very, very good. We've got a really strong beginning lineup. When you only have so many bands, you have to get the strong ones out of the way, and that leaves way for other strong characters to come in. There are a lot of really good survivors in the game at this point in time. We are seeing the antiquarian, the mercenary, the female dancer, and the patient. And on QRI's side, I do wonder who will come out. Potentially, possibly a clerk. We are in the first round. We are in Chinatown. That would be great. We could also be seeing a Dream Witch, potentially. They've been playing all day. They know what the strengths are. They might take them out. They might not let them play them. Build-wise, I'm predicting 3 Flywheel, 1 Tide Turner on the Mercenary side. So I'm very excited to see what comes out of this and what we see. Very excited to see what we see. I should have put a chat box on the video, because now I'm just going to be talking to ghost chat. If I do end up simply removing things, we'll see. We'll see what's going on. I literally no! After Bones left? Are you kidding me? After Bones is gone? Now we're gonna see this thing? We're gonna see him now? Okay, so we're gonna see the Wagglers come into play, actually. Here on Chinatown, there are a lot of good areas where he can chase, a lot of open areas that survivors are forced to run through and just kind of deal with. So that's gonna be very interesting. I know, it's devastating. It's devastating that we are seeing the Wax Artist without bones. 206 bones, specifically, to support us at this point in time. I love the chat became a little behind. It's so terrible. But, Wax Artist time. Can we get into the spawn picks? Do you want to do that for me? I think my voice is running out. I'll be fine though, I promise. So we're going to see the spawn picks here. I think optimal choice, of course, is that patient. The dancer maybe just to get rid of those boxes, but she can be a bit of a menace. I do predict Flywheel, of course, on 3 of these survivors, the mercenary being the only one without it. But mercenary, of course, you have to deal with a situation where you gotta be careful. The Wax Artist does not have presence yet, and he really needs that in order to get through these rounds efficiently. Philippe is extremely strong at full presence, but without it, he's not that great. Similarly, of course, kind of like Wushang. If you're more familiar with Wushang, you would understand that without presence, there's not really anything that you can do. But he does have that wax to start him off, and I do think that, of course, very professional players, they're going to know what to do while they're building up that presence. Very excited to see. I am predicting. Sometimes we see the builds here, but we're not. We just we see who's on what. I loved the graphics for all of COA so far. When we went to rehearsal, it was extremely exciting because I got to see the graphics for the first time, of course, with the other commentators, and I loved every second of it because they just look so good and they're on theme so very well. That I adore. I am a huge fan of that. All right, we're loading in. Philippe is in a house here. There's a roof over his head. drink of water while we transition for first stage. So the patient unfortunately was really close, maybe didn't rotate in the right area or in the right direction, throwing a pallet down here, and the wax artist is able to catch up. Continuing chase along here, going to transition inside of this building and follow up the stairs, then proceeding to shoot the wax gun in order to gain a little bit more time here. Dropping down, going to continue along. A beautiful hook from the patient in order to prolong this. I'm slowing down a little, otherwise I'm going to die. Some support from the dancer with these boxes, which means that the hit recovery is going to take a lot longer than it normally would, which is great for the survivors. Kai is able to transition further with this patient into the fast box, and another beautiful, well-timed hook in order to get into the hotel 2-story here. Vaulting outside in order to get a little bit of a speed boost potentially, yep. And now we are, I'm going to take a quick look at the builds. We've got, of course, the one tide turner, and I believe we're actually doing with 3 broken windows with no flywheel. So very interesting, but I do think it'll work out in their favor. Another wonderful hook from the patient. The only problem with those, though, is now he's out of them. Ooh! Teleport from the wax artist in order to catch up. So going to utilize the wax here in order to get a potential freeze on the patient. I'm hoping, I'm praying, I really do believe that that would be optimal. No pallets down here, you know, you got to build your distance. You can't wait that time. And a down, we're going to see our first down on the patient here in this final round. Oh my goodness. Ciphers are being pushed pretty okay, and we're seeing the patient put into the basement, actually. Not the most ideal situation. Certainly a little bit uncomfortable and unfortunate. If they want to come rescue, they're going to have to send the mercenary, and they're going to have to send them fast, which seems to be what they're doing. I believe they're sending our friend the mercenary wearing, I believe that's Eagle Stance, coming right down into the hotel area to get to the basement and rescue that patient. We're gonna see what happens. I'm trying to pressure the ciphers as Waxer just does and should do. Hoping to get a drop down hit here, but unfortunately not able to do it. And a beautiful arm pad dash away right down to this patient's chair. Okay, nice hit. We are transitioning out of the basement now, which is good. Very excited about that. A last effort has been popped on the patient. He is unfortunately going to take that hit and then, you know, have to go through and deal with the horrors and repercussions of being smacked another time. And of course, I think Philippe might be trying to build his presence a little bit. QRI wants to have as much presence as possible with the wax artist. As you know, as mentioned prior, with the more presence on wax artist, the better. When you get to full presence, you're golden, baby. Before that, you're gonna struggle a little bit. But QRI has been really strong so far, very confident with his wax artist. And he's just having a good time. No, I think he's also doesn't sound very good when he walks. It's definitely very uncomfortable, and only on 1 foot as well. Like, what is it like to be this guy and have to live like this? I think he should simply remove the wax from his body. I do think he should simply remove the wax from his body. Ooh, down. I admire the emotional support in the VC. If my Discord was working, that would be great. I would have bones back, but I don't. But what I do have is this beautiful display from the Philippe in the basement here. Wax, I keep calling him his name. We are not friends. Going to use the searing wax here in order to land another down. 2 downs, a double down here in the basement. 1 cipher remaining. It's going to be primed, but this patient is dead on chair and will now be put on the chair and sent back to the manor and eliminated. Shao, of course, we have waiting up at the top here, going to also be placed in the basement, and survivors will be forced to rescue. Ooh, we do actually have someone waiting in the area, hiding here, waiting along. It is the antiquarian, unfortunately for the wax artist. So going to actually knock out of the teleport animation, using that flute and completely counteracting his skill, which is an insane move and extremely impressive from the survivor's side. They now have more time to pop that cipher without being forced to pop it as soon as these things happen. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Okay, elbow batting away. They have popped the cipher. Things are ready to go. Kirai is going to be forced to chase along. You know, desperately you want to get that. It is a mercenary. We're chasing the searing wax hit will be extremely useful for this endgame. Otherwise, the mercenary could take 1 full body hit before going down. I'm going to expend some wax here in order to catch up and freeze the mercenary, hopefully in his tracks, and then land that down and secure that draw. Yeah, we're going to see the mercenary go down, so hopefully hopefully we are going to see a nice little play here. Yeah, a draw. Mercenary, I don't think it's going to be able to stroke out in time, so we are looking at a good situation and a start for both sides. You know, draw very good. Draw, I think, is fair. Draw, I think, is my friend. When I get a draw, I'm like, my win rate looks silly, but it's not a loss, and that is ideal. I love when things are not a loss. Oh my god, they've swapped out the commentators a little bit. Kind of like I did, but not by choice. I'm gonna skip forward. All right, that's a 2-2. I'll go over the stats really quick. We've got 20.1 on containment time, 99.1 on containment time, 8.8, not too strong on the dancer, but she didn't see them all match and did a lot of decoding, so not too big of a deal, and 73.7 on the patient. Waxord, of course, with really good stats as well. No terror shocks that match, if I remember correctly, but you don't need a terror shock to be impressive. You don't. You can be quite good. You can be quite fine on your own. Alright, we are hopping into our second half of our round 1 here. Priestess, our first ban on Chinatown. Naturally, we are going to see our first picks, which are the Psychologist and the Barmaid. I believe they are preparing for Ryun to play, possibly, I believe it was Ryun that played that Hermit earlier, maybe possibly a Dream Lich as well. You don't want to deal with Dream Lich to start, and especially if you do, you don't want to deal with Dream Lich without the proper tools to counteract her. Entomologist. We're looking at a beautiful feminism lineup, so I'm going to call it. And by feminism lineup, I mean girl time. Welcome to girl time. Please don't ruin this for me. First officer has been banned. No rescues. Ryun does not want to deal with a rescue today. Please? Feminism? Okay, I believe that William counts as in my ideals here. So we're going to see Forward Locked In as our last selection. We're on Chinatown still. We are in round 1, second half. Ryun, of course, a lot of good hunters in the pool, and no bans yet, so able to whip out any of them, whichever is most suitable to Chinatown, and whichever they probably don't want to deal with the most. Very excited to see that. This is like an elongated version of me having to stall during C and NAU. Ooh? Card 26! Okay, my friend Bonbon is coming up to play. So we're going to see Bonbon on the field as well, coming in to Chinatown here. Bonbon, of course, a tie hunter usually. We are looking already at a 2 on the score, so possibly only going for a draw in order to get a best out of 3 on the rounds, which would be great. Hopefully it goes by quick. I'm enjoying this tourney, but now my voice hurts. Bonbon, my friend Bonbon! I do like seeing good bomb placements, and the camp is really strong, so dealing with, just the forward as the rescuer, that could be quite well. Hopefully, again, I'd love to see some entomologist harassment. We are looking at the spawn picks here. Everyone's lined up really nicely, from top to bottom in the center there. I'm thinking maybe Barmaid first chase. I have no proof that will happen, but I think... you can knock her out of her heels with a bomb, so that takes her from, trying to get rid of damage to a 75 sometimes if she's trying to heal a full hit, which is not ideal. No, it's not ideal for me, it's not ideal for anyone, it's not ideal for the Barmaid, but it is ideal for Ryun. So Bonbon against this comp I think is going to be okay. The Psychologist might pose a little bit of a problem with her stress. It's harder to camp against a Psych, but I don't know if they were anticipating a Bonbon, so I'm not sure what she's carrying, and in turning they don't tend to send her for rescues. I rescue a lot with Psych myself when I play rank and quick match and whatnot, but I'm also in Griffin, so... I'm not playing at the level that these people are. They know things that I don't, and those things are that I don't need to go in for the rescues. I guess in my mind palace I've decided that I have to do that. But just me deciding that. Okay. March Hare, my friend! We're gonna see March Hare on the field, actually. I do love March Hare. It is the Bonbon release skin. Oh my god, I could talk a little bit about lore. It's a bad time. We're going to chase over to Dawn here, moving over in this area. We're seeing the build right here, which is, I believe, trump card detention, not too bad. Dawn is actually on the Psychologist, so not a really great optimal first chase, but, taking 3 hits, but you can counteract those with the bombs, so not too bad. Unfortunately, can take way more hits than Outsurvivors, which is what makes her meta in the first place. Oh, the skin is so cute. Following after the Psych here, transitioning around, they're going to mind game around this pallet a little bit to stay safe. That area can be a little bit of trouble for hunters. The tables do get in your way a little bit, but again, it's survivors face that as well, so a little bit fair. First hit on the Psychologist there through the pallet. No pallet stun, unfortunately, but able to vault over it afterwards and continue along with the transition. We're going to see some more bombs be put up, and now the Psych is like a sneeze away from being pushed to the ground and knocked over. So ciphers being pushed. I've watched the barmaid fail a calibration, I think, which is quite sad. But, oh, missing the hit there, actually, and excitement being carried on the bonbon, not blink or anything. So, forced to continue to chase on foot with these bombs. Going to follow this psych up here. I do believe she's trying to push for more time and stay out of the way. If she does go down, she wants to go down right here in an area where she's going to have to be carried to a chair, which, you know, that's going to waste a decent amount of time. You always want to waste a decent amount of time, I believe. In my humble opinion, wasting a little bit of time is nice. We're seeing the rocket chair get turned into a rocket chair. Ha ha ha. Ha. I talk so much and so fast. It's awful. We are going to see 2 ciphers get popped already. Our AI win rate prediction is looking pretty alright for the bonbon. You know, very high chance of a 0 escape here, it seems, which is very impressive, and I wonder where they're getting it from. But we're going to see the forward hanging out in the area to build netease and hopefully come in for the rescue soon. Maybe just going for a draw. They do have one already, so it would make sense if both teams were just looking to even things out here. I'm very intrigued as to what they will do. Oh, entomologist support coming in while the forward comes in to rescue. Okay, we are going to see a last effort popped, which means that harassment will be forced. We will need to see a balloon rescue in order to prevent the psych from going back to the manor. But we know something they don't. And by we, I mean Ryun, you, and I, which is that the bonbon has detention. Or not detention. The bonbon does have detention. The bonbon has excitement, is what I meant to say. So the bonbon has excitement, which means that forward does come in for a stun here. Excitement will be utilized in order to prevent that from happening. But it seems that forward actually doesn't want to. So they are choosing to send the psych back to the manor. One cipher is at 75% and almost completed. Another one is at 4 and it's just been finished. So they are, you know, just waiting it out, biding their time. They've started a new cipher, actually. So that one, I believe, will be the prime after we see this other one get popped here, while the forward continues to kite along. Ooh, nice football. Less nice football. The corner there is maybe not an area you want to be with a bonbon. Ooh, continuing along. They've got to work on the cipher prime. It's only at 35% so far. Going to use that remote control bomb in order to try and land more damage on the forward. Unfortunately, the forward leading over into an area where a cipher is being decoded, which is not great. The forward is also going to go down, so they're going to be forced to push another cipher at this point in time to make things work. Ooh, not looking, yeah, looking like a draw, I would say. Definitely looking like a draw. Okay. Patrolling around the cipher here, of course we know that another one is being decoded at this point in time, but Ha-chan hanging out in the area, waiting to go in for that rescue afterwards. So the entomologist will be coming in as the barmaid works on this cipher. Patroller has actually been the trait swap here in order to sort of trip up that entomologist and kill their little game plan, which is extremely interesting in terms of a choice that they've made. Wow. Really smart, though. Not a bad decision, just an interesting one. Like, I'm not sure how to feel about it. Going to flywheel and use that already. I believe the dog has been knocked off by a bomb. Now on half health, so I have to be really careful with this. The cipher is almost primed, but I don't think that the forward can be rescued in time. And no, detention on Ryun's bonbon, so now we're in a tricky situation for the survivors. Forward is about to go back to the manor. The entomologist is unfortunately, I believe, kiting over to the gate where the barmaid is. So we could be looking at a situation where things are going to go a little bit bad, going to prevent that gate from being opened. Yeah, that seems to be the case. Barmaid, of course, staying here, waiting. Wooyan is trying to kite this out, but it's going to be a little bit hard. Bonbon does have detention, so one hit and she's down. She is taking a drink right now to try and counteract, you know, going down to bombs. But gotta be really careful, because again, as barmaid, if you take that hit, you go right from getting rid of 50 to 75. Okay, we're looping around this little area here, trying to buy enough time for the entomologist to make it out of the gate by opening it. So looping around a little bit more, a little bit of a speed boost here from that little thing being carried. And we're going to see no items to utilize from the entomologist, you know, no B support coming in, but it's more important to get that gate open, of course. Wooyan continuing to cut around, potentially trying to push to get to that gate in the end. very interested to see how this goes. Mind gaming around this palette, and the barmaid loses the mind game. So we are actually going to see Ryun win this first round here. So going from a draw up to a 3-man, really good. That means that they take the round, which is a very strong start for them. And I'm quite impressed, and I'm very pleased about that. I realized my water's just been there the whole time. My bad. It will happen again, probably. I am all over the place. I should get the lizard to speak. 300% decoding on the barmaid is a lot. She really did push those servers, didn't she? I'm impressed with that. I really am. We're going to go into another little match here. We have seen 2-3, 2-1. So RD, I believe, is in the lead right now, but only by 1 point. No, by 2 points. I lied. In the lead by 2 points, I believe. Yeah, that's like 5v3. I'm continuing to skip through because there is evil in my heart. I apologize. It will happen again. Hello. Can I come to the match now? Yeah, well, I'm going to go to the match now. So I'm right in the middle of the band pick, so I apologize for that, but I'll go over stuff really fast. Moonlit River Park is the map that we are hunting on today and surviving on as well. All of our bans are coming, and Balmer is being banned a lot. I wonder what this says about the HMT region and what they play. Seer, Mercenary, don't want to deal with them. Antiquarian as well, and Acrobat. Our final load up, of course, is the Entomologist, so we're looking at a very red comp, except for our sweet Entomologist, who is great just to balance out. So we've got Priestess, of course, it's Moonlit, it makes a lot of sense. We have got Barmaid, Hermit has been banned, First Officer, and the Entomologist. Loving the excitement for the Hermit Band. Sorry, I'm readjusting. Loving the excitement for the Hermit Band. I think that is so fun. Still, little fella. What's he doing? What's he doing? What does he think he is doing? What does he think he is doing? Nothing. He's being taken out. He's not allowed. Not allowed. No. The evil has been destroyed. Ooh, okay, Bonbon, again, it seems that they're willing to take on this Bonbon once more. I do wonder what that means for Ryun. They did ban the Hermit instead, so probably a little bit more worried about that, but that means, of course, that Bonbon time. So we're going to be seeing Bonbon come in again. Bonbon, my friend. On Moonlit, Bonbon is a good, strong tie hunter. My only concern is that Moonlit is a really large map, and Bonbon is not exactly known for traversing around a lot. It's not impossible for Bonbon to make it around the map, but it's other hunters would certainly have an easier time, much like the Hermit that they banned. I know that, I think it was oh god, I don't even recall, but there was a really good Hermit play on Moonlit during IVA way back when. Sorry, I keep reminiscing about IVA like it's like I'm someone who peaked in high school. And that was like my football games. Like I'm like, oh, during IVA, so but it was fun. I had Leichu there, so oh my goodness, I had Leichu there. If any of you guys have any questions about COA stuff that I can talk about, I'm sure there are certain things that I'm like, oh, I can tell you that. But any base questions about COA, I do love talking about casting in a general sense. Eli talks about it on his streams as well. If you ever want to see those, he will tell you kind of what goes on and what happens, but everyone there is a big sweetheart. All of the casters are not only extremely good at their jobs, but they're very nice people and they're great to talk to. So I am now just waiting patiently for the match to begin. But if you, I am aging before your eyes. I'm just dying. I'm going to turn into that lizard by the end of everything. But if there's anything that you would like to chat about, please do offer me topics. March Harrogate, quick drink. March Hair once more. We are continuing on. The Priestess is decoding. Our build has changed a little bit. Yeah, we are going to the opposite side this time instead. Very interesting. So we are going to see, a weight up here. I believe that is the barmaid. So we're going to start chase on the barmaid here. Of course, with the Bonbon, not a bad choice at all. Barmaid trying to transition, I believe, over to the coaster at this point in time. Unfortunately, going to disrupt the decoding because of this. Pushed off of the cipher because the barmaid is now in the area with the hunter. Going to try and take this coaster, mind gaming around it to try and get on it. It's going to buy a lot of time if she can make it there, but Bonbon is so close that might result in a terror shock immediately, which is really not great. it would be nasty. Would be nasty to deal with that. Ooh, remote control ROM to try and knock the barmaid off, but unable to do so. Carrying teleport, so able to catch up really quick. Just need to see whether or not that second stop has been turned on, and it has. So we're going to see the teleport utilized in order to make it over here and get to this side of the map a little bit quicker and not have to walk on foot. But yeah, we're all the way over here. Not another stop turned off, which means that they are able to make their way right over. So beautiful support portals from the priestess to carry a little bit further. Just going to break that one and probably go through the second one to catch up with the barmaid. Yeah, not worth the first stun, but the second stun definitely worth it. Ryun is going to continue on chase here and just move along. We are seeing some more kiting from the barmaid, right back where she started. So that's always the fun thing with the coaster on Moonlit, I think. Survivors will kind of go all the way out, and then if they buy enough time, they're able to go back to where they were originally kiting. One cipher popped so far. There has been a little bit of disruption on the decoding, but we are waiting now, waiting very patiently to see as things continue on. Going to see some bombs we throw down. Yeah, the barmaid was actually one bomb from a down, so the barmaid is going to be placed on chair for the first time. It feels like the second time, but it's not. It's just because we've used the coaster. The coaster, my friend, the coaster. More friendly than the tram. You can ride the coaster and the tram, but only one of them hits you. So, only one of them. Only one of them hits you. Okay, Ryu, what are we doing? Where are we going? I'm talking to the bonbon, like I'm talking to my hamster, but I mean it with love. What are we doing? What are we up to? So patrolling around this area, I believe, knowing full well that survivors will come for a rescue from this direction. I believe there's a long portal there, which means, you know, it's easy to tell exactly where the survivors will be coming from. They can utilize that to get here a little bit quicker. Far enough that it's not going to be a problem, but, you know, close enough that it's a problem for the bonbon. Potentially actually selling the barmaid on chair at this point in time. Nobody close enough yet, maybe coming in for the rescue, I'm not quite sure. That's the funniest thing about casting. It is so hard to figure out, like, you're like, oh, I think they're rescuing? Maybe? Are they rescuing? Are they doing that? And then you have to either cut your losses and go, okay, I was wrong, or you were right, and they are coming in for the rescue. But not this time. We're going to see the portal be broken and another teleport be utilized. This time right into the entomologist, who, much like the first time, has some bees right where the hunter would spawn. Beautiful remote control bomb. So the entomologist is now able to go down in one whole hit. Hopefully we might see that. It would be very, you know, very good for Ryun. So I'm very excited to see how this goes. Can any of you play Bonbon? I am questionable with beautiful Flywheel. I'm also questionable with Flywheel. I tried to carry Flywheel on Dancer and then realized I much prefer Broken Windows on her. Beautiful down on Ryun's side. We've got 2 ciphers remaining, one of them being pushed, of course, and another one has just been popped. Goodbye, bees. Moisturized. We're continuing on with our chase here. I actually dropped the blankets that I usually sit on to make me... I'm 4'11". Fun fact, as I'm mentioning while we're waiting for things to occur. So I have to sit on blankets to appear properly on stream. So if I'm smaller now, that's why. I'm also raspier now. That's a weird exchange. Bonbon is certainly a hunter. But beautiful play there. The first officer getting some mind games off, and they actually popped the cipher right before, you know, trying to see if there's detention or not, and there is. Detention here, and the bees are coming into play for support. The coaster is also here as well, could be used, but maybe not worth it. Going to vault down, the Bonbon fall via coming right down the stairs, you know, just walking along to follow. And a down, of course, on the entomologist here. So both gates are going to be open soon. Teleport is up in a few seconds, but first we're going to need to put this entomologist on chair, which means that the survivors will be able to get out of the gates in time. Yeah, we're going to see a draw. Very beautiful. Very, very beautiful. I love that accessory and how silly it looks. Ugh, I like when I have to look down to look at chat, especially, okay, so earlier I had the Koa screen with the video in one Chrome tab, and now I have it in the same Chrome tab as my live streaming tab, so I have to look down here to look at chat. It's just sitting so polite. My phone is being so nice to me. Let's see. Yeah, 2-2 in the round 2 to start us off. It's first half, second half is coming to us soon. A quick look at the stats. I'm going to take a drink and I'm going to let you guys read them yourselves because I trust that you can read because you are talking in chat. And I like all of you and you should be able to do that. Okay. All right. The horrible part about commentating finals alone is that I'm very talkative. I talk a lot. Anyone who knows me can attest that I am kind of incapable of quiet down small man. So when I do get the opportunity to talk a lot, I will do too much of it, even. Okay. We're hopping right in here. Seer, first ban, I believe. Antiquarian, also banned. We are going to see the Hunter ban come in very soon. Moonlit, of course, you know who you're dealing with at this point. We are in round 2. And it's a draw situation. So you can kind of go anywhere. Clerk is going to be banned, of course, unsurprising. And we're going to see who the survivors load in for their first picks. Maybe a priestess. Hopefully. It's so much more awkward to be on camera while you're casting the moments like this, because usually I'll just like sit for a second. Actually, during C qualifiers, Eli and I would go off camera and immediately start like fixing things about our appearance or like stretching. We got to a point where we would go on like off camera for a match and I would like cat stretch, like big stretch in my chair. My back is going to hurt so bad after this. Okay. Who are we seeing for our next bands? I would like to know. I would like to see our next bands, please, if you will. You'd be so kind as to show them to me. Okay. Yeah. Waiting on those a second. They're coming to us in due time. When they're ready, they'll be here. Okay. Priestess and Prospector. Priestess and Prospector bands. Looking pretty solid. They're taking a minute here. Ah, there they are. Oh, worth the wait. We're gonna see the psychologist come into play now. My beloved, the psychologist. Okay. Let's see. I'll do this round, then I think I'll be right back for a quick second. So I will definitely be trying to clip this live stream after it's done. Ronnie and her moments where she needs to go for a second. Veronica when her throat is being murdered. Oh, Toy Merchant ban? Really? I don't get to see my sweet girl, the Toy Merchant. They really want me specifically to be extremely unhappy. It's like they hear my prayers to see her, and they're like, oh, you want to see her? You want to see her? And then they put her in the ban screen. They're like, there, you saw her. It's very cool. I hope that they stop doing that. I'm a very nice girl, and I don't deserve that. We are going to see the Embalmer come into play now, so very interesting. You know, Embalmer has been very similar, coming in really often in these lineups. HMT, I believe, is just really fond of the Embalmer and what they can do with him. And on Moonlit, I don't blame them at all. They're at a 2-2. The Embalmer is really good for pulling draws, which is great. Very great. I'm very excited to see what he does. My friend, the Embalmer. I can't wait to, this is on Ronnie topic and off of tournament topic, but it's casual anyway. I am really excited I wish more letters were out for the silent game, as I call it. I believe it's game 4. I mix the numbers up sometimes, but I am a very big fan of Aesop's character and the characters that surround him in his game. As I mentioned, I have a big Postman lore doc that I'm working on slowly, but for now I'm like, ooh, Embalmer, my friend the Embalmer, but I love picking apart Aesop lore. I am taking a literary prose class in college right now as well, and I mention this only because we read poems by Aesop, which is, as I'm sure everyone knows by now, actually pronounced Aesop, so that's been a little bit jarring, but I refuse to call him Aesop, even if I know that that's real. I cannot do that to myself. What I can do, however, is very excited about this Michiko. Hello, Miss Michiko. Oh, she's so beloved. I like her so much. I'm really excited to see what she does today. Especially on Moonlit, there are a lot of good areas for her to kite and function in. A lot of open areas. She can get right across that bridge when she needs to, which is not something that other hunters are capable of sometimes. And that's very useful, especially in a meta where the coaster is used extremely often. I love learning that Cal calls him Aesop at all times. This is jarring, but I admire that. The persistence is really beautiful. You should fight against the system of what is real. Okay. We're waiting for the match to get started here. Oh, I was going to skip over the spawn picks, but I don't have to. So Aesop's spawning in the 2-story. We have the Acrobat and the Psychologist both respectively at stops, and the Mercenary on the bridge. I do think that the Embalmer might be the first chase we're going to see in a few seconds. I want to see. I'm curious. Is the Embalmer the first chase? What are we seeing? Embalmer? Embalmer chase? Can we have a little Embalmer chase as a treat? Maybe I should let this moment sit through, but I'm full of silly. Oh, okay, Bloodfan. Bloodfan is fun to play. I have Eternal Aurora for Michiko, and I'm not that great at her, and I do think it's because Aurora feels weirdly clunky to play. I have a secondary account that I picked up with very nice skins on it, and one of them is Bride, so Michiko is just very fun in that skin in particular. Eternal Aurora, though, if you're trying to learn Michiko, I do not recommend playing her with Aurora. I don't know why, but she feels so clunky. Bride, however, I used to see her in tourney a lot whenever Michiko would come out, and I don't blame them. Her hitbox just feels so appropriate. First hit has been landed on the Psychologist while I was going on my Michiko skin rant, which is great. You know, she's got her stress, though, so she can take 3 hits, which is very good. The Embalmer still in play, of course, which means that that coffin could be a detriment later down the road. So ciphers are being pushed, not too great so far. You know, they've just started, but they're getting there. They're working on them. We are now going to see a pallet stun from the Psychologist on Kurai here, so able to transition across this bridge, hopefully. Stress has already been used, and doing a beautiful job at stopping the Michiko from dashing forward by looking back. Doesn't get the pallet stun that time, and the blink comes into play, so the Psychologist is actually going to take that hit. Wowee! Vaulting over, getting a little bit of a speed boost. Embalmer is in the area, has not recorded her appearance or anything though, so she won't be too much of a problem. Spring Hand we see on the bridge, I miss Bones, and we are going to see a down on the Psychologist now. No ciphers popped yet, but they're getting really close. 79, 93, and 84 at the time of me reading them, but they'll be done by the time that she's on chair. So the Psychologist down first chair, but 3 ciphers pushed. They could potentially push this for a 4-man if they game it well enough. Her first kite was extremely strong, but bear in mind, of course, Psych can take 3 hits, which is more than other survivors can, which prolongs her kite by a little bit if she's good at what she's doing. Okay. What are we looking at here? Oh, okay. Mercenary is going to come in for the rescue, of course, take a hit beforehand. Psych is going to have to be really careful about how she transitions here. Tide, of course, so even if the coaster was here at the second stop, she would not be able to take it yet. Taking the hit, we are seeing the survivors, of course, continue on with the ciphers. One of them, you know, it hasn't been finished yet. It is being pushed and completed now. Other 2 have been started, so they just need to be able to get to that prime and get it popped. But I think we are maybe looking at a draw situation now, considering the Psychologist was not able to rebound kite very well off of that first chair. Right in a chair, okay. Hopefully not disrupting the decoding. The Acrobat is wearing Cunning, which is so cute. They put Cunning and Poison Feather in the same essence, and it was hurtful to me specifically. They wanted me specifically to suffer, because I could not pick between which one I wanted. I did end up getting Cunning, though. Okay, we're going to try a little drop-down trick here, which is very fun. I love doing my best to figure that out myself, at least. Configuring it is a lot easier against lower tiers. These are higher tiers. Of course, they're not going to fall for it, but we're continuing on. Spring Hand has been downed here, so the Mercenary is going to take that hit. Going to have to desperately try and block for the Psychologist. 1 cipher remaining, though. They have pushed appropriately in time. Mercenary is going to go down to and take another hit, so I wonder if they'll pop the cipher just yet. Not yet. They're waiting for that Psych to go down instead, and the hit recovery from that. Really good situation. Kurai is in a very difficult difficult situation, however, the survivors have pushed for something that definitely is in their benefit. Psyched dead on chair, nobody else has been chair dead, able to dash through this carousel, which is extremely impressive, and going to down the psychologist. Actually changing trait to teleport, I believe that's a change trait. Yeah, we had blink earlier. So changing her to teleport, and now we are continuing on with our little chase here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Going to chair near the gate in order to try and prevent them from getting open. As far as I can tell as well, I think it is the poor little acrobat who might be hanging out in this area, and he's not exactly fast at doing that, so not good. We are going to see a transition over to the side. I think not using the teleport yet, wanting to use the butterflies to get there because it's more applicable, and able to teleport back. Of course, it is the wrong place to be. So we're going to have to see the mercenary try and desperately push to get out. It is looking like, oh, okay, we are going to actually see down here. So very interesting. Looking at a draw, yeah, I do think that if there's a teleport utilized to get to that acrobat, we could push for more, but even if that does happen, then we are going to see a rescue come in, from the embalmer at the gate, who of course has a coffin utilized anyway. Ooh, actually going over to this gate so the acrobat will be able to get it open, and we are going to see that happen. Very, very interesting. Okay, inching out here, just buying enough time. Acrobat waiting, of course, doing a roll and a flywheel to celebrate getting out and teleporting back to the chair just in case. And with that, I will let these nice men talk to you for a second. Actually, what I will do is I'll show you the stats, and then I will be right back real quick. But I think we have one whole round after this. That's what the timestamps are looking like, at least. Round 2 is a 2-2. That was draws on both sides, which means that round 3 is kind of their little deciding factor here. Here are your match stats. Please enjoy. I, Veronica, will be right back. I'm back with Wick Purse. I decided I think that pays off for me being absent for a little bit. I like that everyone likes Victor Orb more than they like having me around. I hope that we are enjoying the match stats here. They are very impressive. A lot of high kiting. Pin, of course, on that psychologist doing a very, very good job. Buying a lot of time in order to push for that draw. 200% decoding on both the... yeah, they all kind of stuck to their own ciphers. They didn't need to share or start anything else. Emotional support Wick Purse, which is not as good as the figures, but I'm holding this like a product placement. I'll try not to do that. I'll try not to hold it like a product placement next time. So round 1, actually, you know, they've won. This is our final round here. They are so close in points, though, that it's looking very interesting. I'm going to be honest with you guys, I'm really bad at discerning who will win. Ripa's coming in over QRI once more, you know, swapping out. So ESP will be playing with a different hunter this time for the third round here. Very good. Okay, let's hop into her. We are on, I believe we're on Arms Factory. I could be saying that wrong, but I think we are. We are seeing Ripa on the hunter side, of course, just been swapped out, and all of the bands are on the table. All of the bands are on the table. So we can see a bunch of survivors be taken out, and 2 hunters, of course, be taken out. Usually the ones that have just been played, but we've just seen a swap, so that might not be all of that. I'm going to put my little Witchard down. Goodbye, Witchard. And we're going to take a look at the bans. So Mechanic has been banned, Antiquarian has been banned, and Sierra has been banned. The Mechanic is definitely very interesting. They do not want RT to be able to pull this draw or, you know, get those ciphers done. Very interesting. are coming in with our hunter bands now, Clerk, and I wonder what will be the second one. That I believe is Dreamwitch. So Clerk and Dreamwitch have been taken out. We will not be seeing them come out to play, but what we will be seeing is our Survivor lineup soon, and I'm very excited to get those out of the way and wonder what those are, but I do think we'll just be looking at sort of a regular meta selection. Don't think we'll see Embalmer. If we do see Embalmer, it'll definitely be later down the line. Maybe a forward, maybe a mercenary. Usually you can wait to pick your rescuers though, but I can see that occurring. I was right, we're going to see mercenary, but we're also going to see acrobat, which is great. Good kiter, good to have acrobat around for sure. Me and my big bottle of water, and by big I mean normal size. You're right, let's go to Joseph. See, viable in the meta, not entirely. Do I think he is silly? Yes. So, I think what I think is silly should outweigh what is actually going on. Yeah. So Prospector and Barmaid have also been banned, but Dreamwitch has been banned as well, so we're just getting that Barmaid out of the way because she's a hassle. Psychologist has inflected again. Psych and Barmaid, of course, are quite different in their kits, but they generally can both serve the safe sort of function, which is very good. So usually if you ban one, you are able to take out the other if you have the room for it in your lineup and are interested in taking one onto the field. You know, they can take and heal their own damage, but they're not like a doctor where they need to like stand still to do it and then deal with those the problems that come with it, which we did see during C. And I did not expect it to get in the highlights, but it did. Because Eli-O and I had objectively the most fascinating reactions to that terror shock that occurred. Female Dancer is going to come out as well. Very good. I love Dancer. She's my friend. I'm sure we all love a good Dancer play. Me especially. I really love a good Dancer play. So we are waiting for the Hunter selection now. Things have been banned. Maybe Reapa's brave enough to bring out the Bond ban that we've been seeing all in this final matchup. Not something that Reapa's been playing, but, you know, we've been seeing a lot. We've seen a lot of Guard 26 today. Definitely could go for Wax Artist if interested. Maybe not entirely optimal on the map, but Wax Artist is fun to play and watch play, and very good against survivors once that presence is up. I'm not quite sure, honestly. That's my guess. Maybe Sculptor also. Sculptor is very strong. I love Code 4 was so fun, because that was just Sculptor. Oh, Bloody Queen! Okay, so we're actually going to see a Bloody Queen instead, my beloved Mary. I'm very excited for her to come out. I do wonder how she'll play. I'm sure that it'll go over very well. I hope so, at least. I hope she's able to score those silly little wins. But she is usually a tie hunter, so that might be what the goal is. But with Bloody Queen, of course, like with any hunter, you are able to push a little bit further to get the points that you need and get the sort of kills that you require. So yeah, Miss Mary. We're seeing Miss Mary come out. I'm going to go forward to our little spawn locations here because I am evil inside. Alright, we're all lined up here. We've got a nice line down the middle, and we see Pin in the corner there in the actual factory area. So if she's carrying Trump card, that means that the cipher down there is going to be locked, and no one will be able to decode in the factory, which means that they'll have to transition in there later on. Whether the cipher is inside or outside, it just depends. I love having to turn things back on to see what's going on. Yeah, I think Acrobat will probably be first chase here unless waiting for that mirror to come up, but usually, you know, when you're that close, you might as well just go right for it, especially with the goal to block off that cipher in the first place. We're just reminding us of our lineup real quick, and now we're going to hop into the match. Oh, Queen of Hearts, my friend. She is going to continue on and transition over in this area here, potentially going right for the Acrobat. We are seeing her build. I believe that is Trump card and Detention. Going to throw up the first mirror, really accurate and beautiful mirror placement on Reapa's side, following through to this Acrobat here. Unfortunately forced to just like swap over and continue on with the chase. Ooh, missing that hit, but extremely close. Dodging over the bomb that's been left on the ground here. You don't want to deal with the repercussions of stepping in one of those, considering they do come with debuffs to the Hunter. This pallet has already been thrown down, so she is forced to break it as the Acrobat transitions away. Mirror will be back online right now, actually. So a beautiful bomb here in order to avoid the hit. Chasing after Xiao real quick here. Ooh, okay, missing the hit, unfortunately, but the mirror placement is really good. Just the hits are kind of hard to garner. We are seeing the Dancer decode. She's making really good progress on that cipher in our corner there. Hello, Dancer, what are you doing? And we are seeing the Acrobat continue chase forward. Okay, no pallets down there, you want to be safe. A beautiful flywheel from the acrobat there. Throwing the pallet down in order to get things in line, and okay, we're good. And we are seeing a blink come into play in order to get the first hit, actually. One of the ciphers is almost done. The psychologist with a beautiful bloody block for the acrobat there, and the stress ability, which means that she will still be full health by the time that acrobat is put on chair, if acrobat is chaired at all. Not going to make any assumptions. Dancer having almost completed the cipher, boxes in the area. Of course, she may set up some for support now that the acrobat is kiting around here. Unsure, but definitely a possibility. First cipher has been finished. The other two are over halfway done, so they will get there eventually. One of them, unfortunately, has been abandoned for a new cipher to be started, but that's okay. Swapping here in order to try and get a hit with the mirror, and it works. She does manage to get the hit with the mirror. Extremely impressive and very wonderful. All right. So we are going to see now the acrobat get picked up and placed on chair. 4 ciphers remaining, 1 already done, but really good progress on the rest of them. That cipher that was being worked on earlier did actually get picked up again, so now they're able to just continue to push these. Hopefully coming in for a rescue on the acrobat, but may sell him. Yeah, actually going to come in. I'm going to see the mercenary come into the area here to try and rescue. A beautiful hit was just gotten. Mercenary, of course, coming in. He is mind gaming around here, don't want to take that hit yet, but unfortunately going to be forced to take the hit and then coming into the chair for the rescue. So we are going to see a pallet break, of course, to continue with the chase and going right after the acrobat as per usual. Very strong kite from the acrobat here, still with bombs to utilize, of course, conserving them enough, but using them at the perfect times. A mirror here, good time to use a bomb. You want to get out of the way, forced to swap with the mirror and not get the mirror hit, and continue to chase sort of on foot right away. The psychologist with a attempted whistle there didn't fully go off, but, waiting for it, potentially trying to get some healing done on that mercenary without wasting the time of actually healing a mercenary, which can take a while. But 2 ciphers remaining. They haven't started the final cipher yet, but they are almost done of the 4th one. So it's kind of just a race against time now. We are waiting to see when or if Xiao goes down again. And actually the mercenary is able to get off a beautiful body block there, which means that, the acrobat is still going to have some time on the field, which is really great. A beautiful flywheel, but not used at the right time, I believe, because the mirror had gone offline by the time that was ready to go. Continuing on with the chase here, looping around in this area. This is a very, very strong kiting spot. I do not know if you personally have dealt with it, but when I play Hunter, it is the worst place to be, and when I play Survivor, it is the best place to be. So that's always a fun back and forth, I believe, when it comes down to that. Very useful for your kite, very good to have. Yeah, we are working with very good play so far. The cipher is going to be primed, and unfortunately, Repo was forced to swap Survivor Chase, which means that the mercenary is now the one on a first chair here, and Merc does have a little bit of a slower chair time. But a teleport into the area of where that cipher is being decoded means that the psychologist is forced off of the cipher and now has to kite around on full health, luckily, and the mercenary has been rescued when everyone has left the area. There are boxes around, but Psych is transitioning over to the factory to kite in there instead. A beautiful flywheel to avoid that mirror hit, but taking one afterwards. Going to have to, swap positions in order to get more ground, or maybe just staying over in this area here in order to break all of these boxes. Okay. Yeah, we are seeing a pin right over in the factory area. They are picking up on a new cipher. The dancer is working on it as we speak. We are kind of just waiting for the prime and down here. With 4 survivors up, it's looking like a very, very close game. Very interesting game, of course. Ooh, charged hit and able to get the down on the psychologist. The cipher is not exactly primed yet, so someone will be forced to come in for a rescue, but it's not looking very bad at all for RT's survivors at this point in time. It's usually where you pause for someone else to talk, but I lost bones in the great technology war of my black screen. Going down into the basement, so trying to make this as difficult as possible for the survivors as they're kind of in a winning position. If things work out for them, they're perfectly good. Dancer's going to get that little speed boost from her drop down and then take a hit. She does have flywheel and not tied, so going to try and potentially get a double down here, I believe, to maximize things. But they're hanging around the basement, they're waiting. They're actually healing right now in order to buy more time and either force a hit or, get out of the basement a lot safer. So, Reaper trying to mind game, it's not really working out in their favor. The pop comes a little bit late, which is a bit concerning. You need to pop as quick as possible when it comes to being stuck in the basement. Otherwise, things are going to be bad. Ooh, okay. Okay, beautiful flywheel in order to dodge. Unfortunately, we do see CY go down though, so we are going to see the dancer be cheered. However, luckily first chair, so things are looking quite okay. I believe teleport is back online, so we may see Reaper try and teleport over to one of the gates and grab another survivor. May see an attempt to continue to guard this dancer's chair. Pin is trying to transition over to this gate here. We could be seeing maybe a mirror throw in that direction to get over to things. Yeah, we are seeing a mirror be thrown in that area. We're actually seeing the mercenary try and get around, but that teleport has come into play, cutting the psychologist off right as she's trying to get into the gate. Psych is going to go down, maybe not the best move. Had the flywheel to utilize, I think was probably trying to flywheel there and didn't manage to get it off in time, but Merc is in the area, can come in for a rescue. Actually went to rescue the dancer instead. Wow. Forcing the acrobat out of the gate, which is very good. Teleport, of course, offline. Mirror online, though, so going to have to try and just over. I think they're maybe attempting to heal or stay out of the way. Psych, I do believe, is going to be sent back to the manor, so at best, I think we're looking at a 3-man escape, but hopefully they do manage to get in time. I think they're trying to bait her into going over to that gate area. I am honestly not sure. I would love to guess. I am guessing. That's what I'm doing. I'm guessing. Casting is guessing. It's fun though. Flywheel coming back online for CY in some seconds now. Merc has already used Tide, of course, and all of those things. Yeah, this is just a little game to the end. Maybe checking that area for the dungeon. That second gate has not been opened yet, so they are actually really forced to go to the gate that's already been opened. Oh, okay, now some things are happening, some very interesting things are happening, and those things are that the mercenary is able to get to the dungeon. Wow, that was excellent. I really enjoyed that. I wish Bones was alive for Alva Train as well. Oh my god, I really did enjoy that. I'm going to politely skip over these men talking. But they're very good. A 3-1 is a very strong start. I'm going to let everyone take a look at these stats here. And I, of course, am going to take a drink of water, and you can pretend that my friend the lizard picture is talking to you. We're all good, baby. We're all good. Beautiful, beautiful play from Reaper's Bloody Queen there. So I do believe this is the last match that we'll be heading into based on the timestamps on the thing. We've got an ESP win if it's, I think, a 4 escape or a 4 kill, and an RG win otherwise. So they are taking the lead, and it's all or nothing for ESP right now, and I have no idea which one of them wins. So we're going to see what that is. Yeah, I do believe it's a 4K for RD to take this. And this will be the team, of course, that qualifies for to represent HMT in the main stage. I don't know if I mentioned that yet. I hope I have. Oh, everyone likes Lucino's commentary more than me. Okay. Sorry. I need to be silly or else I'll die. This has been great so far. Thanks everyone for coming to hang out. I have so many technical difficulties that I do think that I will be taking the video and re-uploading it without them without them in the way. That would be a little bit embarrassing. I think there was a moment at the start of stream too where I had a problem, but let me talk about the thing in front of us right now. Seer, Antiquarian banned, Mercenary as well. We're seeing Huntress being banned. I believe that is Bloody Queen and Sculptor. We're going to see Thief get picked again for some reason, and we're going to see Forward get picked once more. So I do think they might actually be going for this extremely strong Harasser comp that they had used earlier on. I would not be surprised at all. Entomologist also being banned. I believe they've taken out, they've taken out Batter and Mercenary as well, Antiquarian. So they're going to have to push a little bit harder to get those harassers in if they want them, because they're kind of running out. Just going to bask in that lineup. All right, we are seeing a Prospector come in as well, so they are definitely going for a harasser-heavy lineup here. They do, they need that 4 escape. So, in order to get things, they want to do this. They want to be able to get it. They want to be able to pull that win. Ryun, maybe we'll just play Bonbon again. I'm not quite sure. We've seen a lot of him. Seeing a lot of Bonbon. He has been our best friend for the past while. Mechanic coming in. All right, so we are actually seeing a very classic meta comp with Prospector and Thief instead of a classical rescue. you know, just with mechanic and a bunch of strong guys around who can harass and bully the hunter. The hunter, of course, still wondering who that'll be, but again, my money's on Bonbon a little bit, based solely on having seen so much Bonbon from Ryun today. But it's been good Bonbon. I'm not complaining, but it's certainly a situation. That's my Wick product placement. Product placement of Witchard. Witchard, if you will. He's so silly. I love this little thing. He has such a sadness in his eyes. His hat is also a little lopsided. Very silly. I love him to bits. I think that we're seeing manifestation of a lizard in chat. I do wonder. I am still predicting the... Oh, okay, Dream Witch. We're going to see a Dream Witch instead. Very good. Very fun to watch, especially on the map that we are on. This is it. Yeah, this is all or nothing. We're at the end of the qualifiers at this point. So, this were more serious. I would say more serious things, but this is a bot. They've already qualified, and I'm just figuring out who it is in pastime. So we are, in fact, playing Protect the Mech right now. So hopefully they're able to keep her alive and get everything going over really well. Thank you, everyone, of course, for being around. We're seeing our spawn locations right now, but real quick, very wonderful first stream. I'm glad that everyone's been enjoying the restream so far. The one that I do of Japan qualifiers will hopefully be a little bit smoother without the kind of problems that I've had today, especially because I can't really take a break during that one. But you know, really great. I will have Eli O then. I think he has stream dates soon. Lychee, I believe, is here again. Lychee, feel free to share yours in chat. And I think that the actual formal schedule was posted on the official IDV Facebook page. So if you want to see all of those little streams, you can that way. I am in for one of Lychee today, so I have three restream dates. 2 of them are mine, but one of them is my sweet friend's. Yeah, looking at, 1101, RD, of course, Ryun back on the Hunter side. We are looking at our Survivor lineup, and we are getting ready and raring to go. So I'm hoping this is going to be a very exciting final match. There's a lot at stake here, you want to be able to win and get to that main stage. It's a huge deal. So on our sector, we're loading in Hello Tomie, and let's go. Transitioning over into the factory area where the mechanic seems to be, oh my goodness, sweet Lockhart. She looks like the turret in silhouette. We are now seeing all of this happen and go around. The bot has already been dropped, so the bot is safe and good. None of the followers have picked up on it yet, so the mechanic will be able to decode when she is placed on the chair, which is great. You basically have a 5th survivor on the match. So once you do that, she's able to push another cipher. So with a mechanic, you have a guaranteed... Oh! Okay, the mechanic has been dropped. An elbow pad, which she uses, and is an extremely good teamwork play there. I believe going back to... She'll have to pick up her... little remote control again, but extremely good coordination on the survivor side to pull that trick off. We're going to change targets, I believe, to the prospector here, currently in this big walled area, using a patroller in order to get a bite on him. Hopefully you won't give up that bite hit, which would be, very unfortunate. You don't want to deal with that, especially against Dream Witch, and it does happen. So a quick hit because of that patroller bite, and now we're going to continue chase on the prospector, hopefully able to leech him very soon. You want as many leeches on the field as possible. There is still one on the mechanic, luckily, who still has not picked up her item yet, but that's okay. She could do what she wants. That is very great. And we are seeing continued chase here, of course. We have changed target to the prospector, who has thrown a magnet. Hopefully the stun goes off, and it does. Able to push back and not able to go down. So ESP is still able to continue pushing their ciphers and fighting along. Thief has finished one so far. Unfortunately, prospector does actually go down. DWN in the area as the thief to try and provide a little bit of support here. So that would be very nice. You want to help your teammates out. But I think the basement is in the area, so actually, hanging out behind this little pallet here, using the main body to walk through and make sure that we're not going to see a pallet stun rescue there. Oh! Okay, Thief dropping down into the basement, narrowly missing a no-hit recovery hit on the stairs there. So we're going to have to break this little guy, and unfortunately the prospector's already gotten up. Throwing a magnet on the ground and able to get off a stun, going to continue on with Kite here. Wow, really impressive play from ESP survivors today. But of course, again, it's all or nothing. You really want to be able to do your best. There's a sandwich situation. It's not great. Prospector is going to run right through to the follower that is breaking the pallet, which is very good. Forward coming into support as well with that fast pallet throwing, and the football also to utilize, which is very good. Very, very good. We are continuing to push along here. I am enjoying this. I hope everyone else is enjoying this. Dream Witch, of course, on arms. We could see another snowball situation. We did see one earlier today. Very good. Very, very good. That's all that's working in my brain right now. Going to vault over to prevent the Prospector from vaulting by using the main body and then landing a hit with one of the followers. So we are going to see the Prospector actually go down and will actually be able to be put in the basement this time. Prospector, of course, has already used self-heal, but we are looking pretty good for ESP still. This is first chair. I've dropped Wick. I'm not going to front with you. I've dropped him. I'm sorry. But what else has dropped has been the forward. The forward has dropped down into the basement, so able to get off this rescue on the Prospector, and last effort has been hit on the Prospector. 2 ciphers remaining. Forward, of course, maybe have to come in for some harassment support here to prevent the Prospector going on chair again, but it might be okay. Everything might be okay. Those are my thoughts and prayers. I'm hoping that everything is okay. Wuyan is going to continue with the kite here, dying in the grass away from the cipher machines, you know, trying to remain as safe as possible. That those ciphers are still being pushed. 47 on the one that I believe will be the prime, as the other one is going to be completed very soon, I hope. Sorry for dropping Wick. I see the distress in chat now. We are going back down to the basement with the silly little guy who has done a silly little struggle. We're going to have to send reinforcements down to the basement, everybody. And we do. The reinforcements come down to the basement in the form of another Yima who is going to knock down the Prospector, and not only knock him down, but, you know, as her teammate is having a rough time, going to be able to place him on chair. Unfortunately, though, we are looking at Cypher Prime soon. The mechanic actually coming in for the rescue here. Finally picked back up her little guy and used that, of course, to decode. Beautiful flywheel from the mechanic to get the rescue off in time. Oh, okay. Lots going on there. I will recount that as quick as possible. Force 2, force heal because of the very long stun from the forward. Very beautifully timed stun, just not at the right moment. Another terror shock. Now the cipher is going to be primed. Everyone's going to try and get out of the area, but really quick swap to blink, so we are going to see the forward actually go down. Someone else at the top of the stairs to take down the mechanic. I'm talking really fast because there's a lot going on and I'm very excited. Oh my goodness. Going to come down with the main body in order to land a leech on the forward, and forward will be chaired in the basement very soon. Mechanic as well, I believe. They are pushing these gates to be open. This is looking like a very fascinating match. Looking really good so far. Wuyan's still in the area, but Blink is, you know, now available. It has been swapped to, and it can be used. The Thief has opened the gate, but, you know, they've really got to push. This is a situation that's, you know, you have to be really careful. So Thief coming into the area. Also, they're just gonna, you know, do what they can. Wuyan, of course, still outside, making sure to try and get that leash removed. I hope so, maybe. Of course, we do see that there is detention, which means that this is a very, very tricky situation. It runs out in about a minute, which is not the ideal kind of time. An elbow pad from the Thief to get down into the basement. The Prospector here as well. Prospector going down, Thief continuing on, but a blink on the Thief, and I believe we will be seeing a 4-man elimination here, everyone. Yes, they are going to surrender, and RD is going to win and become retrospectively what? Sorry. Congratulations to RD for qualifying for the HMT region for the Call of the Abyss 6 main stage. Wow. Very, very impressive. I'm going to skip over the stats here, but in the meantime, thank you everyone for coming to hang out. I believe that's all for me today, so I'll be here for a few seconds. Everyone with their little GGs, of course, because that was a crazy last match. Wow. I cannot wait to go rest my voice. And I'll be streaming once more for restreams on the 5th. I have the Japan qualifier finals live. If I have technical difficulties that cost me my voice during then, that would be really bad, because there will be a lot more to talk about, because the Japan region is crazy in a good way. But HMT has shown us a lot today that's been extremely impressive as well. A 5-0 in this final match is absolutely nuts. RD being able to pull that and create that situation is just wonderful. These are really impressive stats, especially against a Dream Witch. 111 second contain time is nuts. I cannot describe it in any other way. Yeah, these are our match results for today. So that's RD versus ESP. they've done it. They've qualified. Here's our best deduction as well, just going over the little things before I hop out. But thank you so much for being here, everybody. I find it so awkward to end streams because I'm like, oh man, how am I going to do that? But I'm unsure if it'll even let me. So let's see if I can get it to move. There's a big black bar on my screen. It's really funny. But here's our best deduction. Had a great day. I hope everyone enjoyed Bones. Bones, of course, cast her debut and doing anything, but we'll be casting the Checkmate tourney this weekend. I have one more restream date of my own, which again is Japan qualifiers on March 5th. On my Twitter, I will tell you exactly when that is. But as for me, I believe there's nothing else in the stream that I need to show you. There are highlights, of course, but I totally recommend watching them on your own. You will find them in the description, luckily. So thank you all for coming. Very long night that we've had. We've been here for 4.5 hours, I think. So my bus is giving out. Thank you all so much for coming. I will see you when I see you. Thank you so much.